Chapter 351. Think I'm in an ambush? Please subscribe. Izan stood in the air, looking down on the audience. His remarks have declared war. It has started. Izan and his 10 Blades Corps took the lead in attacking. They want to end this war with overwhelming force. Konoha Hidden Village, Hokage Office. The final deployment is in full swing here. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages have agreed on preparations for the battle in an orderly manner. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Report, report. The enemy has invaded. These few words, like a roar of thunder, made everyone's mind buzz. Although they had been prepared for a long time, they did not expect the action of the ninja coalition to be so fast. Hurry up and report the information. 3 generations of Sachikage frowned. He had just returned to Konoha Ninja Village when the enemy attacked. Could it be that Yoshida's previous actions heralded the declaration of war? According to the detection of our sensing device, a space crack suddenly opened on the border of the Country of Fire. Izan and 10 Blades have come to the Country of Fire. When the ninja mentioned Izan, there was only endless panic in his eyes. Because the induction device almost exploded before, because it couldn't withstand Izan's Reiatsu. This situation has never happened before. Oops, Izan really doesn't play cards according to the routine. 3 generations of Tuiying's heart sank slightly. He took a deep breath and immediately regained his composure, and ordered, considering the terrain, we are the defender, give up the edge of the fire country, and stick to the area near Konoha Hidden Village. His opinion was unanimously agreed by others. The land of fire is too big to deploy troops everywhere. Only hit the troops near Konoha. Besides, they have an evacuation point, the land of wind. Once the situation is not right, the ninja coalition can be evacuated to the land of the wind. With the complex terrain, there may be a fighting force. First gather the surprise troops, then according to the previously implemented grouping plan, gather all the ninja coalition forces, and then determine the formation. Irizang of Shein Village issued an order. Similarly, the medical troops responsible for rear support must also prepare ninja tools. In addition, the intelligence troops must be kept unobstructed. Miffin of the Iron Country took out a ninja forehead and put it on the table, and said with all will, this is our new ninja forehead. Ah. Is it the ninja forehead guard of the coalition army? It's really good. Kyarabi gave a rare serious wave and sighed sincerely. Miffin smiled and said, that's what I designed. The disputes in the past no longer exist. The gap between the 5 countries has also disappeared. We have become one, fighting for the final piece of the ninja. This is the so-called ninja. And this time, our samurai will also join forces with you to fight. Well, we are moving, and we will launch a counterattack as soon as possible. In Konoha and the surrounding areas, the coalition forces of the 5 major countries totaled 80,000 people. They are divided into different brigades and various small teams, which complement each other and work as a team. After receiving the order, all the ninjas rushed to the front line of the war. Everyone has the spirit of the seeing death as their home. They left the resting place without looking back, taking firm steps. Because this battle has no turning back. Only by going straight forward can we achieve real victory. Is to win this war and meet the dawn of the dawn. Or lose the war and fall into the boundless darkness. Life and death are just a thought. The country of Tian, a secret base. The whole ground is empty. Here, there are many skeleton warriors standing densely. They all held zanpakuto, war masks, and wore uniform white robes. At the forefront of this group of skeleton warriors, there is a skeleton warrior wearing a bull-headed mask. Luthern and his funeral troupe. Shortly after Izan and Tabana set off, Luthern immediately commanded the funeral troupe to set off. Stab it! In front of them, countless space passages appeared. These space channels were carefully developed by Sar Apollo, not only stable enough, but also able to transport a large number of skeleton soldiers. Let's go, warriors. Raise your blades and slaughter all the ninjas we meet. Our mission is to fight for Izan's armor. Luther then pulled out his Zanpakuto and shouted loudly. Although the skeleton warriors were expressionless, they instinctively exuded a killing intent. Tens of thousands of skeleton warriors condensed killing intent, and the temperature around them would drop drastically. After Luther Ben took a step, one after another skeleton warriors walked into the space passage. Their final destination is the land of fire. The country of fire. Due to the strategic abandonment, most parts of the fire country were not guarded by ninjas, which made Izan and 10 blades go straight in. Coincidentally, this is what the ninja allied forces would like to see. Because they mobilized their forces and surrounded Izan. Abandon the outer guards and force us to go deeper? Izan smiled slightly, not caring. He led the 10 blades to go further alone, as if he didn't notice the gradually encircling ninja coalition. Brush. Suddenly, on a hillside, thousands of figures appeared. The 3rd generation of Earth Shadow, the 5th generation of Water Shadow, Kairabi, Uzumaki Naruto, and countless ninja allied forces. The main force of the two sides finally meet. Izan and Medical Star. The moment he saw Izan, Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth. In the past, he was like a humble ant, unable to resist in front of Izan. If it wasn't for Jiraiya's 2.5, I'm afraid Naruto Uzumaki would have died a few months ago. When they met again, the strength of both of them increased by leaps and bounds. However, the gap has widened. Uzumaki Naruto. If you even show up, it means that you have already been in ambush here. Izan stood in the air, facing hundreds of ninjas alone. You think I didn't expect all of this? Whether you're ambushing or passively defending, the outcome is the same. As long as I defeat you here, that's enough. Izan waved his sleeves, and the sky behind him cracked open countless cracks. The skeleton warrior with surging killing intent walked out of the space passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire land was occupied by the burial troops. Chapter 250 to the showdown between mouths, for subscription. The overwhelming number of skeleton warriors appeared. This spectacular scene made the people of the Ninja Coalition stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, when he saw thousands of skeleton warriors with his own eyes, the shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. There are so many. Countless swallowing voices sounded, one after another, spreading all over the place. Although the burial force is not as strong as the Ninja Coalition, it is still unstoppable. The cold killing intent condensed into a gust of cold wind. Blowing on the body made many ninjas feel cold and swish. Izan stood calmly in front of the funeral core, with his arms on his back, like a born winner. That look in control of everything made those ninjas who had never seen Izan's true face stunned. Even with the momentum of one person, it is enough to surpass thousands of troops. Finally, this day has come, and it seems that we have to go through a bad battle. 3 generations of Sachika Nogi looked at Izan, as if he saw a familiar figure. Uchiha Madara. Back then, he and the 2nd generation of Sachikage went to Konoha to seek cooperation. But was cut off by 12 Uchiha Madara, and easily defeated the two. Since then, Madara Uchiha has left an invincible impression in Nonogi's heart. Unexpectedly, Izan also gave him this feeling, even stronger. Izan. Naruto Vortex roared, don't be obsessed with it any longer. Provoking a war will only bring pain and disaster to the entire ninja world. The king of Zoiden launched a mysterious ninjutsu, trying to use his mouth to defuse the war. However, he met Izan, who was more adept at using language skills. It's really interesting, Naruto Uzumaki. I thought you might be. But your thinking is still so childish. Izan smiled slightly, and said coldly, where is the peace you keep preaching? It's ridiculous to often talk about such invisible and intangible things. Proclaiming peace is really a noble sentiment. It's just. War will not make noble sentiments disappear, and people need it even more than in peacetime. Naruto Uzumaki didn't agree with Izan's point of view. He clenched his fists and said viciously, "Damn. You are just arguing. Stop fooling people. This kind of peace born from war is simply a trick to deceive people." He shouted, "I firmly believe that the era of mutual understanding between people will eventually come." Izan still looked indifferent and said softly, "Although you scoff at my words, in this cursed world, the mutual understanding between human beings is just an illusion." What is understanding? Understanding is based on the only in the same position can they have the opportunity to sit on an equal footing and communicate with each other. This rule is based on the premise of strength. Different patterns, different levels, that is not called understanding, but surrender. You may think that I am a sinner in the world of ninja. However, there is no absolute good and evil in the world, the difference is only between the strong and the weak who cannot tell the truth. Izan asked rhetorically, "Until now, haven't you recognized your own essence? You are just optional, just floating dust." Naruto Uzumaki was burning with rage, his eyes blinded by anger. He almost burst out of the crowd. At this time, Naruto wanted to wave his fist and beat Izan fiercely. Just as he was about to set off, the 3 generations of Earth Shadow stopped him. Onogi sneered, "Izan plus medical star is as rumored, showing off his ventriloquism all the time." Izan shook her head and said coldly, "Show off? I'm sorry, I think you got it wrong. Language is impersonal. There is no truth or falsehood, and there is no past or future. As language ends itself in this way. Language deviates from reality, but it controls reality. In a sense, language is the strongest weapon. Just like the peace you preach, my language is also a fact. The grief of imposing one's own will and denying reality. Perhaps, this is the greatest grief of the weak." Izan smiled slightly and said, "But it doesn't matter. This boring farce will end soon." Naruto Uzumaki broke free from Oyemu and said firmly, "Grandpa Oyemu, don't stop me. As long as peace really exists, I will make him a reality. Since this is a cursed world, let me solve it. The curse is over. Instead of methods, I think the power is more important. As long as we gather the power of all of us to defeat Izan, we can usher in true peace." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Naruto Uzumaki didn't get impulsive again. He kept a certain posture and remained still. This was during the previous period, when Momu Mountain had not yet perished. Jiraiya and the great immortal Toad taught him the immortal arts. In an instant, the natural energy in the air poured in from all directions, continuously gathering beside Naruto Uzumaki. His breath was getting higher and higher. This amazing breath made even the ninja allied forces admire it. The speed of Naruto Uzumaki's growth is too fast. Is it fairy magic? 743. Izan was indifferent. Perhaps Zanzu is Naruto Uzumaki's biggest trump card. But for Izan, it was an ordinary method, nothing more. "I can do the magic you rely on." The corner of Izan's mouth drew an evil smile. He closed his eyes tightly, and saw a wave of awe emanating from him. In an instant, a large amount of energy from heaven and earth poured into his body. This breath. Is it natural energy? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes flickered, and a look of disbelief filled his eyes. In order to practice immortality, he suffered a lot. And Jiraiya had personally told him that there were only a handful of people in the ninja world who mastered immortality. How could it be possible? How could you be able to master immortal magic? Naruto Uzumaki asked loudly. He didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Originally, I wanted to rely on the power of immortality to kill Izan. Didn't expect it to end like this. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would have been a fantasy. Uzumaki Naruto, seeing this scene, do you still have the courage to be the savior? Izan pulled out the Zanpakuto, and said fiercely with murderous intent, since you think language is ineffective, I'll show you the real difference. Chapter 253, The Funeral Department vs. the Ninja Coalition, for subscription. Lanran stood in the sky, he pulled out Jingwashuayu, and an unparalleled powerful breath gushed out from his body, like a turbulent sea, unfathomable. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The sky seemed to have poured down a heavy rain, splashing down on the ground. Illusion of ignorance, or real existence? The rain condensed from Reiatsu wet the hair of the ninjas. The rain dripped through the forehead and dripped on the forehead inscribed with ninja, as if to herald the destruction of the ninjas. At this time, the whole world became silent, as if Izan was the center. The fighting spirit of the original ninja coalition, Chen, was shaken. Because the man in front of him was so powerful, it gave them a feeling of being unmatched. At that time, even the Guardian 13 who guarded the jingling court was no match for me, let alone you small humans who couldn't even be called the god of death. Izan took one step forward, and the powerful spiritual pressure turned into a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The ninjas who were close to the beam of light all had difficulty breathing. Too strong. Can we really defeat such an enemy? This thought once again appeared in everyone's mind. Even in the face of a shadow ninja, I have never felt such a powerful sense of oppression. Lord Izan, burial for the troops? At this time, almost all the burial troops arrived, and the tens of thousands of skeleton warriors formed a very spectacular scene. If you look down from the sky, it will look like a white ocean. Let's do it. An understatement decided the fate of the ninja coalition. War broke out. Brush. Tens of thousands of skeleton warriors, neat and unified movements. They drew out the Zanpakuto and, relying on their dexterous speed, flocked to the ninja coalition. Don't panic, everyone, and act according to the original strategy. The 5th generation of water shadow photos memming stabilizes the military heart. Previously, the leaders of the 5 great powers had made a precise deployment in the Hokage office, skillfully arranging the 80,000 strong allied ninja army around. Hundreds of big birds condensed from pseudo-beast ninja passed through the air, and ninjas from the 5 countries stood on the big bird and launched an attack suddenly. Ninja allied forces, raid force. The fire escapes. The ash accumulates and burns. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. Dun, the art of rock iron cannon. Lead-dun, the technique of falling thunder. Wind escape, the technique of wind slash. 5 types of ninjutsu with different attributes represent the power of ninjas from the 5 countries. For a time, a dazzling scene appeared in the air. 5 colored ninjutsu descended from the sky and smashed violently towards the skeleton warrior below. Boom! The earth shook and the boulders rolled. The energy shock of the collision between ninjutsu, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, constantly sounded on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, this vast land has become a purgatory on earth. Great, it finally worked. There was a burst of ecstatic cheers from the ninja coalition. Ninjutsu suddenly crashed like a storm. Once it was affected, the skeleton warrior would shatter and turn into white powder. Although the 10 blades are invincible. But these skeleton warriors are very fragile. Go ahead and kill them. In midair, the ninjas riding on the big bird were in high spirits. The offensive worked, giving them great confidence. They galloped up and launched the next round of the offensive. Bang bang bang. Ninjutsu fell like raindrops, smashing the earth into craters. Although the burial force suffered damage, only a small part was lost. Because the number of surprise troops is too small, Compared with tens of thousands of skeleton warriors, it is like a man's arm is a car, and it can't stop the march of the funeral troops. Damn. To kill my subordinates like this. This kind of behavior will never be forgiven. Luther himself was the leader of the funeral corps, so naturally he would not watch his subordinates die in vain. He angrily pulled out a Zanpakuto and laid him flat in front of him. Holding the blade with his right hand, smoothing the blade with his left hand, he immediately uttered liberating words. Grow strong, skull tree. Luther's body was wrapped by a powerful reiki, and his appearance changed. After he was liberated, some twig-like objects grew on his upper body, which were covered with fruits. These fruits contain special energy, which can quickly breed a group of soldiers who are absolutely loyal to themselves, and these soldiers are the components of the funeral corps. Although Luther's aura of returning to the blade is not as good as that of 10 blades, he is still satisfied with his own strength. Small human beings, let you see the power that Izan-sama has bestowed on me. On the side of the road, the original thought moved, and the fruit on the branch quickly shattered. In the blink of an eye, dozens of skeleton warriors appeared and rushed to the battlefield. Did you see it? This is the power of the Creator, and it is also the power of God. Even if I am so strong, I cannot reach the heights that 10 blades can reach. You will definitely lose in this war. Luther shouted arrogantly, and under his command, the funeral troop rushed forward like sea water. On the edge of the mountain, Teyumime's eyes locked on Luther, and he said with murderous intent, "Is he the leader of the funeral corps?" Sure enough. He has incredible abilities. But in this way, his weakness is also exposed. If those branches of his are melted, it may fail to produce fruit, and the merits of burial will be lost. Teyumime decided that once the combat troops and the funeral department fought in a melee, she would find an opportunity to kill Luther so as to avoid future troubles. In midair, Izan and 10 blades stood in the air, but didn't make a move. They looked down condescendingly, indifferently. The fight between ninjas and skeleton warriors, the collision of shuriken and Zanpakuto. Every time they fight, there is a surge of blood. Lord Izan, do we need to do something? Aokiyara asked respectfully. Before Izan gave the order, none of them dared to act rashly. It does not need. Izan glanced at him and said calmly, "We don't need to do this war, why not watch the ninja kill each other and enjoy this feast?" Chapter 254 The White Hot War. Please subscribe. Enjoy this feast of blood until the war is over. Izan didn't order an attack, but stared down indifferently. The war has just broken out, it's just the beginning. Want to sublimate, seems to be missing something? That's right, it's Zhao. Until now, Akatsuki is still missing. This is also the reason why Izan is not in a hurry. He wants to see what ability Uchiha Obito has to turn things around. It's really boring, these weak reptiles are not worth our shot at all. Bailey Gang still looks like a solitary person. He stepped out, stretched out his palm, and clenched it downward. In an instant, those shattered skeletons gathered together, turned into a white river, and condensed into a skeleton throne behind Bailey Gang. Bailey Gang sat on the throne with his arms folded. The fight between ninjas and skeleton warriors, in his eyes, is nothing but a boring trick. HMPH, this arrogant appearance is really disgusting. Grimjo was displeased with Bailey Gang, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and stretched out. Izan just glanced at Bailey Gang indifferently and ignored him. Even if 793 Bailey Gang reloaded forcing, it is just a pawn in his hand, which can be discarded at any time, but not now. Izan also needs Bailey Gang's ability to be used as a backup. On the battlefield, 2 figures were mixed into the funeral troop. Ochimaru, pharmacist's pocket. Their task is to perform the psychic technique, execute the plan previously made, and preemptively. The pharmacist's eyes shone brightly, and his hands formed a seal, and then suddenly closed. Boom! A white fog rose, and in the blink of an eye, several wooden coffins appeared on the empty ground. The art of reincarnation of dirty earth. Squeak! The lid of the wooden coffin opened automatically and fell completely. After that, several familiar figures appeared in the sight of the ninja allied forces. Vortex Nagato, Kaguya, Uchiha Itachi, Red Sand Scorpion, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Deidara. The members of Akatsuki's organization, who once frightened ninjas, finally appeared on the battlefield. Are they Zhao? There was an uproar in the ninja coalition, and many people couldn't even believe what they saw and rubbed their eyes hard. However, the more they do, the more they are afraid. It turned out to be them. Terumi and Sachikage had solemn expressions on their faces. Although they had expected this move for a long time, they still did not dare to neglect. Let me kill him. As for Luther, I'll leave it to you, Mitsukage said calmly. Terumi nodded. Looking at the entire army of ninjas, only the two of them can handle the heavy task. Seemingly aware of the surprised gazes of the ninjas, the corner of Yakushi's mouth raised a strange arc. He took out a shuriken, cut open the heads of the 6 members of the Akatsuki organization, and put a special charm into each. In an instant, their empty eyes actually recovered a trace of emotion. It's obviously more interesting to end this war with a ninja versus a ninja. Yoshida's arrogant expression was seen by Orochimaru, which made his long silent heart even more lost. In the past, Yoshida was his loyal subordinate. Once upon a time, Orochimaru was the most powerful ninja in the eyes of the pharmacist. At that time, Orochimaru had infinite scenery and was a powerful Sannin. However, now the feng shui turns. Perhaps Long Decave was the only chance to turn around, but Orochimaru didn't seize this opportunity. Instead, the pharmacist jumped over the Dragon Gate and cultivated immortality. Up to now, Orochimaru is even so desperate that he has to follow the pharmacist's pocket. This huge contrast made the proud Orochimaru unbearable. He was not reconciled, but he was dormant all the time. As long as there is a chance, Orochimaru will definitely show his fangs and bite Izan back. The 6 members of the Akatsuki organization regained their sanity, and their expressions were different. Doubt and excitement. Here is. Uchiha Itachi glanced around, but saw countless ninjas and skeleton warriors fighting. He quickly reacted, and the ninja war broke out. Is this the seal of ghouls? Damn. That fellow Orochimaru. Although Uchiha Itachi temporarily possesses spiritual intelligence, he has lost control over his body. Because the pocket did not completely let go of the bondage. You idiot, get rid of the shackles. The last time I fought with the old man Nonogi is not over yet. Deidara kept complaining. He doesn't care about the ninja war, let alone his own position. On the contrary, Deidara enjoys this treatment, because he can display his art to the fullest. Therefore, except for Deidara, several other people can't control their bodies, because they hold a grudge against Izan and 10 Blades. Brother Scorpion, why should you care about your position? We have long since died, and being able to be reborn again is a gift from God. This is an opportunity for us to create art again, so why not seize this opportunity? Deidara persuaded bitterly. The Red Sand Scorpion pondered for a moment, then sighed, and had to agree to Deidara's request. He understands that he has no choice. Even if he doesn't do it, he will always be controlled by the pharmacist. If that's the case, why don't you start killing as much as you like? Deidara channeled a big bird. The Red Sand Scorpion jumped on the back of the big bird, and the art duo attacked again. Brush. The conspicuous big bird flew high into the sky and rushed into the crowd unscrupulously. Every time a furious shout rang out, a clay bomb exploded. In addition, specially made puppets appear on the battlefield. The strong joining of Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion immediately changed the battle situation in that area. This is a scorpion? The ninjas of the Land of Winds, the moment they saw the Red Sand Scorpion, were scared and sweated on their backs. Even the strongest third-generation Hokage in the village was killed by the scorpion, not to mention their little ninjas. Don't panic. Once you step back, you will not face infantry, but real death. All of a sudden, 3 generations of Earth Shadows appeared. He mounted Deidara angrily, with fierce killing intent. The last time they played against each other, there was no winner. This time they must kill Deidara. The war is heating up. Chapter 255 Tayumime vs Lutherban, for subscription. Deidara. The 3 generations of Sachikage didn't say much. He turned to Deidara at full speed. Although Deidara felt something strange, it was too late to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, Onogi was already close to him. To done, the technique of aggravating the rock. The palm of the 3 generations of Sachikage clapped on Deidara. Although there was no change on the surface, Deidara's face changed in shock, and his mouth kept breaking and thinking. Damn, you poor old man. Deidara only felt his body getting heavier. It was like a huge rock was pressing on him. Even if he tried his best to control the giant bird, it didn't help. Soon, the big bird fell. Boom. At the last moment, Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion jumped off the giant bird, but were surrounded by ninjas swarming around. Damn it, that bad old man made a move. Only then did Deidara realize that Onogi's goal was not him, but the pharmacist. 3 generations of Sachikage believed that as long as the Yakushido was killed, the art of reincarnation from the dirty soil could be broken. Therefore, the pharmacist pocket is one of the key factors influencing this war. Do you think this will stop my art? How naive. Deidara put her hands into her pockets and took out countless tiny spiders. Made of blasting clay, these spiders are exquisite works of art. Boom. As Deidara swung out his hands, the spider slid through the air and attached to the ninja. Feel the fear of art. Deidara made a mark on both hands and shouted angrily, "Drink." Boom. A shocking explosion resounded in midair. The 3 generations of Sachikage, who were flying in midair, looked back, and although there was guilt in his eyes, he still couldn't stop. Appropriate sacrifice is for the ultimate victory. As long as he can successfully stop Yoshido, the situation of this war can be reversed. It's right there. The 3 generations of Sachikage had sharp eyes, and soon discovered the hiding place of Yakushi's pocket. He quickened his speed and soon came to that area. The last time I made you run away in a hurry, this time I wasn't so lucky. Onogi didn't intend to let the pharmacist's pocket go. Want to kill me? The pharmacist snorted coldly, his hands formed seals, and a lurking shadow multi-snake hand blasted out. Onogi made a seal with both hands. To Duntuliu city wall. A sturdy wall stood up, resisting the attack of Yoshido. At the same time, his hands were sealed again. 3 generations of Sachikage was ruthless, his hands supported each other and turned into a triangle. A transparent enchantment gradually condensed between his hands. Dust escape, the technique of stripping away the realm. The dust shield blasted out instantly, and the powerful force made the pharmacist face ashes. Seeing that the body is about to be invaded by white light. At this time, the pharmacist thought about it, and a figure appeared in front of him in time. Vortex Nagato. I saw a halo of energy appearing on Vortex Nagato's body, which immediately completely absorbed the power of the dust shield. Unscathed. These eyes are reincarnation eyes. Onogi gasped violently. He recalled what was recorded in the intelligence about Pen's 6 paths, and quickly came to the conclusion that Nagato was the body. I didn't expect that the power of Samsara Eye is so powerful that it can absorb dust shields. Although shocked, Onogi was not afraid. Because the vortex Nagata was controlled by the pharmacist, he could not exert his full power. On the mountain, the sharp-eyed Toyumime discovered the plight of the 3 generations of Sachikage. After much deliberation, she decided to do it herself. Brush. Toyumime, who was dressed in blue, performed the teleportation technique and rushed into the crowd in an instant. Her target is Lutherman. As long as he is killed, the skeleton warrior will not regenerate. It's just that it's not easy to kill Lutherman. Not to mention that there are thousands of skeleton warriors guarding him, his own strength alone cannot be underestimated. Toyumime, who seemed to be aware of the unkindness of the visitor, Lutherman commanded the skeleton warriors to move closer to him. Although arrogant, he was cautious. When the Gote 13 team invaded the virtual circle, Lutherben and the 4th team captain met. After he figured out the identity of Egg Flower, he retreated decisively. This kind of courage is not something ordinary people can possess. HMPH, have you noticed my actions? Toyumime snorted coldly, and with her dexterous physical skills, she kept moving among the skeleton soldiers. Water escape, mist hidden technique. Toyumime's mouth spit out a thick fog. These richness wafted in the wind, blurring a large area around them. As chakra continued to blend in, even her figure became blurred. Losing the target of the attack, the slash of the skeleton warrior failed. Toyumime traveled unimpeded all the way, and soon approached that area. Wrong escape, the magic of dissolving monsters. Toyumime combines 2 unknown chakras in her body and spit out a viscous and highly corrosive liquid from her mouth. In an instant, a large area was invaded by liquid. Once stuck with the liquid, those people's bodies would emit a puff of white smoke, and then the whole body would be corroded. Zitsi. The surrounding skeleton warriors turned into green liquid, and none of them could resist Toyumime's edge. Brush. Toyumime ran rampant all the way, and finally came to the center of the battlefield. What appeared at the end of her field of vision was the leader of the funeral department, Lutherben. How? Your subordinates have already been beaten by me. Toyumime used the aggressive method to force Lutherben to take the initiative. Even if your subordinates are defeated, so long as my abilities still exist. Even if you defeat my subordinates, you can't win at all. Boom. The fruit on the branch is broken. In the blink of an eye, a dozen skeleton warriors reappeared, slashing at Toyumime with their sharp blades. Damn it. Toyumime used the melt to corrupt the skeleton warrior. They had just been wiped out, but they reappeared. Under such a steady stream, the chakra in Toyumime gradually decreased. What's the matter, are you feeling impatient? Lutherben's lower body is like a tree as big as the root, he said arrogantly. This almost godlike ability is to create an absolutely loyal skeleton warrior like the creator. Even if your chakra is exhausted, you can't defeat me. Chapter 256 Halabel's Rescue, subscribe. When your chakra is exhausted, you can't beat me. Lutherben raised his hands high and said frantically, HMPH, I got this creator-like ability from Izan-sama, but I still can't enter the 10 blades. Moreover, with your rabble, you also want to challenge the great 10 blades. Lutherben pointed his arm to the back and shouted, look! That's the 10 blades above. Even if they don't need to do it, this war will evolve in the direction that Izan-sama envisioned. The arrogant tone represented straightforward contempt. In Lutherben's eyes, ninjas are a group of humble creatures, not even an ant. It's really arrogant. Toyumime smiled coldly and said, you said it yourself that your strength is not even in the top 10. At this level, you dare to speak madly to destroy the ninja coalition? Toyumime made a seal with her hands, and her eyes shot out a little bit of cold star, and said, I have 3 types of chakras of water, fire, and 12 earth, So I also have two kinds of blood-based boundaries. It just so happens that these two abilities also perfectly restrain you. The technique of boiling escape and skillful mist. Teyumi combined the fire in the earth with the water chakra, and exhaled a boiling mist from her mouth. These mists are different in that they can gradually vaporize objects, and their strength is more than melting. What's more, boiling done spreads faster. Oops. For some reason, Lutherban felt a sense of crisis entangled in his heart. This is the feeling that comes from facing death. Come on, my loyal subordinates. As Lutherban shouted, the skeleton warriors around him continued to flock to Teyumi as if going mad, like moths to a flame, one after another. It's useless. Although your ability is unique, you can create a large number of skeleton warriors. However, the quality is too weak. As Teyumi's voice fell, the thick fog fluttered in the wind and adhered to Lutherban's branches. A piercing sound of corrosion sounded. Luther's face changed in shock, and he felt a piercing pain. The fruits on the branches are corroded and burst spontaneously. Not only that, his intertwined branches also lost their vitality and gradually withered. What? Luther could no longer remain calm, and he began to panic, not knowing how to get rid of this strange power. Teyumi sneered, the key to your ability lies in this branch. As long as the roots and branches are destroyed, your regeneration can be stopped. Although Lutherban wanted to resist, he was powerless. Teyumi's melting shield can corrode even Suzu, not to mention this fragile branch. Gradually, Lutherban felt powerless, and he cried in despair, "Save me, Izan-sama, save me." This shrill cry resounded throughout the battlefield. High in the sky. All of you 10 blades are looking down at all of this. Grimjo said disdainfully, that guy Lutherban looks like he's going to be killed. Ah, that's right. The person who fought with him should be the 5th generation Mizukage Teyumi of Kirin village. Sarapolo seemed to be a little dreadful. He calmly analyzed Teyumi's ability and said, the woman's strength is extraordinary, she is good at using water escape and melting shield, and combines ninjutsu and blood-based boundaries perfectly. His strength really won't be his opponent. Izan was indifferent, he waved his hand and said, don't panic, Luther wouldn't have died so easily. But you seem to be eager to try. Then, I will give you this task to save Lutherban's life. Neutra, Grimjo, and Grimjo, who like to kill, were about to fight, but Haribel stole the show. Only the 30th Blade volunteered to say, Lord Izan, leave it to me. Since her ability restrains Lutherban, then I will use the same ability to defeat her. Go. Izan smiled slightly and said, I will give you the right to deprive you of your life. Ring it. With Izan's approval, Haribel disappeared instantly and ran to the center of the battlefield. Zizizi. At the place where the battle was fought, most of the branches extending from Luther himself had been corroded, and only the trunk remained. The pace of death quickened, and the god of death had descended on his head. Just a little longer, his body will be corroded. No, I will never die like this. I will also lead the funeral department to defeat the ninja world and remove all obstacles for Izan-sama. Lutherban shouted loudly. When he mentioned Izan-sama, there was devout fanaticism in his eyes. Die with regret, unknown monster. Your greatest weakness is to expose your abilities. Teyumi leapt into the air, and she condensed the corrosive liquid into a sharp blade. Slashing at Lutherban with a sharp blade. This sword is about to pierce Lutherban's head. At this moment, there was a 400 sound of breaking wind. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared. The 30th blade, Haribel. Clang. The corroded blade and Zanpakuto collided, making a crisped sound. Teyumi and Haribel's expressions were a little surprised. Haribel used spiritual power to wrap the blade, but it was still melted. The shield was corroded, which was beyond her expectation. The same is true for Toyumi Mae. Her escape has always been unfavorable, but Halibel was abruptly blocked. "Who are you?" Toyumi Mae was even more surprised at the oppression Haribel brought her. That powerful Laura was one of the most powerful people she had ever met. Halibel unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the pair of huge white rabbits. On the white rabbit, a number 3 is engraved. "I'm the third rank, 10 blades, Haribel." Haribel raised the Zanpei Kuto, pointed at Toyumi Mae. Frantic killing intent surged, and said coldly, "As Mizukage, you have mastered not only the two boundaries of blood, but you must have mastered the water escape ninjutsu as well. It just so happens that my Shark Queen is the overlord in the sea. I don't know your abilities, but who is better?" Chapter 257 Ninja Sword 7 people, for subscription. The ruthless war continues. With the slaughter between the funeral troupe and the ninja coalition, the war has entered a white-hot stage. Just when Lutheben was entangled by Toyumi Mae, on the other hand, Yoshido was still performing the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth at will. He mobilized the members of Akatsuki's organization and guarded him. Although the pharmacists cannot fully exert their power during their lifetime. But it was more than enough to delay Onogi's footsteps. Shinra Otiansing. The Vortex Nagato, after the ghouls were sealed, possessed all the abilities of Pain's 6 paths, and he became more powerful. Nagato's palm bounced open, and a powerful repulsive force blasted out, instantly crushing the Tulong bullet. It's useless, 3 generations of soil shadows. No matter how strong you are, how can you resist the siege of many Akatsuki? The pharmacist stood peacefully behind the Vortex Nagato. With the ability of the Hungry Ghost, any ninjutsu issued by the 3 generations of Tukage will be absorbed. Stab it! The figure of the dried persimmon ghost shark suddenly appeared behind Sandai Tukage. He waved his shark muscles and stabbed Onogi's back. Although this is not according to the will of the ghost shark, but the instinctive action is still not to be underestimated. To Duntalubai. A majestic earth wall stands behind Oyemu. The big sword shark muscle slashed on it, and a bright spark flashed. Brush. Onogi took the opportunity to retreat. If this continues, the situation will get worse and worse. Because reincarnation is not only immortal, but even chakra is inexhaustible. Coupled with his advanced age, consumption is just a dead end. 3 generations of Tukage, I won't play with you anymore. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you can break free from Akatsuki's siege. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Yakushi's mouth, and he stooped and swam like a python. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. Naturally, Yoshida wouldn't be stupid enough to die. He wanted to pick soft persimmons. And the most vulnerable are those weak ninjas. He appeared in the crowd, made a seal with his hands, and performed the reincarnation of the earth again. Boom! As a thick fog rose, several coffins appeared. Squeak! The lid of the coffin was torn open, and several ferocious figures appeared. The 7 dead ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen, also known as the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. It is an inheritable title, not a real organization. The 7 people are all equipped with a famous sword that is very suitable for their own ninja, and their abilities are comparable. Originally, he completed some difficult tasks for Uin village in the Land of Water, but most of them became rebels. The pharmacist said indifferently, feel the desperation of killing each other, ninjas. This time, Yakushida deliberately erased the feelings of all of them, just to make the 7 ninja swordsmen into tools for slaughter. Ha! The broadsword flickered and slashed mercilessly. Although the 7 people of ninja have died. But after all, they were once famous ninjas, and their fighting power was far above that of ordinary ninjas. The ninjas couldn't dodge in time and were cut in half by a sharp knife. In the blink of an eye, This place became a purgatory on earth. The peach land is not cut again. Ringo Ulai, Lin Quinwan, New Lijinba, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Tong Kaoyab N. The former ninja swordsman was unstoppable. In the ninja coalition, the ninjas behind them were stunned. Is there the 7 ninja swordsmen? This is the strongest true tolerance among the 7 ninja swordsmen of all dynasties. The casters of the reincarnation of the dirty earth are really good at picking. Instead of being afraid, they summoned up their courage and roared, "Don't be afraid, let's go together." Fire escape, the technique of a big fireball. Wind done, gale slash. Water escape, water dragon bomb. All kinds of ninjutsu blasted out and surrounded the 7 ninja swordsmen from all directions. In moments of life and death, ninjas slay their killers. Boom. The indifferent and ruthless ninja swords 7 people, even if the body is hit, it is only turned into countless fragments, and it is restored again. Unless the reincarnation of the filthy earth is lifted, they will not die at all. Damn, this war can't be won at all. The ninjas were sweating coldly on their foreheads. This war was too cruel. Not only do they have to face powerful opponents, but they also have to constantly fight the dead. With thunder and lightning, he has the sharpest knife. The owner of Thunder Saber-Tooth holds 2 knives and keeps waving them. Every time the blade slid across the enemy's skin, there was a burst of lightning. Then there is the blunt knife that can defeat any defense. With the characteristics of the ninja knife, the Tong Kaoya Ben started to kill. On the other side, Izan Kushiwan is holding the seam. The knife continuously pierced countless blood holes in the ninja. With the characteristics of the ninja knife, they were sewed together. Ulijna swung a blaster that combined swordsmanship and explosions and swept away thousands of troops. Soon, no ninja dared to approach him. Because that blasting force was enough to blow their bodies to pieces. The appearance of the 7 ninja swords immediately changed the situation on this battlefield. The funeral troupe, who was originally at a disadvantage, gradually reversed the trend with the cooperation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Damn it. Hurry up and notify the SEAL team and the Nara and Yamanaka clans of Konoha to come to the rescue. A squad leader gave the order. They understand that fighting fearlessly will only result in the death of the ninja coalition. Only by controlling the 7 ninja swordsmen and sealing them, can they take the lead. The rest of the ninjas understood and gradually retreated. They stood together, and with the intensive ninjutsu, temporarily resisted the sharpness of the 7 people of ninja swords. Their waiting was not in vain. Soon, the SEAL team, as well as Konoha's Nara clan and Yamanaka clan rushed to the vicinity. Long before the war started, the 3 teams had undergone countless drills in order to better seal the enemy. With the shadow binding technique of the Nara clan, the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan, and the sealing force, they were confident that they could seal the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just when the war was in full swing. No one expected that a figure that should not have appeared in the kingdom of heaven. In that secret palace, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and the 2 figures landed steadily. Sasuke, Obito. Chapter 258. Prison Robbery Action, Subscribe. No one expected that just when the war was in full swing, something unexpected happened in the rear. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke sneak into the palace. Obito and Sasuke were out of the game for a long time, not only to wait until the 2 sides fought to lose both sides, but they wanted to reap the benefits. What's more, both Obito and Sasuke have had their eyes transplanted. Obito transplanted the reincarnation eye, and Sasuke transplanted the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. It takes a while to get used to the fusion of the new eyes. Now, both of them have recovered. The strength is even higher. Is this the base of Izan? Uchiha Obito looked around. Looking around, the surroundings were brilliant. In the empty hall, there is a quiet atmosphere flowing. HMPH. Obviously that guy Izan doesn't care about this place at all. Coming back here again, Sasuke Uchiha's mood is complicated. When he defected to Konoha, he originally wanted to hug Orochimaru's thigh tightly. But I found myself being tricked. Not only is this thigh not thick, but it's actually quite a piece of shit. Sasuke Uchiha was silent. The battle with Kurama Yakumo was still vivid in his mind. The confrontation between the two geniuses finally ended with Sasuke's complete defeat. For Sasuke, this is a shame 147. Fortunately, Obito appeared in time, and took the opportunity to wash his brain. Since then, Utsu has truly embarked on the road of becoming a strong man. This time back here, Sasuke wants to get back all the dignity he lost. Revenge. Anger flooded into his heart, and Sasuke's eyes involuntarily turned into 3 god jade. Seeing this scene, Obito patted his shoulder and comforted, "Relax, the time for revenge will come soon. But before that, we need to do something." Sasuke asked, "What do you mean?" "Since Izan and the ninja allied to fight, now is a good opportunity for us to reap the benefits. The purpose of Uchiha Obito is very clear. Since the ninja coalition lacks people who can stabilize the morale of the army. Then he simply robbed the prison, rescued the 5th generation Naruto Tsunade, and revitalized the morale of the ninja coalition. The purpose of this is not to help the ninja alliance, but Izan's edge is too dazzling. An enemy of an enemy is a partner who has the same interests. Let's go. We have to find out where the 5th Hokage is being held. But this place is so big, it's not easy to find the secret prison." Uchiha Obito placed his palms on Sasuke's shoulders, and the figures of the two gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared into transparency. Their breath also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. In the depths of the palace, in a secret cell, there is a figure. Her hands were handcuffed, and her clothes were shattered, revealing half a big white rabbit. Snow-white skin is as smooth as suet jade. The woman's face was haggard, and the prison-like life made her miserable, and a trace of sadness appeared on her brows, which added a bit of elegance to her beauty. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade Haim. Tsunade is like a bird trapped in a beast, losing his freedom in life. At one point she was desperate and even wanted to commit suicide. From the 5th Hokage to a prisoner, this huge contrast made her unacceptable. Tsunade has the blood of the original Hokage flowing through him, and the will to fire is engraved in his bones. He should have taken on the responsibility of revitalizing Konoha, but he was unable to do so. Tsunade struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of the iron cuffs. After many attempts, she finally gave up. Just when Tsunade was desperate, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the iron window. Slap. This is? Tsunade looked out of the iron window suspiciously, because the sound of footsteps was so unusual. Although Tsunade was imprisoned, she knew that a war had broken out outside. Tsunade's heart reached its peak, and every time the sound of footsteps fell, it made her heart tremble. Who will appear at this time? Looking around, I finally waited for the figure to appear. However, waiting turned into despair. The figure was wrapped in a black robe, with a vortex mask on his face. Uchiha Obito. It turned out to be him. Tsunade didn't care about Obito's appearance, she was shocked by Sasuke behind Obito. Konoha rebels against tolerance, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, why are you here? Tsunade was puzzled, and she also knew something about Sasuke's defection from Izan. But I didn't expect that Sasuke would come back here again. HMPH, the 5th Hokage. Don't look at me with those hostile eyes. Sasuke snorted coldly and did not respond to Tsunade's question. Sasuke has no respect for the former Hokage. The two sides have different positions, not to mention that Sasuke has now become a strong man and will no longer be bound. Sasuke's pupils changed, and finally 3 hooked jade writing round eyes appeared. At this moment, his temperament became more and more indifferent, like a messenger from hell. This scene deeply shocked Tsunade. The weak boy in the impression back then has become so powerful? Are you shocked, Tsunade? It seems that you can't accept my power. Sasuke Uchiha chuckled and said, "This era is turbulent. Don't look at the world with the eyes of the past. You, who are complacent, will only be eliminated by this world. What purpose did you come here for?" Tsunade didn't panic, instead he was clear-headed. A Hokage who rebelled and wanted to save the village is nothing short of a fantasy. It's very simple, we need your power to contain Izan and lead the ninja coalition. Uchiha Obito said indifferently. He took out a scythe from his sleeve and slashed it on the cage's handle. Clang! Sparks fly. With little effort, they broke through the gates of the cage. The two came to Tsunade. Without further ado, he swung his sharp grass sword and slashed at the handcuffs. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Immediately afterwards, 5 figures appeared. Crystal Escape Ninja, Red Lotus. There are 4 people of Yainin, Jirafang, Taiyuya, Zwajin, Gitongmayu. They arrived just in time, trying to stop Obito and Sasuke's ambitions. Sasuke Uchiha, how dare you come back here? Betrayed Izan-sama, there is only one way to go. Zwajin's killing intent was surging, and he kept seeing Sasuke disliked. Sasuke sneered slightly and pulled out the grass-child sword. Today, the company's social entertainment can only be updated once. I'm sorry, brothers, and I will make up for it later. Chapter 259 The Regret of the Red Lotus, for subscription. Sasuke, you dare to come back here, you really don't know what to do. The killing intent of the 4 of Yainin's group surged. As guards, their duty itself is to protect this place. In addition, because the strength is too weak, it is not eligible to participate in the war. This makes the 4 people who like to kill very uncomfortable. This backlog of negative emotions can only be released with blood on both hands. The 4 of them all looked at Grin in unison. The latter waved his jade arm to signal them to spread out. The 5 gradually formed a semicircular encirclement, surrounding Obito and Sasuke. Do you want to kill us? Uchiha Obito chuckled disdainfully, even though the strength of the 5 members of the Nebula and Grin was not weak. But for him, it was just a few small shrimps. You don't need to do anything, just rely on the power of the writing wheel, you can easily escape. HMPH, when Izan-sama isn't around, breaking into this place without permission, like a mouse crossing the street, is really despised. Red Lotus rebuked, the chakra in her body erupted. The hands are sealed, and the blood follows the limit. Crystal Escape Crystal Pentagonal Prison. Chakra transformed into a red energy that spread along the ground towards Sasuke and Obito. When the energy reaches them, it transforms into a large 3-dimensional pentagonal crystal. Humph. Without too many words, Sasuke Uchiha formed seals with his hands, and blasted out a flamboyant fireball technique. The raging fire burned out the power of the lens. It seems that you are much stronger than before. Honglian's face was solemn. She has always had a grudge against Sasuke Uchiha. Originally, she was one of Orochimaru's most trusted subordinates, and was even chosen as a substitute container. This is a great honor for Red Lotus. However, the glory was shattered by reality. Gulian swore that she must find her past humiliation here. Killing Sasuke, this long-buried anger will be released. A lot stronger than before? Why can't I remember, since we met, you seem to have abandoned Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't get angry, but said lightly. Compared to before, he is more mature. However, that arrogant attitude and contemptuous eyes, like a fuse, deeply stimulated the heart of Red Lotus. The anger that had been covered in dust for a long time exploded completely. You often put on that cold look, who are you showing it to? Red Lotus shouted angrily and almost lost her mind. She took a leap, and a half-moon-shaped knife formed on her arm with ninja, and stabbed Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. Jing done, Emerald Crystal Sword. Red Lotus, you are still the same as before, full of flaws. Sasuke Uchiha didn't flinch, but took the initiative to move forward. He pulled out the grass pheasant sword from his waist, and swung out the sharp blade. Clang! The two sharp blades collided in the air, and a crisp sound erupted. What's wrong? After defecting, your power doesn't seem to increase? Gulion's other hand took the opportunity to slap the ground angrily. Suddenly, countless lens barbs from the ground were densely spread on this isle. Crystal escape, crystal wooge I road. Sasuke Uchiha frowned slightly, clenched the blade of the pheasant sword and injected chakra. The roar of thunder sounded, and the electric current visible to the naked eye spread along the blade. Not only that, because the lens is electrically conductive, in the blink of an eye, that current even spread to Grin. Wow! Gulion felt a numbness in her arm, and she couldn't help shouting in pain. Taking advantage of this gap, Uchiha Sasuke swung the grass pheasant sword towards Grin. Red Lotus, be careful. The expressions of the four Yainin, who were watching from the rear, changed in shock, and they were about to step forward to help Gulion. Unfortunately, a vortex appeared in the space in front of them, and Uchiha Obito appeared. Go away. The four rushed up at the same time, but did not touch Uchiha Obito's body. Virtualization. When the four of them passed through Obito, Obito suddenly turned around, took out an iron chain from his sleeve robe, and swung it quickly. The chains danced and creaking in the dungeon. The four of them were caught off guard, and were trapped in a straight line. We're done cutting. Uchiha Obito waved his right arm and stabbed the four. Since the right half of his body is made of first-generation cells, he is able to use the wooden dungeon. Obito's right hand turned into a thorn and pierced into the bodies of the four of them. A blood hole appeared, and scarlet blood flowed from it. What? Tone endured the pain wailing of the four of them. The thorns moved through the flesh, and they were tormented. However, the nightmare was far from over. These thorns burst a second time under the urging of the soil. This time, all the internal organs, including the internal organs, were pierced. Blood spilled from the corners of the four people's mouths, and their knees fell to the ground. The bright eyes became dim, and even the vision became blurred. Indeed, compared to Uchiha Obito, the power possessed by the four of them is simply too weak. The praying man's arm is the car. The figure coming from behind disturbed Grin's heart. She was stunned, but revealed flaws. Sasuke Uchiha's blade slashed on Grin's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. It was horrible to see. As a woman, how could Honglin endure such heart-wrenching pain? It's just that she is full of flaws and has no chance to fight back. In this battle, she lost. Grin's body was paralyzed due to being enveloped by the electric current. Her feet bent involuntarily and slowly fell to the ground. Uchiha Obito looked down at Grin, but did not choose to do it. Unlike Obito, he is not the kind of person who is absolutely cold. What's more, the purpose of this prison robbery is only to rescue Tsunade. There is no need to kill innocent people. Are you done, Sasuke? Uchiha Obito stepped over the bodies of the four of them and stepped forward. Let's go, it's not worth staying here anymore. Sasuke Uchiha nodded. Obito glanced at Grin meaningfully, then put his palm on Sasuke's shoulder. Huh? The two appeared in the cell and rescued Tsunade. After sealing Tsunade's power, the three figures disappeared. There are 2 more chapters, which will be updated later. Chapter 260 The Battle of Brothers, second update yesterday. On the battlefield, the fighting continued. On a small-scale battlefield, Konoha Ninja and Iwakushi fight side by side. It's really no fun, these damned guys. Kaguya and Oil Girl Shino joined forces to hit a skeleton warrior and said indignantly, "With the strength of the two of them, it is already a rare thing to be able to beat the skeleton warrior." Toga was panting, then stared at the sky. In the distant mid-air, there was a figure that made his emotions complicated. Izan plus medical star in just a few short months, the status between the two has undergone tremendous changes. The camaraderie at the time has vanished. Izan already has the power to compete with the ninja world, and Kaguya is still the little ninja who has no name. Damn. Toga clenched his fists, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his resolute face. However, he was helpless. The gap between the sky and the earth made him only stare at Izan from a distance. Being able to survive this war is already a precious thing, let alone a challenge. Don't worry too much, Tooth. Oil Girl Shino was as calm as ever. Although he also hated Izan, he didn't hold back. He realized that, after all, they shouldn't have had contact in the first place. Don't think too much, stick to your heart, that's enough. Oil Girl Shino continued to control the bugs and cooperated with other ninjas to fight. Kaguya stood still, confused. There is no time to complain. If this continues, it will become a protracted war. Hyuga used softboxing to blow up a skeleton warrior and said solemnly. Although it was difficult, their area finally stabilized. Because there is a powerful Lois captain in Yanin village. As the son of Onogi, Lois has extraordinary combat power and a calm mind. He commanded methodically on the battlefield, resisted. Suddenly, a rock ninja ran over panting and said anxiously, "Captain Yellow Earth, according to the intelligence of the investigation team, there is a team of several thousand people coming from under our feet." HMPH, I see. The Lois slapped the ground angrily, and the rich chakra was transmitted through the Lois. Immediately afterwards, the ground cracked and thousands of skeleton warriors appeared. When the ninjas of Iwakoshi saw the figure in front of the skeleton warrior, their faces turned pale. That was the pride of the village. The second generation of Earth Shadow, none. Too bad. It's actually him. Even if it is as strong as Lois, it is still difficult. Wu's strength is not something they can resist. Even the Showdown controlled by Oyumi has no teachings to him. On the other side, Yoshida was already hiding in the center of the skeleton warrior. With Haribel resisting Toyumi, he can finally relax and control the reincarnation of the dirty earth. The pharmacist furrowed his brows and said in confusion, "Why did the sneak troop set up by Izan-sama suddenly stop? It seems that even the second generation Tuiying, known as the Shadowman, has no chakra and body shape. The battlefield is hot, and the curtain has been drawn. So just summon them all and let them fight." The pharmacist made a seal with both hands in his pocket and controlled the second generation of Earth Shadows. Without a shadow. He came to the other side of the battlefield. He made a mark on his hands and slapped the ground suddenly. The white mist rose, and three figures appeared. The third generation of Raikage, the second generation of Water Shadows, and the fourth generation of Wind Shadows. The sturdy third generation Raikage looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" The second generation Shuang smiled and said, "It's really a narrow road for the enemy. But it seems that there is a newcomer." Without a trace of wisdom, he explained, "This inferior method is the masterpiece of the second generation Hokage, which can summon and bind the dead from another world. I was forced to call your sister out." "Dead? What's going on here?" the second generation of Water Shadow questioned. Without a sigh, he said helplessly, "Don't you remember? You already died in my hands, the second generation of Water Shadows." The second generation of Shuang shouted, "Hey, wait, weren't you dead at that time? I sent you on the road myself." The third generation Raikage interrupted their argument and said, "Forget it, Don't worry about it. Let's figure out the situation and then talk about it. Suddenly, a voice came from the four of them's minds. The four suddenly realized. The reincarnation of the dirt, the war of the ninja world. So, we want to help the enemy to destroy the ninja world? The third generation of Raikage Fury. This kind of thing is a shame for him. It doesn't matter, no way, who told our bodies to be out of control. Alas. Under the control of Yoshido, the four shadow-level powerhouses formed a small team and rushed towards the depths of the battlefield. The moment they appeared, Kyarabi, who was at the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, immediately sensed the breath of the third-generation Raikage. He ignored everyone's obstruction and rushed to the area. Boom! With the power of the eight tails, Kyarabi quickly rushed to the battlefield. But he was blocked. Deidara appeared in front of him. At this time, Deidara was completely controlled by the pharmacist Du, and Du's voice came from his mouth. Want to stop the shadows of the past? How naive! Kyarabi raised her brows and shouted angrily, "Go away, you bastard who plays with dead people." The pharmacist said 5.9 with disdain, "Playing with the dead? Stop joking. Being able to control so many strong people is a powerful force in itself. Those of you who tried to fight against Izan were already doomed to perish." The pharmacist took control of Deidara and slapped the ground suddenly. A figure appeared that shocked Kyarabi's heart. The fourth Raikage. Enjoy this battle of brothers to the fullest, Yashai Toshitsuki. The pharmacist smiled evilly. Seeing the fourth Raikage, Kyarabi couldn't help but murmured, "Brother." The fourth Raikage opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Kyarabi, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Brothers meet again, but have to go shopping. A cruel fate finally befalls this pair of brothers who are not related by blood. Chapter 261 The Outer Dao Golem arrives, second yesterday. Brotherhood War. Kyarabi vs Raikage 4th. If it hadn't been for that battle, the two would have stood on the same front and faced off against Izan. But fate is often such a mockery. Brothers who are not related by blood have to face each other. Deidara summoned a big bird and flew away. Yoshido did not intend to intervene in this battle. He has to quietly appreciate it from the back. Brothers cannibalize each other, which is the most cruel duel. Sure enough, the war about the future of the ninja world has broken out. The fourth generation Raikage's eyes were bleak. He was helpless, but he had no choice but to be controlled. "Brother, there is no village anymore. There is only a united ninja army." Kyarabi resolutely pulled out his long sword and faced the fourth generation Raikage blade. The fourth generation Raikage looked at Kyarabi's resolute appearance, and smiled with relief. "You have finally become mature, Kyarabi. Do it as soon as possible. Killing me is also considered to remove the scourge of the ninja world." Kyarabi nodded, and said indifferently, "That's what I mean, brother. Please forgive me for turning my sword on you." The voice fell, and Kyarabi's figure burst out. In the face of the fourth generation Raikage in the state of reincarnation in the dirt, he showed no mercy. Kyarabi twisted all over, his hands and feet, and even his mouth grabbed a knife. He put on a peculiar posture, but exuded a powerful aura. Kyarabi jumped suddenly, like a spinning wheel, rolling in mid-air. The sharp blade slashed one after another, like a shooting star. Strange posture, yet fatal. "Long time no see, your swordsmanship has improved, Kyarabi." A gratified smile appeared on the corner of Raikage's mouth. He didn't dodge, letting Kyarabi approach him. Bang bang bang. Kyarabi shouted loudly, grabbed the blade in his arm, and slashed straight at the fourth Raikage. The sharp blade penetrated the body of the fourth Raikage. Not only that, Kyarabi was ruthless and motivated the chakra in his body. The fluidized chakra makes the body of the fourth Raikage suffer. Broken limbs, broken body, Gradually, the fourth Raikichi's body turned into pieces. He tried to use this method of suicide to end this embarrassing battle of brothers. However, this is his wishful thinking. In the blink of an eye, the body of the fourth Raikage recovered. Unless the Yakushita disarms the ninjutsu, otherwise, the fourth Raikage will not disappear at all. Damn. This spellcaster is really hateful. The fourth Raikage roared. Before his death, he fought bloody battles, but died tragically. He was played with by the power dominated by Zamali, and finally was hacked to death by Izan. Unexpectedly, it has become a tool for others. Suddenly, the face of the fourth Raikage changed, and he found that his body was out of control. Led down chakra mode. The fourth Raikage made his entire body covered with chakra and lightning by concentrating Raiden chakra on his body. At this moment, his body was activated, and the chakra of the whole body was running to the extreme, forming a unique thunder armor. He waved his fist and hit Kairabi's head. Get out of the way, Kairabi. The fourth generation of thunder is helpless. All this is done by the pharmacist behind the scenes. Lead-un, heavy flow. The fourth Raikage quickly turned around and focused Trident Chakra on his elbow to hit the opponent. With a bang, Zamali's real body was hit hard and flew out like a cannonball. Wow! Kairabi was panting with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Run away, Kairabi, you will die if you go on like this. Before the fourth Raikage could say anything, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Kairabi in an instant. He unexpectedly picked up Kairabi, the thunder in his hand spread to the other party's body, and threw him super heavyweight to the ground. Let me blast the bomb. The ground is cracked and the earth is sunken. The violent thunder centered on Kairabi and spread to all directions, causing a wave of earth-shattering fluctuations. It's not that Kairabi doesn't want to avoid it, it's that he has never been able to untie his knot. After all, the person I saw was the brother who made the vow back then. Although they are not related by blood, they are better than relatives. Kairabi struggled to get up and stared straight ahead resolutely. Seeing the guilt in the eyes of the fourth generation of Reing, Kairabi's heart finally touched. If you want to free your brother, you must defeat him with all your heart, and then deal with the pharmacist's pocket. Kairabi opened his arms, frantically venting. He shouted loudly, "Brother, the bond between brothers lies in the future of the village. Don't worry, I will do my best in this battle." As Kairabi's roar grew louder and louder, his breath gradually increased, and in the end, his aura was like a rainbow. On Kairabi's arm, the red chakra visible to the naked eye surged, and countless foams rose, as hot as molten lava. Kairabi waved his arms, and the appearance of his entire body changed, and a huge change occurred. Eight-tailed bull ghost. In an instant, a huge chakra enveloped the entire war. This fluctuation attracts the attention of all ninjas. Even Izan and Tuba were shocked. Is this what Yatsuo looks like with all his strength? It's really interesting. Izan smiled slightly, and there was a kind of self-confidence in control of everything deep in her eyes. In his opinion, the eight-tailed bull ghost is already in the bag, and there is no need to rush to do it. At the moment, relying on the technique of reincarnation from the dirty soil, the burial troops have suppressed the allied forces of the ninja world. Victory is only a matter of time. It hasn't appeared yet. Izan murmured in a low voice. Just as the momentum of the eight tails erupted, in a corner of the battlefield, suddenly, a whirlpool appeared. Immediately afterwards, two figures landed steadily on the ground. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke. Akatsuki finally arrives at the war. Obito looked around and said displeasedly, "It seems that the balance has tipped towards Izan. We need to reverse this situation as soon as possible." He made a mark on his hands and slapped the ground angrily. In an instant, a behemoth appeared on the battlefield. Outsider Golem. Chapter 262 Sane returns, for subscription. The Outlander Golem has come to the battlefield. Hoo. A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The sound even formed a burst of sound waves, forming ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading around. The sudden scene caught everyone's attention on the battlefield. Did it finally appear? It's really interesting. Izan's eyes were deep, and a sinister smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. The appearance of Obito means that this war has really reached its climax. This power. Finally, an interesting opponent has appeared. Bailey Gang got up from the throne, his eyes fixed on the heretic golem. Even if there is no chakra of the nine-tailed beasts in it, it still exudes an aura that cannot be underestimated. This kind of opponent is worthy of the Skeleton Emperor. Not only the 10 Blades, but the Ninja Alliance also caused an uproar. Due to the strength of Izan and Tuba, their attention gradually shifted from Akatsuki. Until Obito appeared, they didn't discover this force that is enough to sway the war. Uchiha Obito looked around, indifferent, as if he had already anticipated the direction of all parties. Obito and Sasuke flashed, jumped high, and jumped to the top of the Outsider Golem. Is that Sasuke Uchiha? Yoshido and Orochimaru looked at each other. Especially Orochimaru, when he looked into Sasuke's eyes. He even felt a shocking wave. This shows that Sasuke has grown and transformed from a baby snake into an eagle. The Ninja Coalition. The moment Naruto Uzumaki saw Sasuke appear, his fists clenched involuntarily. He had always believed that Sasuke would appear. The memories of the past came to mind, and Naruto Uzumaki became more determined. He wants to protect Konoha and protect this bond. So many ninjas. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said ruthlessly, although in the world of ninjas, people who violate the rules will be called trash by others, then I would rather choose to violate the rules. If someone says that such a person is not a ninja, then I down with those so-called ninjas. This moment is now. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside him, his eyes closed, and the 3 hooked jade writing wheel opened. Come on, Outsider Golem. Uchiha Obito made a seal on his hands. The Outsider Golem roared, and when he stepped on both feet, the land collapsed and the earth cracked, and the whole earth seemed to feel the sky shaking. Then. What is that? There is an ominous premonition. Oh my god, it's so huge. The ninjas were stunned. Compared to the gigantic Outsider Golems, they are like tiny ants. Darui, who led the Unayan ninja, swallowed his saliva and said in a trance, it seems that it is not only huge, but that strength is simply unmatched. Beat it? No, it is difficult to reach the sky. At this time, the ninjas of the Kudao family came forward. They held the spirit of the seeing death as home and performed the multiplication technique. Several giants appeared and surrounded the Outsider Golems. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito sneered disdainfully. He put his palm on Sasuke's shoulder, and the two disappeared. The Outsider Golem has no scruples and rushes towards the 4 autumn ninjas. Every step you take, the land slides and the ground cracks. The ninjas around were shaken by the strong wind, and were blown away by the strong wind. Boom! Like a beast-like collision, the power is released like a torrent. Although the Kudao ninja is huge, it still can't resist the advance of the Outsider Golem. Wow! The 4 Kudao clan ninjas were shaken back, and the 4 of them flew out. The boulders rolled and the wind swirled. Thick smoke rose, covering the eyes of all ninjas. What happened above? Even Darui can barely maintain his body. For a time, the Outsider Golem ravaged the entire battlefield. At this time, behind the Ninja Coalition, while the space was moving, the figure of Uchiha Obito appeared. Not only him, but even Tsunade's figure also appeared. Ha! Tsunade was violently thrown out by Obito and smashed to the ground. This stunning figure immediately aroused surprise in the ninja coalition. This is the fifth Hokage? Konoha's ninja exclaimed loudly. They were emotional, as if seeing the light of dawn. The appearance of Tsunade not only means that the Konoha ninja has the core, but more importantly, the will of fire reappears. The will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Ninjas swarmed up and supported Tsunade. They surrounded Uchiha Obito with hostile eyes fixed on them like blades. Relax, I don't want to target you, but bring you hope. Uchiha Obito put his hands out and said indifferently, want to defeat Izan? Your strength alone is not enough. Although I don't approve of you, but the most urgent task is to kill and get rid of Izan is the wisest choice. He folded his hands suddenly. Suddenly, in the center of the battlefield, a violent vibration sounded. Boom. The whole earth seemed to be shaking. In the soil, countless figures sprang out. Baiju. Tens of thousands of Baiju suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The successive changes made the ninja army even more confused. Goodbye, our grievances will be settled in the future. Uchiha Obito sneered, his figure shrank into a circle, and then disappeared. The situation on the battlefield changed again. Baiju's intrusion disrupted the advance of the funeral troupe. Unexpectedly, Baiju did not kill the ninja, but only stared at the funeral corps. The two forces attacked Izan. Has it finally begun? Izan smiled slightly and stepped out. An unparalleled terrifying aura emerged from his body and swept the four directions. This momentum even overshadowed the outsider golem. It is precisely because of the dark years that human beings are more eager for the dawn of the dawn. Now is the time to release the dawn and welcome the dawn. Ulquiorra, Baligan, let's go. Izan's figure disappeared instantly. Ulquiorra, Baligang, and 10 blades followed. The bloody feast has begun. The 263rd chapter captures the 8 tails, for subscription. Izan and 10 blades finally took the initiative to attack. Instant step. Izan and 10 blades have different targets. For Izan, the main purpose is to capture the 8 tails, let Haku absorb it, and release the last 10 blade. As for the other 10 blades, they are also different. What Yami is most interested in is the outsider golem that is ravaging the battlefield. HMPH, huge outsider golem, let me punch him to the ground. Yami used his swivel, and in just a moment, he came to the top of the outsider golem. He opened his mouth wide, and the strong spiritual pressure condensed in front of him. Flicker. The red virtual flash shot out instantly, hitting the head of the outsider golem. Hoo. The outlander golem waved its arms angrily, creating a strong wind. He ignored the Kudal family, and instead aimed at Yami. The powerful sound wave formed a chakra shock wave, which rushed towards the sky in an instant. Humph! Yami's arm stood in front of him, resisting the gust of wind. As soon as they met, he was dismounted, which made Yami very unhappy. When you are unhappy, you will be angry. When the anger has accumulated to a certain level, you need to release it. Get angry, angry beast. The anger accumulated in the Zanpakuto was all released. Yami's volume 253 rapidly expanded, his aura rose steadily, and the power in his body was finally no longer suppressed. The clothes that originally covered the upper body were shattered, revealing darkened toned muscles, and a fierce light was drawn from the corner of Jamie's mouth, and finally, under the coverage of the beam of light, the whole appearance completely changed. Angry beast. After Yami returned to the blade, his body swelled violently, like a rising mountain, straight into the sky. Even the huge outsider golem looked weak in front of him. Go to hell, an eyesore fly. Yami punched out and smashed the body of the outsider golem ruthlessly. In an instant, The battlefield was completely disturbed by these two behemoths. Compared with the strength of the two of them, the strength of the ninja coalition, the White Jew army, and the Burial army seems to be as small as a small boat. In another battlefield, Haribel relied on her own spiritual power to suppress Toyumi. Even if there are two kinds of blood relay boundaries, the reiatsu that covers the surface of the body cannot be broken. Boom. Haribel suddenly swung the blade, forcing Toyumi back. She has the upper hand. Toyumi was panting, and said solemnly, "To have such a powerful strength, 10 blades is indeed stronger than I expected." Haribel sneered, "It's ridiculous that you feel hopeless to such an extent. It seems that you haven't experienced true despair before you say such big words." Haribel stopped, flattened the Zanpakuto in front of him, and a powerful reiki burst out. At the same time, she stroked the blade and slowly said the liberation language. "Conquer him, Queen of the King." Haribel held a Zanpakuto upside down and spoke the liberating language. In an instant, the moisture in the sky rushed towards her, thick and dense. Haribel seemed to have an endless attraction, gathering all the moisture behind her. An aura that crushed the audience spread out. Behind her, an ocean condensed. A heart-shaped ocean covers the sky and the sun. The sea tumbled violently, and then wrapped Haribel's entire figure into a huge spherical shape. Brush. With a crisp slashing sound, the entire ocean sphere cracked, revealing Haribel's true face. Then, let's make a break. Brush. Haribel just swung the giant sword in an understatement, and a golden slash flew out, slashing at Toyumi. Feeling the huge energy contained in the slash, Toyumi's face changed in shock. Even if she is the 5th generation of Water Shadow, it is still a reluctance to resist this slash. Toyumi raised her head, her hair dancing behind her back. She made seals on her hands and shouted angrily, "Water escape, water formation wall." A wall of water stood up in front of her, trying to block the slash. However, the reality is cruel. Crack. The wall of the water formation was cut off, and Toyumi's figure flew out. Haribel looked at her indifferently, raised the giant sword, and said fiercely with killing intent, "The 5th generation of Water Shadow, your strength is really weak and disappointing. Compared with Pain Ladao, it is too far behind." She took a step and came to Toyumi. The sharp blade lay across Toyumi's head. Under the blazing sun, the sharp blade gleamed with light, as if announcing the arrival of death. Amaterasu. At this moment, an angry shout came from a distance. I saw that in the void, black flames continued to penetrate from it, causing the space to become distorted. The black flames gradually spread, forming a black encirclement, enclosing Toyumi. A young man gradually walked out of the crowd. Sasuke Uchiha, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Sasuke takes action at a critical moment and saves Toyumi. Why? Would you make a move? Toyumi was still in shock and questioned. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, that's all. Sasuke Uchiha said lightly. This easy. The black flame continued to burn, making a harsh sound. As time passed, Haribel's aura was gradually concealed. On the other hand, as the king who controls everything, Izan came to Kairabi with just a short step. He was finally going to take a shot at Kairabi to complete the final step of the plan. Izan stood in midair, looking down at Kairabi. Even though Kairabi, who is completely tailed beast, has a huge chakra, but this momentum is still very small in front of Izan. Izan and medical star Kairabi roared. It was because of Izan that he was reduced to the point where brothers cannibalize each other. The pharmacist's pocket hidden in the back does not dare to hinder Izan and controls the 4th generation of Raikage. Step back. Let Kairabi face Izan alone. Izan ignored Kairabi's provocation, but chuckled. Do you use roaring to vent your inner anger? This is only the behavior of the weak. Because of weakness and despair, we rely on voice to fight, rather than relying on your own abilities. Deal with you, and this war will be over. Chapter 264 Izan vs Obito, for subscription. Izan didn't move, and just relying on that powerful aura made Kairabi feel oppressed. Like a hunting dog in the wilderness, shivering in front of a lion. Like a soaring bird, trembling before an eagle. Like a school of planktonic fish, escaping in front of sharks. This is an instinctive suppression. As a result of the strong eating the weak are destined to surrender to the strong. Any attempt to resist is just accelerating your own death. The eight-tailed bull demon roared. He was not willing to surrender, he wanted to resist. Not only for himself, but for revenge. For Kairabi, immortality is the most perfect ending. The eight-tailed bull demon opened the mouth of the abyss, and the red chakra condensed wildly in his mouth, turning into a ball in a blink of an eye. Tailed beast Jade. Die, Izan. When the tailed beast Jade was condensed to the extreme, the eight-tailed cow ghost spit it out and blasted towards the place where Izan was between the fire and light stones. An indescribable wave of terror emanated, as if destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Everything within a radius of 100 meters was destroyed, countless boulders cracked, and even the ground collapsed. The energy storm formed by the explosion is about to affect Izan. Izan remained calm, not even moving a single step. It's funny, an attack of this magnitude can be easily resisted by Reiatsu alone. He closed his eyes tightly, mobilizing the spiritual pressure in his body for the first time. In an instant, an earth-shattering spiritual pressure surged out of Izan's body and violently swept the four directions. Because Reiatsu is too strong, it has already formed its essence, and it continues to spread out like ripples. Then it turned back to suppress the energy of the tailed beast Jade. The eight tails offensive was easily diffused in this way. Izan didn't even do it, just relying on Reiatsu to do it all. The scattered Reiatsu spread to every corner of the battlefield. Any ninja who felt this Reiatsu had an unbelievable expression. This level of power can no longer be defeated by human power. It's really strong. How could the Fourth Reich fight against such a guy back then? Even Onogi, who fought against members of Akatsuki, was terrified. He finally understood why the Fourth Reich died so inexplicably. It was completely crushed by strength. The wall of iron sand, the tower in the shape of monk, the glowing iron glowing, because of its firmness, it was finally silent. 75 binding roads, 5 pillars of iron. As the chanting of the Tao binding technique fell, 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky. Bang 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 bang. 5 loud voices sounded in a row, and Yao let out a painful howl. Its body was firmly pressed by the iron pillar, and even though the tailed beast was born with enormous brute force, it still couldn't struggle. 63 of the way of binding, lock and lock. Izan cast Tao bound once again. This time, a thick snake-like chain appeared out of nowhere, entangling the 8 tails, making it impossible to move. This battle ended without any suspense. In just 2 or 3 strokes, the 8 tails were taken care of by Izan, and there was no resistance. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but the power gap is too great. Even if Kairabi had exhausted his strength, he still could not break the suppression of Daobound. What's the matter, Yatai Renj Yulai? Looking at your eyes, in addition to being unwilling, there seems to be a hint of sorrow. Izan's face was cold, and a disdainful arc appeared in the corners, and said, the difference between the strong and the weak is that although the strong can bow, he has a strong heart. And the weak, when he bows his body he just cried. Those who fail are not necessarily weak, but those who desire sympathy must be weak. Izan took a step and gradually stepped down from the air. Every time he took a step, Reiatsu would automatically form a step. Izan seems to be walking on a ladder that spreads down from the clouds. And at the end of this ladder is Kyarabi, who is waiting to die. Raw. Kyarabi was angry and unwilling. With all his strength, he tried to open the chains. The red chakra was attached to the iron cable like a foam, but it was always useless. The golden iron cable is still unbreakable. The spider's web has already opened in all directions, and the more you struggle, the more you can't escape from this bondage, no matter what kind of prey it is. Izan is like a hunter in control of the situation, just waiting to execute the final fatal blow. And Kyarabi is a captured beast with nothing to do but cry. Do you know why the ninja world failed? When Izan came to Yao, she stopped and said with a small smile, "That's because ninjas lack an instinct in their bones. If the sky is always dark, then live in the dark. If it is dangerous to make a sound, then keep silent. If you feel powerless to shine, then crouch in the corner. But don't defend the darkness when you are used to it. Don't be proud of your cowardice. It is because of the lack of survival instinct that you are so weak. In this world, no one can stand in the sky from the very beginning. The difference lies in whether the heart is oriented towards the vast sky." Izan raised the Zanpakuto and quickly slashed down. Although the blade is so small, it contains a terrifying power to the extreme. Clang. A sword slashed down, and the huge body of the eight tails shrank. Soon, Kyarabi returned to his original appearance. It's just that he didn't have the original momentum, and instead became sluggish. At this point, Kyarabi was just one line away from death. Death is also the beginning. If you are lucky enough to be in the virtual circle, you will realize how weak this world is. Izan came to Kyarabi, and was about to slap his palm on his stomach. At this moment, a change occurred. The space around Izan was distorted, and a ghostly figure emerged from it. A black robe, a swirling mask. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito held a Uchiha fan and slashed fiercely at the back of Izan's head. Izan sneered, a transparent barrier appeared behind her head, easily attacking with soil under her crotch. With a backhand strike, he slashed towards Obito, but passed through his body strangely. You are Akatsuki's mastermind behind the scenes. Izan raised the Zanpakuto and pointed at Obito. The two behind-the-scenes villains finally confronted each other head-on. Chapter 265 Space Ghost Road, for subscription. Are you the mastermind behind Akatsuki? In Izan's eyes, there is a calmness that controls everything. Even if Obito appeared, it was within his expectations. Izan and Yumaku, we finally meet. Although Uchiha Obito's entire face was covered under the mask, his eyes flashed coldly, like two sharp knives, piercing the soul. You only appeared at this time. Not only does it mean that you want to kill me with your own hands, but it also means that you have nothing else to do, right? Izan's remarks hit the nail on the head, causing Obito's face to turn ashen. That's right, aside from Sasuke, Obito no longer has any chess pieces to use. Since the battle for the tailed beasts was launched, members of Akatsuki's organization have been killed one after another at the hands of 10 blades, causing Obito to surface from behind the scenes. Even in order to resist Izan, he could not rescue Tsunade. All this, just because Izan is too strong. That sword was dodged just now, probably because of space ninjutsu. Izan's eyes are like electricity, which contains an undeniable majesty. It seems that 10 Blades has already reported my abilities to you. Uchiha brought a wicked smile, and this smile made him regain a bit of confidence. It was thanks to space ninjutsu that Obito had the confidence to appear in front of Izan. It seems that just space ninjutsu will make you get carried away. But, compared with space ninjutsu, what I'm more curious about is the face under that mask. Izan smiled meaningfully. What do you mean when you say that? Obito was stunned, and his eyebrows couldn't help but stand upside down. Obviously, Izan was talking about his pain point. You claim to be Madara Uchiha, but it's actually another person. I'm right. Izan was aggressive, and combined with his unparalleled domineering, Obito was at a loss for words. Blue veins surging on Obito's face, and his expression became extremely unnatural. He felt as if he was completely naked, and his secrets were exposed under Izan's eyelids without reservation. Why on earth are you saying this? As the villain behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito would naturally not be easily resigned, so he questioned himself. By what? Your words are really funny. Do you think that you have already understood the secret of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, so you can't summon the real Madara Uchiha? Izan's eyes were frosty, and finally Obito was speechless. Obito remained silent and did not intend to refute. At this time, it doesn't matter what his identity is. You can call it whatever you want, anyway, that name doesn't matter to me at all. Obito's eyes dimmed, as if recalling some unbearable past events. He was lost, hesitant, and pondered in a low voice, I am nobody, and I don't seem to be anyone. As long as the Eye of the Moon plan can be completed, that is enough. Compared with this war, all the past, all of the future, and all existence, is meaningless. So that's the case. For you, the Moon Eye project is the most meaningful thing? Izan said disdainfully, the Eye of the Moon, open the Eye of Reincarnation, and use the infinite moon reading, to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create peace. Rely on the world of illusion to create peace. Is this ridiculous idea the belief you have been flattering? Then the spirit you have is too fragile. Izan's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Obito's heart. Obito waved his arms, roared loudly, and retorted, what's wrong with the world of illusion? The reality is too cruel, and it will only continue to expand the void. If this world cannot do everything it wants, then there will be things that cannot be undone in time, and it will be the same as what I experienced before, isn't it? As long as you look forward to what your heart desires, in this world of illusion, you can get everything you want, and the emptiness in your heart will gradually be filled. In this desperate world, there is no value to exist, all that is left is pain. Hearing Obito's remarks, Izan not only did not agree at all. The contempt in his eyes became even stronger. He sneered, the so-called infinite monthly reading is just a means of self-hypnosis. If you think that this kind of inferior means can save the world, you are wrong. Izan pulled out the Zanpakuto and held it in the backhand holding the blade. He said to Obito, have you seen this, my Zanpakuto? Kyoka Suizuki. Its ability is to control the five senses and perform absolute hypnosis. The plan you have planned for many years can easily be realized by me alone. So, for you, have I rescued the world? Obito was startled. In fact, he also had some idea of Izan's abilities. Absolute hypnosis, in a way, is essentially the same as infinite monthly reading. It's just that the scope of infinite monthly reading is larger, and absolute hypnosis has to see the moment when the mirror flower water moon begins to understand. Uchiha Obito seemed to feel that his firm heart was shaken a little. He roared abruptly, I should have said it. Don't talk to me casually, what you say has no value or meaning at all if you are just a joker. You who have witnessed the reality all the way should be able to understand that in this world in the past, such things as wishes are impossible to achieve, and that is why the world is led to the dream world of infinite monthly reading. A world where even the hero of the tombstone does not need to feel guilty. Only through my hands can I save the ninja's dream. 0.6. Looking at Obito who was so angry, Izan shook his head regretfully. It appears that the negotiations have broken down. Only violence can solve everything. Izan raised the Zanpakuto, but was mocked by Uchiha Obito. Obito sneered, "You should know very well, no matter how powerful you are, you can't touch my body. As long as I have space ninjutsu, I can do whatever I want." Lan Ran didn't look at all, and asked instead, "Do whatever you want? On what basis do you have such confidence?" The reason why the weak are arrogant is because the sky they can see is too small, so they are so arrogant. Let me show you the space ghost that is called Forbidden Art in the Soul World. Chapter 266, Dao Binding, 4 Beasts Plug the Door, for subscription. Space Ghost, a forbidden technique in the Soul World. 100 years before the Battle of Keraza Town, the incident that led to the escape of Hiriko Mako and others. In the face of the virtual captains, the former captain of the 12th Division, Akatsuki, once asked the great ghost priest to perform space-forbidden techniques. The purpose is to prohibit time, so that the captains can keep still, slow down the passage of time, and transfer space. In the end, with the help of this heaven-defying forbidden technique, Akatsuki and the great ghost priest took the masked army to a hidden place, and finally escaped to the world. For Izan, who once stood at the apex of the god of death, mastering this forbidden technique is not difficult. After passing through, he mastered immortality, and analyzed the principles of ninjutsu, so that Izan also learned the space-forbidden technique. Now, Space Ghost is the only way to defeat Uchiha Obito. Space Ghosts? Uchiha Obito's heart sank, he felt that something unfortunate was about to happen. For him with a ruthless personality, this feeling is fatal. However, because of the calm escape in front of 10 blades last time, Obito still had a bit of luck in his heart. After all, if you want to crack his blur, there is no other way than Kakashi, who has the same eyes. More importantly, Kakashi died long ago. Izan's aura rose from the ground, not only as terrifying as before, but also with a mysterious aura. This strange force, accompanied by a blazing light, enveloped the entire scene. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn. This is Izan-sama. Sal Apollo, Zamali and other younger brothers shouted wildly. This power is so powerful that it makes them feel the calling of their hearts. The allied ninja forces, who had long felt powerless, became even more desperate. Just an outsider golem, let them fear. Now Izan's momentum is crushing the audience. How can we win this war? The reason why this forbidden technique has not been used for a long time is for this moment. Since you are unwilling to accept the reality and are willing to be immersed in the bubble of the mirror, then I will cut off your body, smash your wishes, and let you total despair. Iran kept chanting. He held a Zanpakuto in his left hand, and a strange light radiated from the palm of his right hand. The light forms one circle after another, gradually spreading out. Uchiha Obito felt bad, and the 3-hook jade in his eyes turned, trying to use his power to escape. However, he was a step too late. Although his body became blurred, it was about to disappear. But still fall short. When the light shrouded his body, Obito's blurred figure actually returned to its essence. What exactly is going on? Even Obito didn't expect it, he didn't even think of this situation. Huh? The distorted space stagnated, and even returned to normal. Obito's body was completely exposed to Izan. This is true power and irreversible power. Izan stepped out with a Zanpakuto in his hand, and instantly came to Obito. The hand raised the knife and fell, simple and rude. Brush. The sharp Zanpakuto mercilessly slashed at Obito. The robe was shattered, and a blood stain spread all over the body. Wow! Obito spit out a mouthful of blood, and his breath instantly became sluggish. It's just that he, who has first-generation cells in half of his body, naturally won't die easily. Damn! You were able to grab me. There was blood dripping from the corners of Obito's mouth. He wiped the blood with all his might and smashed to the ground unwillingly. Potholes and small holes appear, venting Obito's innermost feelings anger. The only space ghost that he relies on has been cracked, which means that he will definitely lose. It's not a good thing to be too obsessed with longing. Your seemingly perfect plan is actually full of flaws. Because of this, you will fail. Izan swung the blade, dropped the blood droplets attached to it, and said indifferently, "The real strong person should have the courage to control everything, rather than blindly trying to use the power of others. The moment when the member of Akatsuki is lost, you must have felt hopeless, right? This kind of despair will not leave you, but will gradually spread and eventually occupy your heart until the moment when your heart collapses, which is now." Izan showed no mercy, and swung the Zanpakuto again. However, this time Obito did not sit still. At the critical moment, his hands suddenly slapped the ground. The art of psychic. The outsider golem that was still entangled with the army suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Obito out of thin air. The huge body blocked this fatal blow. It's really getting in the way. Since that's the case, I'll even destroy it. Izan frowned slightly, finally showing a hint of displeasure. The military minister is 8 inches, never back down. The blue door, the white door, the black door, and the red door sink into the sea one after another. The gate of the dragon's tail. The city gate bitten by a tiger. The city gate of the turtle armor. The city gate of Feni. The way of binding. The 4 beasts seal the door. As the chant dropped 073, 4 different things appeared around the outsider golem. Huge protective shield, turtle shield, red ring, large shield. These 4 things formed a huge square fortress, trapping the outsider golem inside. Hoo. No matter how the outsider golem roared, it couldn't break free. The 4 beasts plugged the door unbreakable, trapping it inside. This sudden scene shocked everyone. All talents realized that they underestimated Izan's strength. The power and means possessed by him alone surpasses all the 10 blades. So this is the difference in strength? Even Uchiha Obito was deeply shocked. The huge city wall standing in front of him gave him a feeling of being unattainable. This feeling is more of despair. Uchiha Obito clenched his teeth and wanted to control the outsider golem, but found that a force came from the 4 beasts to seal the outsider golem. Despair flooded my heart like a tide. Up to now, Uchiha Obito has nothing to do. All his methods were dissolved by Izan. Very good, this look is the look that should appear on the weak. Izan appeared in front of Obito, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down and pierced through Obito's body. Chapter 267 Uchiha Madara. Please subscribe. The much-anticipated battle finally came to an end. In the face of the second slash, when the outsider golem lost control, there was nothing that could withstand the slash for Obito. A sharp blade penetrated Obito's body. Strategies for more than 10 years. Since meeting Madara Uchiha, Obito's life has changed completely. The Nine Tails incident 12 years ago, and the fight between the 4th Hokage, is also Obito's masterpiece. Convince Nagato, win Rebel, and follow Obito's plan step by step. Before Izan appeared, everything went smoothly, and Akatsuki's power was unprecedentedly powerful. According to the script, Obito is only 1 step away from the Moon Eye plan. Unfortunately, Izan's appearance destroyed everything. Until now, Obito's life was even ended by Izan. Obito's body opened a huge crack, blood was flowing continuously, and even the internal organs were clearly visible. The injury was so severe that it was powerless to recover. The only thing Obito can do is to recall the past before dying. Lin. I'm sorry, I couldn't change the world after all. Uchiha Obito's eyes dimmed, and the fire of life in his body was about to go out. When his life came to an end, that innocent face appeared in his mind. Nohara Rin. She, Kakashi and Obito are all disciples of the fourth Hokage. She has a gentle and kind personality, but loves Kakashi but doesn't know Obito's secret love for her. For Obito, Nohara-rin is an unattainable goddess. Only with silent efforts can the tail of the crane win the favor of the goddess. However, the Battle of Shinwukunkyo caused Pan Kang's group to be separated forever. Shortly after the Battle of Kabi Bridge, Nohara-rin was placed a spell on her heart by Madara Uchiha, and she was implanted in her body with the plan to destroy Konoha. Since the spell could not cause herself to hurt herself, Rin wanted to protect Konoha from being destroyed by Three Tails. Took the initiative to choose to die under Kakashi's Rachel. Her death made Obito understand the cruelty of war, and also made Obito despair of the world and made Obito degenerate. The reason why Obito agrees with the Moon Eye project is largely because he wants to resurrect Nohara-rin. He longed to see this kind girl again. With resentful eyes, he stared at Izan. Obito raised his head, and there was only unwillingness in his eyes. Even though his body has collapsed weakly, there is still a breath left. Without completing the Eye of the Moon plan, he would never have died. The strong desire to survive, coupled with the regeneration of the primary cells, made Obito sigh in relief. It's just that he is powerless to return to the sky, and he can no longer turn over any storms. It's really tenacious. But it doesn't matter. Stepping on an ant without stepping on him is a very difficult thing to do. Izan took a step by step towards Obito. Death is still unavoidable, it's just a matter of time. On the scene, because of Izan's all-out efforts, everyone felt hopeless. Coupled with Obito's defeat and Ten Blades' active attack, the balance of this war has already tilted towards Izan. As one of the biggest heroes of this war, Yakushi madly controlled the reincarnated ninjas from the dirt and slaughtered the allied forces of the ninja world. Watching the corpses of ninjas fall down one by one, Yakushido's heart was strongly satisfied. Only bloody fighting can prove his worth. He is no longer that weak undercover, no longer is Orochimaru's sidekick, and is no longer a despised medical ninja. Confidence and arrogance filled my heart. The mentality of the pharmacist has changed. After experiencing the beauty of power, he wanted more. It is this kind of mentality that causes the pharmacist to be greedy for profit. He wants to use his own power to clear all obstacles. If you want to completely destroy the allied forces of the ninja world, you need more powerful ninjas. The pharmacist looked at the chessboard in front of him, his eyes flickering. Due to the control of many ninjas, he gradually felt overwhelmed. But the heart of the pharmacist is crazy. He decided to summon the most powerful ninja, Uchiha Madara. Using Madara Uchiha to clear the world of ninja is the greatest pleasure. The pharmacist hesitated for a moment, and finally calmed down. Even on the verge of a nervous breakdown, he would try. Because only in this way, will it be more recognized by Izan-sama. No matter where you are. The pharmacist clenched his teeth, the strong ninja was in severe pain, and his hands were sealed. Boom. In an instant, a huge thick fog rose. A luxurious wooden coffin appeared. Boom. The lid of the wooden coffin seemed to be impacted by a force and shattered suddenly. Ha! Let's do it, Madara Uchiha. Use your power to the fullest and completely destroy the allied ninja army. The pharmacist was ecstatic, he could even feel a strong aura inside the wooden coffin, which was constantly recovering. Beside Yakushido, the second-generation Sachikage was guarding him. The moment he saw the wooden coffin, a shocked expression appeared on his face. This breath. Could it be that it was summoned here? Boom. The entire coffin was completely shattered, and a stalwart figure walked out of it. Seeing this figure, the second-generation Chuang was stunned and exclaimed, "Even you have been used, this forbidden technique is really scary. That kid Nagato seems to have grown up and finally resurrected me." The loud voice came out, accompanied by an unparalleled domineering Uchiha Madara. Madara, who has been sleeping for a long time, finally reincarnated into the ninja world by reincarnating in the dirt. This is the art of reincarnation from dirty soil, instead of being born in reincarnation. Madara Uchiha felt the abnormality in her body, and her tone was slightly unpleasant. He looked around, taking in the entire battlefield. The roar, the sound of fighting, kept reaching Madara Uchiha's ears. He jumped into the air, and is now on a hillside. As it happens, below the hillside is the place where the 3 generations of Sachikage Onogi and Akatsuki fought. Onogi repelled the besieged Akatsuki members, turned around inadvertently, but saw Madara Uchiha's figure. Snort. Onogi swallowed saliva uncontrollably. He looked flustered, frightened from the bottom of his heart. The man in front of him stood at the top of the ninja world back then. Are you finally showing up? Madara Uchiha. Onogi's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He realized that the moment Madara appeared, it meant that there were still variables in this war. Chapter 268 Don't use forbidden techniques lightly, subscribe. What? Madara Uchiha? All the ninjas who heard Onogi's words were stunned. Their eyes all looked in the same direction as Izan and Obito. Look carefully at that guy's eyes. That's the reincarnation of the filth. Many ninjas saw the clues. If the deceased could be summoned again to reincarnate the filth of this world, then this guy should have died long ago. Onogi murmured hesitantly, if that's the case, who is Akatsuki's villain? Madara Uchiha kept his hands environmentally friendly and stood on the hillside arrogantly. Whenever his eyes swept over, everyone lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to meet Madara's gaze. Ninja characters are engraved on their foreheads, but the costumes are each of the 5 countries. Is this the newly established ninja coalition? Uchiha Madara's eyes were as cold as ice, and he said coldly, it seems that the war has broken out. Is it a ghost who did it with the soil? What is he planning? It seems that he did not follow our agreement. Although Madara Uchiha was expressionless, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her heart. Resurrection in the form of reincarnation instead of reincarnation made Ban feel uncomfortable. Who is reincarnating from dirty soil? U-923 Uchiha Madara asked the second-generation Tsukige beside him. That person. The second-generation Sachikage turned his attention to the pharmacist's pocket behind him. Suddenly, his eyes became empty. Pharmacist forcibly controlled him. I'm due. Izan-sama's helper. The voice of the pharmacist pocket came from Wu's mouth. Madara Uchiha condescendingly looked down at Yakushadu, and snorted coldly, to actually talk to me through the reincarnation of the dirt, what an annoying guy. Yakushadu went on to say, this is the reincarnation of the filthy earth specially prepared for you. You are now stronger than you were in your prime. Heyday. Uchiha Madara whispered. He pondered and said disdainfully, you guy. How do you know how strong I was in my heyday? Furthermore, who is Izan you're talking about? Speaking of Izan, the pharmacist's words were full of fanaticism. He praised, Lord Izan is the initiator of this war and will be the end of the ninja. The reason why I channeled you is to make you help Izan-sama. Madara Uchiha was silent. He had already figured out the situation. Obito failed, and it was someone else who started this war. Help him? It's ridiculous. Who else has the right to order me except myself? Madara Uchiha's eyes were like torches, exuding a domineering arrogance. His eyes are like sharp knives, intimidating all directions. Even though he was reincarnated across the dirt, Yakushadu still felt heavy pressure. That kind of feeling, as if the mayfly faced a big tree, only pale and powerless. Just through the dialogue, Madara Uchiha's power is fully revealed. As an eagle soaring in the sky, no one can restrain him. not even reincarnation from the filth. HMPH, you can be resurrected because of the technique of reincarnation. It's a delusion to want to get rid of control. Just as Yoshida's voice fell, his expression suddenly changed. Because he found that the controller for Madara was fading. If he follows this momentum, he will soon be unable to withstand the enormous mental oppression. Although Yoshida's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, he has to bear a huge burden to control so many souls at one time. The appearance of Madara Uchiha was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The pocket has reached the brink of collapse. I'm afraid you haven't figured it out. If you want to control me, you are not qualified to control me. Madara Uchiha formed a seal on both hands, and a powerful force erupted like a volcano. The dark blue chakra condensed around Uchiha Madara into a huge skeleton giant, with 3 heads and 6 arms, which is mega powerful in all directions. Suzu. At this time, Madara Uchiha's pupils also changed. It is no longer an ordinary writing wheel, but becomes an eternal kaleidoscope. This is Suzu. Still in the eternal kaleidoscope state. Onogi's back was wet with cold sweat. Back then, he had experienced the power of Suzu, and even the second generation of such Ikage was defeated and could not fight back. An ant provokes a giant beast, a hound challenges a lion, and a chick pounces on an eagle. This is a funny thing in itself. With your will, you can't control my actions at all. Madara Uchiha urged Suzu Nanu, and his arms with huge limbs swung along sword and slashed towards the pharmacist's pocket. The pharmacist's face was ashes. He wanted to escape, but found that his body could not move, as if an inexplicable force was pressing on his feet. In desperation, Kushida wanted to control Madara Uchiha's body, but found that he could only weaken his strength, but was unable to save the situation. At this time, the only thing that can be done is to release Madara Uchiha's filthy reincarnation. Yoshida took care of him again. He made a seal on his hands and performed the solution of reincarnation from the dirty earth. A ray of light fell from the sky and bombarded Madara Uchiha's body. In an instant, the huge scissor disintegrated and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Susagami's armor disappeared, along with the great sword. At the same time, Madara Uchiha's chakra was also pulled out of the body by the beam of light. That psychic body also fell like powder. Go back to that world with your arrogance, Madara Uchiha. The pharmacist laughed loudly. In the end, he won this fight. No matter how powerful Madara is, he cannot show his strength in this world. However, did Kushida really win? Huh? Suddenly, Madara's soul stopped rising and returned to the body again. He regained his normal appearance and became stronger. Reincarnation from dirty soil. This technique has only one risk. Madara Uchiha looked at Kushida's pocket with contempt, and said indifferently, that is, if the reincarnated person can seal the seal, the contract of psychic reincarnation with the reincarnation of the dirt can be released. This way, there will be less trouble. Having an immortal body, endless chakra, and freedom of movement without the control of the caster. Madara folded her hands, her hair fluttered, and said domineeringly, I hereby warn the caster, if there is no surefire way, don't use the forbidden technique lightly. Reincarnation of dirty soil, solution. Chapter 269 The Power of God, Meteorites from the Sky, for subscription. Reincarnation of dirty soil, solution. Madara Uchiha made the same mark on both hands, easily unlocking the psychic contract. He will no longer be bound by the pharmacist's pocket, and he can move freely and unfettered. Although it is not in its heyday, it has endless chakra and an immortal body. Madara Uchiha in this state has the power to destroy the allied ninja army. It turned out, Pharmacist Do's face was ashen, and the pain in his mind made him feel like the world was spinning. I originally wanted to experience the thrill of controlling the strong, but I didn't expect it to be self-defeating, and instead released the sinful man. Madara Uchiha, the man who once stood at the top of the ninja world, has finally come to this world again. See, this is the true power of the Uchiha clan in their heyday. Madara Uchiha put his 6 fingers together, making a seal on both hands. The fire escapes, the arrogant fire is extinguished. A large-scale flame spit out from Madara's mouth, burning unstoppably towards the surroundings. In an instant, the center of the battlefield was enveloped in flames. The scope of this technique is too large. Whether it is a ninja or a funeral core, once it is extinguished by a raging fire, all are not immune to the impact. The hot flames melted their bodies like lava. He could only scream in agony, unable to resist at all. Fortunately, in the ninja coalition, the Kirigakushi ninja finally exerted some strength. They stood in a row, formed seals at the same time, and used the technique of water formation to barely resist the blazing flames. It's terrifying. Such a strong man can lose control. As the culprit, the pharmacist felt desperate. Even though he has mastered the magic, he still looks like a tiny ant in front of Madara. What's more, Madara Uchiha also has an immortal body. Make it clear to me, this is not the power that a rat like you can possess. Above Madara Uchiha's body, a huge Susa stood tall. Following the formation of his hands, Susa's forearms were formed at the same time. An astonishing aura came out of Madara's body, straight into the sky. In an instant, the whole place was silent. For some reason, everyone raised their heads in unison, and looked at the sky. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, not long after, a harsh roar broke the silence. Boom! I saw that the entire sky was obscured, and a huge shadow slowly descended from the clouds. Not only that, but the destructive aura alone makes people desperate. A meteorite fell from the sky. After seeing this scene, all the ninjas looked sluggish. This level of power is beyond their comprehension. Then, what is that? No. No, how could such a thing happen? It's not on the same level at all. How did he do it? Is this the real power of God? Even the elite ninjas of each ninja village, including Onogi, Tsunade, and Toyumi, felt unbelievable. Their brains had become a mush and stood still. Not only ninjas, but even the mighty 10 Blades were shocked. It has always been in their minds. This is a weak world. With their strength, they can completely crush everything. The fact is that the 10 Blades army almost defeated the world's top powerhouse. This phenomenon finally changed until the appearance of Madara Uchiha. As a man who once stood at the top of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha possesses unimaginable terrifying power. A meteorite falling from the sky, this kind of means that can only be achieved by the power of the gods, actually appeared in front of me. In the face of the meteorite that is enough to crush the entire earth, you 10 Blades are also solemn. Well, it seems that an interesting character finally appeared in the ninja. The great skeleton Emperor Bailey Gang's fighting spirit rises. Only a strong man like Madara is qualified to fight him. Ulquiorra's eyes were cold, and he had always been paralyzed. Even when he saw meteorites falling from the sky, he was still unmoved. No matter how strong Madara is, it will only be like a flash in the pan. Because in the end the winner will only be Izan-sama. Except for Haribel, who had a fierce battle with Uchiha Sasuke, the other 10 Blades all had solemn expressions on their faces. Although their strength is very strong, they are still not enough in front of the meteorites falling from the sky. Originally, Izan's Zanpakuto was about to slash at Uchiha Obito, but it was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a meteorite from the sky. With the sharp blade hanging in the air, Lanran raised her head, always calm, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. This is a kind of excitement about power, Madara Uchiha's appearance, and finally Izan, who is too cold in the heights, finds his opponent. Only with such a level of power is it worthy of his seriousness. Just when Izan was stunned, Uchiha Obito relied on his tenacious will, twisted his body for a while, and then disappeared into the void. Izan didn't pay much attention to this. Even if Uchiha ran away with the soil, he was just a lost dog. What's more, he was seriously injured and could no longer control the situation on the battlefield. Izan's attention was completely focused on the center of the battlefield, and he could sense Madara's breath with his Reiatsu. It's really interesting. This breath should be Madara Uchiha, right? Although I don't know how he got rid of the shackles of reincarnation, it doesn't matter. His appearance will add some fun to this boring game. Izan stepped towards Kyarabi. The latter was dying and fell to the ground powerless. After Obito escaped, no one could save Kyarabi's life. Pat, pat. The elegant footsteps sounded like the bell of death. Izan's figure gradually enlarged in Kyarabi's eyes. He was powerless to resist and could only accept fate. Izan came to Kyarabi. He grabbed Kyarabi's collar and lifted him up. Afterwards, Izan performed a Taoist technique to imprison Kyarabi. Kyarabi was suspended in midair, like a prisoner waiting to die. Izan's eyes were fierce, and the palm of his hand suddenly slapped on his abdomen. With a loud bang, Izan's palm pressed against the skin. A vast spiritual pressure surged out and penetrated into the seal of the 4 elephants. Zizizi. The seal of the 4 elephants was broken, and the 8-tailed chakra poured out unscrupulously. At this moment, Bennu burst into a violent burst of light, madly absorbing the 8-tailed chakra. As time passed, the power of the 8 tails gradually declined. In the end, Izan closed his eyes, and the figure of Stark appeared in his mind. Chapter 270 The 10th Blade, Stark, for subscription. Izan closed her eyes tightly, and the figure of Stark appeared in her mind. As Izan's thoughts moved, Bennu burst into a dazzling blue light. A blue light curtain gradually formed in front of him. A tall figure slowly formed in it. In the end, when the light curtain disappeared, the shadow revealed the true shadow. An ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle with short dark brown curly hair appeared in Izan's field of vision. The uncle has grey-blue eyes and a slight beard on his chin. Compared to the other 10 Blades members, he is the most ordinary-looking person. Koyatai Stark. As the only one among the 10 Blades who can break his own face, Stark possesses extremely powerful power. In the early days of the Virtual Circle, Stark was weakened and died because his strength was strong and the weak one approached, so he had no companions and traveled alone in the Virtual Circle. For a long time, he has occasionally been looking for a powerful companion who can be with him and not be weakened and die. Later, in order to get rid of loneliness, he split his soul into 2 individuals, Stark and Lilinette. Afterwards, Stark and Lilinette met Izan in the desert and were classified as one of the 10 Blades. He was also given the number 1 for this. With his powerful abilities, he deserves it. Stark's personality is as uncontested as his ordinary appearance. When he was in the Virtual Circle, he was usually lazy and seemed not very interested in external things. Stark hates trouble, hates loneliness, and values company. Although he claims that he will not avenge his dead companion, his heart is still shaken by it. As a 10 Blade, he does not like killing like the other 10 Blades. Stark doesn't like fighting, and will show mercy to enemies depending on the situation. Although Stark's ending is tragic, and the 4 Centennial captains take turns fighting and dying. However, in the land of ninjas, Izan once again gave him a new life. Just like back then, Izan gathered the 10 Blades around him, giving them even more power. Because of all this, Stark is not alone. Here is It seemed that he didn't feel the dazzling eyes for too long, and Stark struggled to open his eyes. The first person he saw was Izan. Lord Izan? Stark was stunned. His loyalty to Izan had penetrated deep into his soul, but he didn't believe what he saw in front of him. Stark even thought it was all just a dream. The real one died long ago in the Battle of Kikatsacho. Jingle Chun Shui's double sword ended his life, causing him to die with regret. Don't hesitate, you have been reborn, Stark. Izan smiled slightly. He valued Stark's ability very much. Infinite Phantom Flash, enough to sweep the entire battlefield in an instant. Stark was still puzzled. He closed his eyes tightly, exuding Reiatsu. Suddenly, he opened his eyes excitedly because he felt the breath of the other 10 blades. Those few breaths were the same as before, even stronger. This feeling really exists, it's not like a dream. Am I really reborn? Stark's pupils shrank suddenly, and he still couldn't believe it. Because happiness comes too suddenly. Not only was he resurrected, but he was far removed from loneliness. Not only that, but Stark also felt a change in his body. Lilinet's power re-entered his body. The two previously divided forces merged into one, and Stark became stronger. That's right, Stark, I need your help. Lan Ran looked up at the sky and said indifferently, did you see that? That meteorite fell from the sky. Stark followed Izan's gaze and saw the falling meteorites. He didn't show a shocked expression, just frowned slightly. Stark questioned, this is our enemy. And your task is to defeat him, and make us invincible. Izan assigns a mission. Stark is absolutely loyal, nodding in agreement. As long as anything that threatens Izan-sama, he will ruthlessly eradicate it. Not for others, but only for Izan to give him another chance to get rid of loneliness. Let's go. Let me see what kind of power the so-called top of the ninja world possesses. Izan stepped out one step, and her figure disappeared instantly. Stark followed closely and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. In the sky, a huge meteorite crashed down. Many ninjas trembled with fright and fled desperately. For them, the only way to survive is to flee in a hurry. As the core of the ninja coalition, the fifth Naruto Tsunade finally played a role at the time. She shouted loudly, calling for everyone to calm down. Under Tsunade's call, most of the ninjas finally woke up. They made seals with their hands and performed defensive ninjutsu. Water escape, water formation wall. Earth escape, earth flow wall, etc. In the end, under the attention of all the people, the meteorite fell from the sky and finally fell to the ground. Boom! A shocking sound resounded, like a surging giant wave, swept across all directions frantically. The entire battlefield was devastated. For a time, the vast land shattered and the terrain was completely changed. Although the ninjas and skeleton warriors had been prepared in advance, they still suffered heavy losses. The meteorite shattered into countless stones, along with hundreds of millions of fragments, stabbed into their bodies fiercely. Those ninjas who didn't have time to escape have thousands of holes in their bodies, which are horrible to see. The fragile burial troupe was even more fragmented and scattered. Even Baiju, who had been strengthened in 1.2, was swept up in the energy storm, causing heavy casualties. A meteor fell from the sky, instantly changing the situation on the battlefield. Madara Uchiha did all this easily with her own strength. Madara stood on the hillside and looked around indifferently. Even if many people die, his heart will not be affected. Because in Madara's eyes, these people or things are just irrelevant ants. Suddenly, an old figure appeared in front of Madara Uchiha. A crown-shaped tiara. There is a huge golden compass on his waist. Wearing a coat similar to a long jacket, the dress is very emperor-like. HMPH. the chance to regain your fighting spirit has finally arrived. It's rare to have such an opponent. Beiligang Ruizenbon. Chapter 271 Decade, The Great Skeleton, for subscription. Beiligang and Madara Uchiha looked at each other in the air, and their momentum kept colliding with each other. One is a man who once stood at the top of the ninja world, a former king of the virtual circle. Looks like another interesting guy. Madara Uchiha fixed his eyes and said deeply, "You are Izan's subordinate, aren't you?" Although Beiligang didn't respond with words, the contempt in his eyes already showed everything. Even the man who once represented the top of the ninja world was nothing more than that in the eyes of the great skeleton. Although the meteorite falling from the sky, known as the power of God, is powerful, it is not enough for Beiligang to see it. In strong, not as good as his aging. All things are rotten, and life is lost. Aging is the real power of God. It seems that this time I didn't completely kill the ninja, I still want to try again. Madara Uchiha put her arms around her arms and said aggressively, "But from your eyes, I seem to see strong disdain. What kind of expression do you have? Didn't the difference in strength already manifest just now? Well, you are Madara Uchiha, right? What an arrogant guy." Beiligang frowned slightly, and said indifferently, "But you showed up just right. I'm still bored by this war. That level just now wasn't enough, use all your strength, Madara Uchiha." Beiligang stood there, not taking Madara Uchiha in his eyes at all. This arrogant behavior makes Ban feel uncomfortable. "How have you ever seen my full power?" Madara Uchiha made a seal on both hands, and the huge Suzu appeared again. He clapped his hands, and Suzu's palms were stretched out. In the blink of an eye, dozens of chakra-condensed goo suspended in midair. "Huh!" Goo crossed the air and smashed towards Beiligang. Although Beiligang felt that goo contained enormous energy, he still did not evade it. At this time, something that surprised Uchiha Madara happened. When the high-speed shuttle goo resisted the front of Beiligang, the speed became extremely slow, as if being suppressed by a mysterious force. "Ring it." Beiligang just took a step and calmly avoided Goo's attack. Even with the reincarnation eye, Madara Uchiha was still surprised. "Does it feel strange?" Beiligang raised his axe and said in a cold voice, "Why does your ultimate move slow down when you approach me? This situation is very confusing, right? This is my ability and the power of aging." Beiligang took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. Madara Uchiha only felt a sense of crisis surging in his heart. Less than a second later, the sharp axe appeared in the field of vision. Boom! Beiligang swung the axe with great force and slashed hard on Suzu. The thing that shocked Madara Uchiha happened again. Suzu, who has always been indestructible and can resist any ninjutsu, actually cracked a small crack. The huge Suzu flew backwards. Madara Uchiha murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? When you're used to facing a group of ants, you must be surprised because you can't judge my strength. Beiligang is imposing and aggressive. My strength is aging, and aging also means death." Beiligang put the axe in front of him, and his momentum gradually rose. Also, from this moment until the end of the battle, all of this will be beyond your comprehension. Corrupt, Lord Skeleton. The second rank 10 blades finally returned to the ninja continent. As Beiligang uttered the words of liberation, a powerful black energy erupted from the center of his axe. The black energy swept the four directions like a mountain, and whenever this energy crossed, it carried a rotten aura of death. As if all things withered and all living beings died. Beiligang's body was enveloped in black energy, and his breath climbed to its peak. When this black energy dissipated from his body, its entire appearance changed drastically. No longer looks like an old man, but completely transformed into a skeleton. He wears a multi-layered crown on his head, and his face and body become skeleton-like. Wearing a pair of upturned boots on the soles of his feet, he was covered in black flames. There is a long silver chain from the corner of the crown, and the chest resembles all the death chains of the traditional European image of death. The true appearance of the Skeleton Emperor is also his strongest posture after releasing his power. After returning to the blade, the aura of the Skeleton Emperor was much stronger than before. That dark aura made everyone uneasy. Especially those empty eyes are even more frightening. This look. Even Madara Uchiha was shocked when he saw what Bailygang looked like. The skeleton in front of him actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. However, it was a good thing for Madara. Madara himself is belligerent and eager to fight a formidable opponent. The stronger Bailygang is, the more he will be able to arouse his fighting spirit. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to see such an opponent as soon as I resurrected. I'll accompany you before the infinite month reading is completed. Have fun. Madara Uchiha made a seal on both hands and performed ninjutsu again. We're done, the tree world is coming. The originally pitted ground actually quickly grew many trees out of thin air. In an instant, a forest can be created. Everything about the trees in this forest is controlled by Madara Uchiha. Huge tree trunks and dense branches rushed towards Bailygang like pear blossoms in a torrential rain and surrounded him. At this time, the figure of Bailygang seemed so small and powerless compared to the huge forest. Turn into nutrients for the forest and die. Madara Uchiha's eyes filled with strong killing intent. Brush brush brush. All the giant trees flocked to Bailygang, completely covering his figure. Just when everyone thought it was over, the accident happened again. I saw that those trees were devoured by black energy before they touched Bailygang's body. Bailygang was unscathed, but the tree world descended and gradually declined. Chapter 272, Breath of Death, subscribe. The black energy spreads in all directions, corroding the entire forest in the blink of an eye. How so? Madara Uchiha's face changed slightly. He could feel a deadly breath from that black energy. If you accidentally get a little bit of it, I am afraid you will pay a heavy price. The power that Bailygang possesses seems to be beyond his imagination. What shocked Madara Uchiha even more happened. Wherever Bailygang walked, the ground began to crumble, as if annihilated by a force of death. Seeing this scene, Madara Uchiha suddenly recalled what Bailygang said before. Even if it is a meteorite falling from the sky, it is nothing more than that. What I control is aging, no matter what it is, as long as it gets close to me, it will continue to age and eventually die. Bailygang raised his palm to Madara Uchiha and said coldly, "The same goes for you, Madara Uchiha." Madara Uchiha frowned slightly, and he let go of the arms that he had encircled. For some reason, when Bailygang raised his palm, he felt a strong sense of crisis. What on earth does he want? Although Madara Uchiha felt apprehensive, he did not retreat. He is still so confident. 967 is arrogant. The immortal body with the reincarnation technique of the dirty earth, and the absolute defense of Suzu. Madara Uchiha has the confidence to resist all tricks. In the empty eyes, there is a murderous aura. Bailygang's palms folded together suddenly, and an indifferent voice came from his mouth. The breath of death. A mass of black energy emanated from Bailygang's palm, spreading towards Madara Uchiha at an unimaginable speed. Uchiha Madara's heart shrouded a layer of shadows. He made a seal on his hands, and shouted angrily, "Fire escape! The fire is gone!" The flames of hell with powerful power and excellent coverage spit out from Madara Uchiha's mouth. The fire was raging and burning. However, the result was still unsatisfactory. The hot flames are still like a drop in the bucket, and the moment they come into contact with the black energy, they disappear. The unequal power is manifested most vividly at this time. The speed of the black energy was too fast, and it arrived at Madara Uchiha's side between the fire and light stones. As a hero of a generation, Madara Uchiha will naturally not sit still. He waved Susanu's forearms and slashed down. Power enough to split half a hill, but still unable to resist the advance of black energy. Zizizi. With the same result, the great sword made of chakra was corroded by the breath of death. That unimaginable speed shows despair all the time. You must know that the captain of the 2nd Division, Broken B, had an impressive speed, and he still couldn't escape the breath of death. Now that it is replaced by the huge Suzu, there is no way to avoid it. In Madara Uchiha's horrified eyes, the breath of death was attached to Suzu. Due to the erosion of the breath of death, Suzu's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suzu, who is known as an absolute defense, can't resist the ability of aging at all. How can that be? Madara Uchiha felt a turbulent storm in her heart. You must know that Suzu is one of the strongest forces possessed by the Uchiha clan, known as an absolute defense that cannot be broken. The speed of decay was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, only half of Suzu's body was left. Seeing that it was about to spread to Uchiha Madara, in desperation, Uchiha Madara was reincarnated from the dirty earth. Brush. He leapt for life, escaping the scope of the breath of death. HMPH, it's ridiculous. The ninja who claims to stand at the top of the ninja world actually flees. Bailey Gang has an absolute advantage. Once his ability is released, it will be a terrifying nightmare. Never stop unless the target is destroyed. I've met some guys before, but it's always happened. But in my opinion, he should be more difficult to deal with than Hashima. Madara Uchiha said in a low voice, it's like a monster, you can't get close or touch it, let alone winning, even attacking becomes a problem. It's not just that, the amazing speed is the key. Madara Uchiha stood still, calmly analyzing Bailey Gang's abilities. What are you doing? If you don't take action, you will die. The reason why Bailey Gang didn't act is because he felt Madara Uchiha's strength was only showing the tip of the iceberg. He hopes to force Madara's full power, and then defeat him in one fell swoop. If you have nothing to say, then die with regret. Bailey Gang breathed out the breath of death again. The speed of this black energy is extremely fast. Madara Uchiha didn't even have time to react, and his arm was stained with the breath of death. The irreversible corrosion, even the body reincarnated in the dirt, Madara Uchiha's limbs are still corroded by the power of aging. Soon, Ban's entire body was disintegrated. It's so weak. There is only death before aging. Bailey Gang said arrogantly. However, he did not let his guard down, because he felt Madara Uchiha's aura still existed. Boom. The ground where Madara was originally cracked, and he emerged from it. What's the matter? Even if the one just now was a clone, it shouldn't have such a huge chakra. Bailey Gang was puzzled. This move is Hakuma's wooden dungeon clone. It's really useful. Before his opponents, only I could see through this move and use my pupil power to resolve it. Madara Uchiha made a seal on both hands and said coldly, since your aura of death can easily destroy a clone, then I'll see how many wooden clones you can destroy. With a bang, dozens of identical Uchiha Madara appeared. These spots are all Mudun clones, and they also have huge chakras in their bodies. It's ridiculous. Do you think that quantity alone can resist my aging? Bailey Gang opened his mouth and laughed in disdain. Perhaps you don't have a real understanding of my abilities. You can see that Mudun's clone is completely useless in the face of aging power. Well. Then next, it's time to give you a fatal blow. Bailey Gang raised his palm and waved his backhand, holding a huge axe tightly in his hand. The Axe of Death. Chapter 273 Complete Body Susenin, for subscription. The Axe of Death. With a backhand wave, Bailey Gang took out a huge axe that destroyed the world. In this battle, Bailey Gang already has an absolute advantage. With the Breath of Death, he firmly suppressed Uchiha Madara. No matter who you are or what power you have, under my power, everyone is equal. You might as well turn into bones with this Breath of Death. Bailey Gang raised his finger and pointed at Madara Uchiha. This smell is still so unpleasant. Is this the so-called smell of death? Madara Uchiha raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, and said mockingly, I already know your abilities, so I'm standing here. No matter what abilities you have, as long as you don't encounter them, there's nothing to be afraid of. Madara Uchiha made a seal on both hands. Suddenly, a meteorite fell from the sky again. Boom. A meteorite that covered the sky landed again and smashed towards Bailey Gang below. Although this meteorite is not as spectacular as before, the tip of the stone is sharp like an awl. I see, is this the strength you rely on? Bailey Gang raised the axe high, and the tip of the axe once again emitted a breath of death. With a loud bang, the meteorite continued to fall. However, before the majestic meteorite was close to the surroundings of Bailey Gang, it was covered by the breath of death and vanished in an instant. Meteorite fragments scattered sporadically, smashing large craters one after another on the ground. It's ridiculous, do you think that aging doesn't exist in meteorites? Bailey Gang raised his finger and said indifferently, people have life and death, beasts are the same, birds and beasts are, of course. Ninjas are no exception. And all things that can die will face aging, even meteorites from outside the sky. The same is true. Things created by humans will die, and the same goes for ninjutsu created by ninjas. I don't know if ninjutsu can exist for 1,000 years, but one thing I'm sure about is that ninjutsu cannot exist. The skeleton crocodiles opened and creaked. With his arms outstretched, Bailey Gang said arrogantly, at that time, the word forever itself is a ridiculous word due to aging. Okay, let's die. Bailey Gang was angry, and a vast breath of death spit out from his mouth, rushing forward like an ocean. Under the control of Madara Uchiha, those dozens of wooden avatars flashed in front of the main body one after another. At the same time, a huge chakra beam of light emerged from all the Mudan clones. These beams of light are connected together to form a chakra barrier. This is easy. The breath of death is still spreading, corroding the chakra barrier in a blink of an eye. The fire escapes, the arrogant fire is extinguished. Madara Uchiha made a seal on her hands, and spit out a sea of flaming fire from her mouth. His purpose in doing this was not to resist the breath of death, but to obscure Bailey Gang's vision. The breath of death, it's really strong. But that's it, Madara Uchiha will do his best. No matter if it's the Great Skeleton Emperor or something, you'll only lose in the face of body tissue. At this moment, Madara Uchiha's breath rose to its peak. His body indicated that Suzu's chakra had reappeared. This chakra is 10 times stronger than before. Even 100 times. Full body Suzu. A giant figure with a height of 100 meters appeared on the battlefield. It held 4 serpent-shaped giant swords, and it was covered in armor, looking flawless. The true power of the Uchiha clan, the complete body that controls the destruction, Suzu. Uting-u. Humph. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, and jumped into the air to stand on top of Uting-u's head. At this time, the sky was so close to him, it was almost a step away. Boom. The huge Uting-u took a step, and the entire battlefield was suddenly shaken. All the surviving ninjas were greatly shocked. It was the first time they saw the full-body Susanoo really realizes that ninjas can also have such powerful power. Such a huge chakra can still be stereotyped, damn it. Onogi's old face was covered in sweat. He could hardly believe what he saw in front of him, because back then he and the second generation of Tuikage had played against Madara Uchiha, which was not as exaggerated as it is now. This kind of power is simply worlds apart. Is this Grandpa's opponent back then? There was only shock in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. He couldn't imagine how the original Hokage defeated Madara and Kyuubi's alliance by himself. HMPH. The first Hokage was the only one who had seen this power back then. It's good news for you. Because soon you will also die under the sword of Utingu. Madara Uchiha's hands are environmentally friendly and arrogant. At the moment when the voice just fell, Yu Xiangyu pulled out his long sword and slashed towards Bei Gang. Card wipe. An indescribable sword chi burst out, instantly splitting the earth in two. Even the mountains not far away were affected and split in two. Just one sword, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. See, this is the true power of the Uchiha clan. And your fate is already doomed. Because this world is so small that it's barely enough for me to toss by myself. Madara Uchiha's eyes were fixed on the direction of Bei Gang. The only thing he cares about is whether the breath of death can block this sword energy. The black energy suspended above Bei Gang's head, actually blocking the sword chi. Bei Gang remains unscathed. Possessing aging power, he is already invincible. There are only two ways to break this power. One is to use space ninjutsu to transmit the things that are attached to the breath of death into his body. The other is to have more powerful power than Bei Gang, and use absolute power to break the breath of death. Back then, Izan defeated Bei Gang with a powerful Reiatsu, which made the Great Skeleton surrender unwillingly. Since your means have been used, there's nothing to look forward to. Then you go to death. Bei Gang raised his axe high and was about to fly towards Madara Uchiha. Suddenly, the space beside Uchiha Madara moved. Then, the figure of Uchiha Obito appeared. Obito was dying, and he took his last breath and came to Band's side. He wants to make the final contribution to the Eye of the Moon project. Chapter 274. The Art of Reincarnation, Subscription. The dying Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared beside Madara. Obito dragged his exhausted body, with the obsession in his heart, relying on his own tenacious will, and finally waited for this moment. Spot. Obito's face was pale, and he barely stood beside Madara. His body was dripping with blood, and his internal organs were devastated. Even if you have primary cells, you are powerless. Because Izan's spiritual power has penetrated into their bodies. Even if the primary cells have the ability to heal, they are still irreversible. Obito, judging from your appearance, it seems like you're already dying. Madara's face was expressionless. Back then, he had made a detailed plan with Obito, which was to use the samsara I donated to Nagato, and then use the reincarnation technique to resurrect him. But this plan fell through. Due to the appearance of Izan, they still haven't caught the nine-tailed beasts until now. Izan. It was his appearance that forced the plan to change. If we follow the plan, this war should be led by us. It's a pity. Before Obito's words were finished, a stream of blood poured out of his abdomen. He coughed heavily, and the blood couldn't stop spilling out of his mouth. According to your ability, there should be very few people in this world that can hurt you. Why? Madara Uchiha doesn't care about the causes and consequences of the war. What he cares about is what is sacred and can hurt Uchiha Obito. To know the ability of blurring, even he was troubled. Izan? Madara Uchiha's eyes flickered and he remained silent. He had heard the name Izan more than once, as if Izan represented the final result of the war. Thinking of this, Madara Uchiha became more and more interested in the mysterious Izan. Even his subordinates are so strong, so what level of power does Izan use as the leader? You came here, shouldn't you just tell me that you are dying? Madara Uchiha turned to look at Obito. Those eyes with endless majesty looked directly at him. There was still a hint of hesitation in Obito's eyes. The reason he came here was to perform that technique. The art of reincarnation. With the reincarnation I transplanted, Obito already has the conditions to perform the innate reincarnation technique. As long as he is willing to pay the price with his life, Madara can be resurrected in true heyday. As expected of you. Yes, I know I'm dying. But I'm not reconciled. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and roared angrily, hope, the future, the great heroes that people agree on. The world doesn't need it. Even if the war will destroy the world, it's just the prelude to the perfect world. Therefore, only infinite monthly reading can do it this time. Originally, I wanted to use my own hands to free the world. This is why Uzumaki Nagato didn't use the reincarnation technique to resurrect you. Uchiha Obito said without any hesitation, I know that you have been using me for a long time, using me to implement plans and achieve the ultimate goal. In the same way, I also use all the power you had given me to slowly realize it. My dream. It's a pity that the endless dream didn't come true, but I left regrets. Obito looked up at the sky and sighed, enough to represent his state of mind. Desperate and unwilling. After all, he failed to become the behind-the-scenes villain who controlled everything, and everything he did was only a wedding dress. Although Obito is reluctant to help Madara, because Madara is too powerful. Once Madara is brought back to life, he is worthless. Obito has long known this. But he was not far from death. And he had to rely on Madara's power if he wanted to use the infinite moon reading. Not for anything else, but for Inohara, who is buried in the depths of her heart. Then, do you want to lend my hand to realize the dream of unlimited monthly reading? Madara Uchiha chuckled. As long as Obito can resurrect him, he is sure to defeat the mighty 10 Blades. Now, what's the point of pursuing this unbearable world? I have absolutely no interest in this dying world. Madara Uchiha put her arms around her arms and said disdainfully, everything in this world will not go your way. The longer you live, the more you can realize that reality is only full of helplessness, pain and emptiness. Listen, everything in the world. Where there is light, there must be shadows. If there is a concept of winners, there must be losers at the same time. If you have the selfish idea of maintaining peace in your heart, you will provoke war. Protecting love will inevitably lead to hatred. There is a causal relationship between them, they cannot be separated, this is the reality. Even if the heart is connected with the heart, the only thing that can be understood is. It's a pity that people can't understand each other after all. So the Moon Eye project is destined. Madara said to Obito, don't worry, even after you die. War, hatred, Konoha, and disputes between the 5 kingdoms will all disappear. I will use your help to realize the eternal dream. After hearing Madara's words, the hesitation in Obito's eyes finally disappeared. He felt more and more that the vitality in his body was draining. His limbs became weak, and even his vision began to blur. Obito finally made up his mind to sacrifice his life, use the technique of reincarnation, and resurrect Madara Uchiha. Farewell, this world. Forgive me, Lin. After all, I can't create a world that belongs to you with my own hands. Obito's mind recalled that youthful face, and the time he spent with Nohara in 1.7 was vivid in his mind. Back then, in that innocent age, they supported each other and practiced ninjutsu. Even if you can't get that feeling in the end, it won't disappear with the passage of time, but it will become more and more sweet. Small waters flow, recalling the beginning, only to find that what is lost is the most cherished. Even Obito didn't notice it. A teardrop fell from the corner of his eye, which contained the final goodbye to this world. Obito raised his hands and kept making seals. The little remaining vitality and chakra were quickly consumed. At the end, Obito, who had only one breath left, finally completed the seal. Outsider. The Art of Reincarnation. Chapter 275 Wheeltomb Border Prison, for subscription. Outer Tao. The Art of Reincarnation. Obito made a seal with his hands and was willing to give his life to strive for the most ray of light for the Moon Eye project. Boom. An extremely powerful aura rose into the sky, covering the entire Earth in an instant. This breath is unprecedentedly powerful, even surpassing the momentum caused by the previous meteorites falling from the sky. Ha! I can finally fight with all my strength. Madara Uchiha's high-pitched voice resounded through the night sky. Sure enough, only this body has that kind of blood-boiling feeling. Madara Uchiha raised his arm, where the flesh and blood had congealed, and the cracks on his body had completely disappeared. It is no longer a state of reincarnation, but a living person. Madara is resurrected again, back to the top. How is this going? This powerful aura spread to every corner of the battlefield, causing an uproar in the Ninja World Alliance. Onogi, Tsunade, and Tayumi met earned violent waves in their hearts. The situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for the Ninja Coalition. Whether it is Madara Uchiha or Izan, both of them have another 12-level power, and it is not at all that these little ants can shake. Hope no longer exists. Only the despair that emerged in my heart. Could it be that Konoha really perished like this? Tsunade murmured in a low voice, sighing guiltily. The Konoha ninja village has been passed down from the time when Kane's Tsuma was a powerful force to all directions to her generation, and finally could not escape the fate of perdition. To blame can only blame them for being too weak and content with the status quo. The weak are only aware of their own powerlessness when they are on the verge of death. Well, I really didn't disappoint. It seems that you still have the ability to fight again. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Madara Uchiha's resurrection aroused the excitement of the Skeleton Emperor. Originally, Bailey Gang had the upper hand, and even Suza completely Uting-U could not resist the power of the breath of death. Now Madara's breath makes him feel threatened, and that's enough. Madara Uchiha's face was filled with an evil smile. With flesh and blood, he can finally let go of his hands and feet to fight. Crack. The pair of reincarnation eyes on his eyes gradually shattered and fell off quickly. In the blink of an eye, Madara became blind. But it didn't matter, because Uchiha Obito was by his side. Madara walked to Obito's side and took down the Samsara Eye. He looked down at the Samsara Eye in his hand, and seemed to feel the powerful force, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc again. Slap. Madara slapped her backhand and integrated the Eye of Reincarnation into her own swollen eyes. When he opened his eyes again, one of them had been perfectly integrated with the Eye of Reincarnation. At this moment, Madara's breath surged again. Especially the dreaded pupil power, intimidating all directions. In this way, the war will become a lot more interesting. Blood flowed from the corners of Spot's eyes. He stretched out his fingers to wipe the blood and put it in his mouth to taste. The bloody smell fascinated him. This feeling is real. This is my body. Madara put her hands out and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Finally. I can find the real feeling of battle. Madara used the blood to smear on the palm of his hand, and the hand suddenly formed an imprint. The art of psychic. In an instant, a behemoth appeared on the battlefield. Hoo. A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The sound even formed a burst of sound waves, forming ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading around. The outsider golem roared furiously, stepping on both feet, the land collapsed, and the whole earth seemed to feel the sky shaking. Uting-U, outsider golem. They were like two giants guarding Madara's side. Madara stood on the head of the Uting-U, looking down at the audience. He was like a rainbow, gradually overshadowing Bailey Gang. HMPH, even the outsider Golem was summoned. It seems that your power has really grown stronger. Bailey Gang snorted coldly, but it doesn't matter, the ending is still the same. As I said, in this world, nothing can escape the power of aging. Bailey Gang suddenly swung his axe, and an extremely rich black energy blasted out. The breath of death. Is this a trick again? Madara Uchiha frowned slightly, but he wasn't as frightened as before. He said indifferently, although I have the healing power of Kain's Tsuma, the fighting style is still lacking in elegance. If you fight with a little bit of heart, as long as you can exert the original power of Samsara, you will be able to see a fight. A noble fight. I see, 10 blades. Madara folded her hands together and shouted, Tomb of Wheels, Border Prison. Boom. When the black energy flew into the air, there was a sudden loud noise, as if it was attacked by something. Immediately afterwards, something even more bizarre happened, and the breath of death was actually caught in the crotch. What? For the first time, Bailey Gang showed a surprised expression. He didn't understand why the previously invincible breath of death was suddenly swept under his crotch. Because Madara just opened her eyes, she was easily blocked. 840. That's because of the Wheel Tomb and Border Prison. Tomb of Wheels and Border Prison, this is a world that only those with the Eye of Reincarnation can enter. The shadow generated in this world can neither be seen nor sensed by those who do not have the power of the 6 realms. Ineffective, and shadow can hurt people in the real world. This kind of shadow clone has almost the same ability as a person with reincarnation eyes, just like a shadow clone. The time for shadow to separate from the main body is limited, and it must return to the main body every once in a while, and it can be used again after the cooling time. People with reincarnation eyes can see the existence of shadows. Those who have learned the 6-path celestial arts can perceive shadows, and the attacks launched by using the 6-path chakras can cause damage to shadows. Although Bailey Gang's aging ability is unsolvable, it does not have 6 chakras, so it cannot hurt the shadow. This is why Madara was able to block the breath of death with the Wheel Tomb. See. This is the true power of the Samsara Eye. Spot looked down at Bale Heights. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, slashing at him with a knife. 10th blade, stuck. Chapter 276. Chase and kill him, wolves. Stark suddenly appeared behind Madara Uchiha and slashed at his head with a sharp Zanpakuto. Brush. With the reincarnation eye, Madara Uchiha reacted in time. He held the Uchiha fan in his backhand to block it in front of him. Uchiha bounces back. When Stark's blade slashed on the Uchiha fan, the seemingly ordinary fan burst into a burst of light. This ray of light resisted the spiritual pressure on the blade and bounced back. What? Stark let out a light whimper and shook Madara Uchiha's figure back. Who are you? Madara Uchiha looked at Stark solemnly. He could feel the Reiatsu within Stark, even stronger than Balegan. More importantly, Stark gave him a sense of danger. The 10th blade, stuck. Stark took off the gloves, revealing the number 1, representing the ranking. So, you are the strongest guy among the 10 blades? Madara Uchiha's eyes flashed with intense excitement. He felt that 10 blades brought him too many surprises. The appearance of the first and second 10 blades one after another made Madara's blood boil. Only by fighting against the strong can you prove your worth. I originally ran away and waited until the war was over. But now it seems that there is no way out. Stark asked back, are all your so-called pupil techniques so powerful? They can actually block the breath of death in Bailey Gang. Madara Uchiha responded coldly. This is the power of Samsara Eye. No matter how strong your abilities are, you can't defeat me. Is that so? That means you are very strong? Stark's eyes became sharp, and he wanted to see how powerful the Samsara was. Flicker. Without warning, a phantom flash shot out of Stark's chest. Uchiha Madara's face changed in surprise, because it was so weird. Even the Skeleton King has anticipatory actions when he unleashes the breath of death. It really deserves to be the number 1 10 blades, but it's too much to take it for granted to kill me just like that. Madara Uchiha waved the fan and received the phantom flash head-on. Uchiha bounces back. Just like before, this ordinary fan exerted great power in Madara's hand. I wonder how many times you can stop it? Stark's eyes flickered, and the virtual flashes one after another, blasted out again without warning. Humph. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, and he controlled Yuta to raise his arm to block the attack of Xushan. However, even if it was blocked, Wu Tianga's huge figure was smashed back. Not only that, but Balegang behind him swung his axe again, and the breath of death was like a thunderbolt, and Madara Uchiha appeared. Facing the front and back of the two strong men, Madara Uchiha did not panic. While controlling the Tomb of the Wheel to block the breath of death, he performed fire ninjutsu with a seal on both hands. The fire escapes, the arrogant fire is extinguished. A mighty flame suddenly appeared in midair, but it had no effect. Stark easily dodged the attack of the flames with a snap. After successive fights, Madara Uchiha was obviously at a disadvantage. You, who only have one eye, must not have used your full strength yet. Stark observed carefully. He noticed that Madara had one eye always closed. The power to rival both of them with just one eye made Stark marvel. Being able to push me to this level, you guys are also amazing guys with 10 blades. Although Madara is reluctant to admit it, she has to face the reality. If it wasn't for the reincarnation eye, he wouldn't be Balegan's opponent at all, let alone a more powerful Stark. Then what do you want to do next? Madara Uchiha's black hair danced and he was domineering. What do you want to do? It's very simple. Use all your power and end this war. Stark pulled out the blade, and an extremely powerful reiatsu erupted from his body. Although he didn't like fighting, he had to use all his strength. Because when he arrived at this battlefield, Izan gave him the task of ending the war. I used to have a subordinate. Her name was Lilinette, and we were one. Stark said with a little sadness, it's a pity she's gone now. Her power returned to us in the battle again. When evolving from the void to the broken face, the other broken face is to divide the power of the void into the body and the knife, and we are divided into 2 individuals. When our power is reunited as one, the power of the seal will be liberated. Stark smoothed the blade and said the words of liberation. Chase him, pack of wolves. As Stark uttered the words of liberation, his sharp Zanpakuto burst out with a burst of powerful energy. The white energy is mighty, erupting like a volcano. Whenever this energy crosses, there is a terrifying feeling of being hunted all the time. It's like a wolf king aloof, hunting all things. Stark's whole body was enveloped by this sharp energy, and his breath climbed to the peak. When this energy dissipated from his body, his entire appearance changed a little. Stark returned to the blade dressed like a wolf hunter, with a blindfold on his head, a waistcoat and a fur coat. From the outside, he looks like a sharpshooter with precise killing ability. More importantly, Stark actually held 2 guns in his hands. Although Stark's appearance has not changed much, his breath has become extremely powerful. After returning to the blade, the spiritual pressure that was still squeezed in his body was completely released. This reiatsu even covered up the skeleton emperor, shocking the entire battlefield. Huh. It's been a long time since I appeared in this pose. Stark let out a foul breath and stood up slowly. Holding 2 guns, he faced Madara Uchiha calmly. When Ben saw his double guns, his face changed. He could feel that there seemed to be a huge amount of energy in it. Stark pointed his two spears at Madara Uchiha, and said indifferently, "Since I have the strongest posture, then you should do your best, Madara." Chapter 277, Unlimited Reloading False Flash, subscribe. "Come on, Madara Uchiha." Stark raised his pistol and pressed the trigger at Madara Uchiha. Ha! From the small muzzle, a huge incomparable flash suddenly exploded. The power of the phantom flash is far greater than before, and the scope of the impact is extremely wide. Boom! Even with the complete body Suzu, Uting-U still can't stop the attack of the virtual flash. As if a giant mountain range was moving, the Uting-U kept retreating, causing the earth to shake. Humph! Madara Uchiha snorted coldly and said, "10th blade, the gun in your hand fired the previous virtual flash, right?" "That's right, so what?" Stark raised his pistol again and pulled the trigger at Madara Uchiha. Another virtual flash blasted out, heavily bombarding Suzu's body. Repeatedly and repeatedly passively, Madara Uchiha felt very unhappy. Apart from facing Kainzi Hashirama, he had never tried to be so embarrassed. What's more, he now has the Eye of Reincarnation. However, Madara Uchiha's anxiety was useless. Not only Stark, but behind him there is the Skeleton Emperor staring at him. Originally possessed the powerful ability of Lunonai no Tomb, but had to resist the breath of death. Attack. In other words, Madara had to rely on Suzu to fight Stark alone. Then, I can fake shooting, and he will shoot something other than false flash, right? Madara Uchiha's face was solemn. If Stark has other cards, he is not so easy to parry. Shooting other things? Nope. Except for phantom flashes. Stark was telling the truth and didn't intend to hide it. However, his actions surprised Madara Uchiha. He could sense that Stark was telling the truth, which meant he wasn't lying. The corners of Madara's mouth raised an arc, and she said with great interest, "It's really interesting. You really can't lie. I'm really interested in 10 blades." But Madara Uchiha paused, then said, "Since you have revealed your abilities, you have disappointed me. Having only a single return blade seems to be weaker than that of the Skeleton Emperor." This blatant provocation did not arouse Stark's anger. "You didn't say that to me. It's useless to hide it now, right? Use all your strength, Madara Uchiha." Stark raised his pistol, aimed at Madara Uchiha, and said coldly, "I've already had so much trouble returning to the blade, let me see the power of the Samsara Eye." Madara Uchiha put her arms around her arms and sneered, "Even if your strength becomes stronger after returning to the blade, no matter how many phantom flashes occur, you will not be able to defeat me." However, before he finished speaking, his face changed in vain. Because from Stark's muzzle, a terrifying reiatsu that turned Madara's color changed in vain. The indescribable reiatsu was condensed at the muzzle and blasted out suddenly. Unlimited reload and virtual flash. Tens of thousands of virtual flashes blasted out, covering the entire sky in an instant. The sudden change attracted all the attention of the entire battlefield. All eyes are on. Oh my god! What the hell is this? An uproar resounded in the crowd. The whole sky turned blue, which was extremely spectacular. For ordinary ninjas, Stark's Phantom Flash already has the ability to instantly kill them. When tens of thousands of virtual flashes were blasted out, the rippling reiatsu had scared their legs and feet into numbness. It's too exaggerated. Can this still be done by manpower? Snart's face was pale. The shock brought by the infinite reload and virtual flashes no less than the meteorite falling from the sky. I just saw the meteorite falling from the sky, the complete body Suzu, and then I saw the infinite phantom. Tsunade's heart was broken again and again. She, who was still holding the will of fire, was completely desperate. As Madara Uchiha said, The will can only be converted into action and matter to be truly useful. It is not enough to have the will to save the ninja world, but not the power. Gradually, the outcome of this war was no longer in their hands. No matter how many ninjas there are, to strong men like Madara Uchiha, Bailey Gang, and Stark, they are just a bunch of ants. Losing the courage to resist, Tsunade fell to the ground with weak hands and feet. She covered her face in pain, and the weak side of her heart was finally exposed. When Uchiha Obito rescued him, Tsunade was puzzled by Obito's actions. Only now did she realize that Izan's power was too powerful. Even Madara Uchiha, who possesses the power of God, was suppressed. The third generation Tsukiji Onogi is still stubbornly resisting. He is unwilling to admit defeat and wants to reverse the defeat of the ninja world. But a figure that made him despair appeared. Ulquiorra. Suddenly, Ulquiorra appeared behind Onogi, two fingers volleyed a little in the air, and an aquamarine flash shot out. Onogi's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly used the escape technique to evade, but he was still hit by the virtual flash on half of his body. Bloody and bloody. In an instant, more than half of Onogi's upper body was blasted away. He was already in his twilight years and naturally could not bear this kind of pain. Onoma spit out a mouthful of blood and was dying. It's time for this war to end. Third generation Tsukiji, your life is over. Ulquiorra's eyes were cold and ruthless. He came to Onogi and stabbed with a sharp Zanpakuto. Wow! The three generations of Tsukiji's eyes were dull, and the vitality in his body was quickly fading away. This old man who devoted his life to Yanian village finally gave his life with regret. Onogi's body fell to the ground and eventually died. Ulquiorra just glanced at him and turned his gaze to the sky. At this time, the infinite reload virtual flash has been completely blasted out. Uchiha Madara. Ulquiorra bonded in a low voice, then disappeared in place in an instant. In midair, infinitely loaded bombs dashed out and slammed towards Uxiangu. Unlike the previous Void Flash, this time Stark deliberately controlled and blasted all Void Flash towards the same place in Suzu. After being bombarded by thousands and tens of thousands of virtual flashes, Suzu was actually shattered. Chapter 278 Defeat Uchiha Madara, for subscription. The unbreakable Suzu was actually broken. With a click, a crack appeared on Suzu's body. These fissures gradually spread and eventually repaired the entire body. In the end, under Madara Uchiha's horrified gaze, Suzu was completely shattered. The huge chakra scattered like a storm. Without Suzu's support, Madara Uchiha's body fell from midair. He was only stunned for a moment, then returned to his previous appearance. Madara jumped over the head of the outsider golem. Although he was shocked, he was not in a panic. Even your Suzu was broken by me. If you don't come up with the means, you will die. Madara Uchiha. Stark raised both hands at the same time, and aimed both muzzles at Madara Uchiha. As long as he is willing, the virtual flash will blast out again, this time without Suzuonenu's resistance. There is no doubt that he will win. Madara Uchiha was silent, watching Stark calmly. Although Madara longed for a fight, she was powerless. Facing the first and 20th blood after returning to the blade, it is not bad that he can barely support it. More importantly, Madara only has one reincarnation eye, and the other eye has not yet been obtained. In this case, he is even more vulnerable. Has the situation reached this point? Madara Uchiha muttered to himself. He frowned, feeling powerless for the first time. According to the original plan, Obito should capture the first 7-tailed beasts and seal them all in the heretic golem. At that time, as long as Madara captures the 8-tailed and 9-tailed, the chakra of the 9-tailed beast can be integrated into the outsider golem, summoning the 10-tailed, and using the infinite moon reading. However, after being reincarnated from the dirt, Madara realized that the reality was far from the plan. None of the shadows of the 9 big-tailed beasts were seen, but instead there were a number of powerful enemies. Even Madara was once at the top of the ninja world, and felt powerless. The aging power that corrodes everything, and the infinite flickering, these two abilities are too abnormal. With only one Samsara, Madara was no match at all. That's it. Stark pressed down on the pistol's plate, and once again blasted an infinite phantom. The sky turned blue again, brilliant and dazzling. This time, the meaning of the infinite virtual flash is completely different. It not only represents destruction, but also the death of Madara Uchiha. Boom. Madara Uchiha had no other means to resist, and could only rely on the Tomb of the Wheel to resist. Suo Xingjian's own physical skills are also quite amazing, and he finally avoided most of the virtual dodges. Although the skin was scratched, it was harmless. However, Madara ignored one person. The Great Skeleton, Balegan. After being blocked by the breath of death one after another, the Skeleton Emperor was finally angry. Balegan raised the axe of destruction and flew towards Madara Uchiha's location. Just when Madara was busy resisting the infinite void flash, he didn't find the Skeleton Emperor behind him. Go to hell, Madara Uchiha. Balegan raised his axe and swung it down viciously. Damn. Madara turned around in time, but her arm was still slashed by the axe. The power of aging spreads along the arm. Madara Uchiha's face was horrified. He watched helplessly as his arms gradually turned into bones, and his heart was flustered. Through closer contact, Madara discovered how powerful Balegan is. In desperation, chakra emerged from Madara's palm, forming a penguin knife, and decisively cut off his arm. He simply did it neatly, because after the arm was broken, it quickly turned into a bone. Seeing this scene, Madara's heart turned violent. He suddenly discovered that the power of the reincarnation eye he possessed was simply weaker than that of aging. Not only that, there was a sudden movement behind Banda, and another figure appeared. Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra appeared silently and mercilessly slashed down with the Zanpakuto. Brush. A bloodstain appeared on Jun's body. He made a decisive decision and wanted to flee temporarily, but was shot down by Balegan with a giant axe. Madara's body fell from the air, and then hit the ground heavily. Even though he has the healing power of Hashima, he is still traumatized. At this point, the situation has completely changed. Madara no longer has an advantage, but instead falls into a situation of near death. You know, his opponents are Ulquiorra, Balegan, and Stuck. With the strength of one person alone, it is impossible to compete against the 3 strongest 10 blades alone. Balegan seemed to be still angry, and said fiercely with murderous intent, "It's unforgivable, it made me suffer such a big loss. I will never forgive you. You dare to oppose the Emperor, then you will turn into dust and regret it slowly, Madara Uchiha. Small, you are so insignificant, Madara Uchiha. Whether it's a human being or a ninja. There are differences and wars between you. Like will and freedom, birds, beasts, and plants are all insignificant. In this world, only my power is unique and absolute, other than that, everything is insignificant. Even the eye of reincarnation is nothing more than that." The angry roar of the Skeleton Emperor seemed to want to vent all his previous unpleasantness. Beside him, Ulquiorra and Stark were both silent. They can feel the anger of Balegan, and they can also feel the desperate situation of Madara Uchiha. At this point in the battle, there is no need for the two of them to take action. Because of the angry Balegan, even they were afraid, not to mention Madara Uchiha, who was seriously injured. Balegan raised the axe of destruction and roared, "This world. Reason is governed by the supreme force. There is no so-called equality between forces that compete with each other. It's like the power of reincarnation that you have, and the power of aging that I have. From the beginning, the two are not in the same pattern. Uchiha Madara, look, in my eyes, your life is actually no different from an ant. When Beilegang finished saying these words, an indescribable terrifying aura erupted from his body. He raised his axe and stepped out, his figure disappeared instantly. The moment Beilegang disappeared, Madara Uchiha's pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, Beilegang's body the shadow appeared in front of his eyes, and the huge axe of the world was gradually enlarged. Chapter 279 Sasuke died in battle. Please subscribe. Looks like it's over there. Halibel swung his blade, ruthlessly knocking Sasuke Uchiha back. Sasuke's face was tired and panting. After returning to the blade, Halibel is too powerful. Even if he has the eternal kaleidoscope, he is still not an opponent. Originally, Sasuke could barely resist Halibel's attack by relying on Suzu. However, when he saw that Wu Tiangu was blown up by the infinite virtual flash, his heart was shaken. That was Suzu in its final form, and it was still easily destroyed? How terrifying is the power of the 10 blades? After seeing Madara's arm eroded by aging, Sasuke suddenly felt too small. He had to admit that even if his pupil strength was super strong, he was still a rookie in front of Shiren. What's more, he was facing the third-rank 10 blades, Halibel. If the sharks in the sea are furious, they can easily make waves. Even Madara Uchiha was defeated. Do you think it's meaningful for you to struggle, Sasuke Uchiha? Halibel could feel the intense consumption of chakra in Sasuke's body. His failure was only a matter of time. Don't talk about it, don't jump to conclusions without fighting to the end. Sasuke growled loudly, unwilling to accept the reality of failure. This is just your wishful thinking, Sasuke Uchiha. After seeing the power of the top 10 blades, do you still think you are qualified to fight Izan-sama? Halibel said coldly, you are not. In the eyes of Izan-sama, you are just an ant. These words completely annoyed Sasuke. He gritted his teeth and manipulated Suzu. In the palm of the huge Susa, a mass of black Amaterasu black flames was burning fiercely. This is the new ability produced by his eyes fused with Itachi's kaleidoscope. Is this the trick again? It's too weak. Halibel is not afraid of Amaterasu black flame. Although Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack and can burn everything, it has a fatal weakness, that is, the penetration is too poor. To deal with Amaterasu's black flames, you only need to use the huge spiritual pressure to create a water curtain that can be easily resisted. It will take a while for Amaterasu to devour the water curtain, and during this time, Halibel is sure to blow up Suzu. Ring it. Halibel flashed and appeared behind Sasuke Uchiha. The giant long blade erupted with blazing light, and a golden slash slammed out, smashing hard on Suzu. Boom. Unable to withstand this attack, the huge Susa flew upside down. Since Suzu is a double-edged sword, Sasuke Uchiha's body is also under a lot of load, plus his own chakra is not much. With the gradual consumption, Sasuke began to feel that he couldn't take it anymore. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his body. Although his Susa could shoot arrows, he couldn't catch Halibel. The speed of the sound is too fast. There is another bad news. Sasuke has to admit that Halibel is too powerful, and his mature body Susa was almost destroyed. As early as in the course of the fight, Halibel realized that Susa was hardly invincible. After seeing Infinite Void Flash concentrating a little attack, Halibel did the same. Trident missed halberd. Halibel raised the giant broadsword and slashed down fiercely, firing high-pressure mist-like slashes 3 times in a row, all bombarding the same place. Not only that, Halibel went on the offensive one after another. Kangjian Cannon. The searing current, the two offensives blasted out again, smashing hard on the spot. As Susu's figure kept retreating, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes also became dazed. In the end, the thing he least liked to see happened. Card wipe. With a crisp sound, the huge scissor disintegrated, turned into a purple chakra and then dissipated. Sasuke Uchiha spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his knees landed weakly. He had reached the brink of collapse and no longer had the strength to fight. The battle is finally over. The fifth generation Mizukage Tayumi, who was dying beside him, saw that even Sasuke, who possessed the eternal kaleidoscope, failed, and suddenly felt that the whole sky was about to collapse. Since she has no strength to fight anymore, she can only rely on Sasuke's power to defeat Alabelle. But he didn't expect that he still underestimated the power of 10 blades. Is the ninja world really going to perish? Tayumime's eyes were bleak, and as the fifth generation of Mizukage, the village of Nuian was thriving under her governance. Tayumime ended the blood fog era and led the village on the road to glory. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long, and a more powerful enemy appeared. Even the country of water, which has always been neutral, was involved in this war. At this moment, Tayumime's throat seemed to be locked in the shackles of fate, and she could no longer speak. In her eyes, Alabelle stepped towards Sasuke Uchiha. The giant broadsword was raised high, and then stabbed into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his chest, his eyes were dull and his breath was sluggish. Is this the end? I'm really not reconciled, Sasuke said unwillingly with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Itachi's face appeared in his mind. The ninja who gave everything for him. Pain, powerlessness, despair. All kinds of emotions are entangled in Sasuke's heart. He was indignant. The wish for revenge has not been fulfilled yet. How can you just die like this? For Itachi, for the Uchiha family, he must stand up and fight again. Sasuke gritted his teeth and stood up with his last breath with tenacious will. Seeing this scene, Alabelle let out a sigh, came to Sasuke again, and said coldly, "It's useless, no matter how much you struggle, you can't escape the end of death. Just like the schools of fish scattered in the deep sea, even if no matter how fast you run, you can't avoid the shark's pursuit." Brush. The giant sword pierced Sasuke Uchiha's chest again. This time with a desperate blow, defeating Sasuke's will. Boom. Sasuke's eyes dimmed, and he finally fell to the ground. His heartbeat gradually waned. Bang bang. Bang bang. By the end, the heartbeat was extremely slow until it stopped. The only bloodline of the Uchiha clan died in battle. Chapter 280, Killing the King of Escape, for subscription. The headquarters of the Ninja Coalition. As the situation gradually deteriorated, most of the ninjas gathered here. The scale of the war has been completely tilted, and the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms realized that only by pooling all their forces and putting all their efforts together can they hope to win. Damn. Mouth escape. Wang Mingren gritted his teeth. Since the war began, he has witnessed too many deaths. Familiar figures fell one by one, watching the ground gradually turn red with blood. Naruto's blood was tumbling, and he finally couldn't stand it all. Uncle Killer B, Grandpa Tuiying. I will definitely avenge you. Naruto clenched his fists, and even his fingernails were deeply embedded in his flesh. Just as Naruto was about to run wild, a soft palm rested on his shoulder. Don't be impulsive, Naruto, you are the only hope. If you die, then the ninja world is really helpless. Tsunde's voice, like the sound of nature, entered his ears, and immediately made Naruto return to his senses. Tsunade was right, Izan's purpose was very clear, it was to capture the 9-tailed beasts. At present, the other 8-tailed beasts have been captured, and only the 9-tailed demon fox is left. So what they can do is to unite and avoid encountering Izan. Perhaps only by working together can there be a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, mother-in-law Sinead, I am no longer the reckless young man I used to be. Since the lecherous immortal entrusts the future to me, then I will definitely stick to the will of fire until I die. Naruto is determined. Even in desperate moments, there are still many companions standing beside him. Hyuga Neji, Narashikamaru, Autumn Road Choji, Oil Girl Shino, etc. They are all united around Naruto, guarding the last help of the village. Naruto, I believe you can definitely do it. Before Sinead's words were finished, his expression suddenly became dull. Because she felt a familiar and powerful breath approaching. Izan plus medical star at some point, Izan's figure appeared at the end of their field of vision. It's still the same familiar face and graceful steps. Different from before, Izan exuded a powerful aura when he raised his hands and feet. Blood eye. The moment he saw Izan, Konoha Ninja gritted his teeth. The man in front of them brought them too much fear and despair. Perhaps it was the fear that came from the heart. Every step Izan took, it struck all the ninjas like a heavy hammer. They ducked back subconsciously. Just one person, relying on the aura is enough to shock thousands of ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto, it's finally time to fight. Izan stopped, and he stared at Naruto indifferently, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. I will definitely hit you this time, Izan. Naruto clasped his fingers together, ready to perform ninjutsu with the determination to return home. However, his determination was mocked by Izan. Are you going to use the shadow clone you are good at again? Although it is a high-level ninjutsu in the forbidden arts, but you are incompetent to use it. In vain. Izan was calm and didn't take Naruto in his eyes at all. HMPH, I'm not incompetent. Naruto whirlpool roared. Naruto, in the face of Izan, it's meaningless to average chakra to the shadow clone. Sinead stopped Naruto and said, even if it's a feint attack, you won't be able to complete the law in the end. If you fall, the war will be over. After all, it's a mob, and the incompetent can. Izan said disdainfully, what's the use of relying on crowd tactics alone, without a comparable strength? HMPH, Izan, I won't fall into the same position as you, but I want to protect the village and become the man of Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki was firm in his will and was not shaken by Izan's provocation. Becoming Hokage? What a sarcasm. Izan smiled slightly and sneered, the Hokage in your mouth seems to be dead now. The first Hokage and the second Hokage are just relics of the old era, and they have the right to dance in this world? Izan's eyes flickered, and she said meaningfully, have you forgotten how the 3 generations of Hokage died? This sentence completely annoyed Naruto. The death of the 3rd Hokage has always been a pain in Naruto's heart. Now that the scar is opened in front of his face, how can he not run away? Gurgling. Naruto's eyes turned red, and a layer of red bubbles began to cover the surface of his skin. Tail beast chakra. Sure enough, it's still too immature. This level of provocation can make you tricked. It's really boring. Izan smiled disdainfully. I'm not fighting alone, I have so many companions by my side, so many ninja alliances. This is a new technique we created, the Ninja Alliance technique. Now, we will use this technique to defeat you together. Naruto Vortex split into a shadow clone and kept rubbing balls on his palm. The technique of the Ninja Alliance? It's really far-fetched. Don't talk about these useless things, and make a handover as soon as possible. Izan ignored Naruto's mouth, because it seemed too childish to him. The wind escape spiral Maryu Shuriken. Naruto shouted loudly, holding up the spiral Maryu Shuriken, and slammed it towards Izan ruthlessly. Izan's face was expressionless, and there was no sign of moving. The 81 Binding Dao, break the sky. A transparent barrier appeared, easily blocking the wind escape spiral Maryu Shuriken. See, this is the gap between you and me. You can't even touch my body. And as long as I want, I can take your life in an instant, just like now. Izan's voice just fell, and his figure disappeared instantly. Just when no one reacted, Izan had already appeared in front of Naruto. Bikshunbu. How can that be? Naruto's eyes were dull. He just realized that the sharp Zanpakuto had already slashed into his body. Wow. Blood splattered everywhere, dying. Even if Naruto had a special physique, he had to fall to the ground when he was hit by Izan's sword. Naruto. The surrounding ninja world exclaimed and rushed towards Izan, but was shaken by a terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Izan's body. Naruto Uzumaki's life is at stake. Chapter 281 Nine Tails Run Away, for subscription. Naruto Uzumaki is at stake. The ninjas around wanted to save Naruto, but because they couldn't bear the Izan Reiatsu, they were shaken and flew upside down. Izan is like a god descending from the earth. Every time he takes a step, there will be a heavy pressure on the ninjas around him. The pressure gradually engulfed, and those ninjas close to Izan couldn't even breathe. What's the matter? Is your strength only at this level? I'm really disappointed, Naruto Uzumaki. The process of defeating Naruto was too smooth, and this was also because of the huge gap in strength. Wow. Naruto fell to the ground, blood pouring from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, due to the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the chakra coat of the nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto Uzumaki did not die immediately. He was still struggling with the last glimmer of hope. Naruto. Tsunade was terrified. As a medical ninja, she could easily judge Naruto's injury. If it is not salved, Naruto will die no matter how special his physique is. Tsunade endured the excruciating pain and stood up with his natural strange strength. She ran to Naruto Uzumaki frantically. However, before Tsunade ran to Naruto, he was under an indescribable terrifying pressure. Reiki. Izan wrinkled slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Tsunade's endless entanglement. As soon as he grasped it, a chain created by the Tao binding technique bound Tsunade. As a medical ninja, your primary duty is to save the lives of your companions. Tsunade, although you realize this, you can only watch Naruto die. Izan ignored Tsunade. Even if she possessed natural powers, she would never be able to break the Tao binding technique. Unconsciously, the huge Reiatsu formed a transparent barrier around Izan, blocking the progress of the surrounding ninjas like a moat. Inside the barrier, only he and Naruto were left one-on-one. Izan came to Naruto, and he pulled Naruto up with all his strength. Izan's palm contained a strong chakra, which tightly clasped Naruto's throat, making him unable to move. Damn. Naruto kept struggling, trying to get rid of Izan's control, but powerless. Gradually, red bubbles appeared on the surface of his body, and the nine-tailed chakra that had been silent for a long time finally burst out. What? Naruto roared loudly. His eyes turned crimson, and he completely lost his wit. When the nine-tailed demon fox's chakra erupted completely, Naruto Uzumaki was completely controlled. Gurgling. The bubbles were still gushing out of Naruto, but his appearance had undergone earth-shaking changes. Nine tails swaying in the wind, dark red eyes. Naruto's body seemed to be wrapped in fiery flames. Roar. Crazy roar, deafening. When Naruto Uzumaki completely transformed into the nine-tailed demon fox, there was a strong aura from his body. This breath bounced off Izan, making Naruto out of Izan's control. This is what the nine-tailed demon fox looks like. It really deserves to be ranked first among the nine-tailed beasts. There was a rare trace of interest in Izan's eyes. because he felt that the Bennu in his arms was recovering, which was a desire for power. With Bennu absorbing the chakra from the nine-tailed beasts, things have changed, and it is only one step away from full recovery. Right now, the nine-tailed demon fox is almost at hand. There was also a bit of longing in Izan's eyes. As long as the power of the nine-tailed beasts is fused, Bennu will fully wake up. At that time, his power will also become stronger, and even evolve to the next dimension. Soon after, the nine-tailed demon fox fully recovered. It sends let out roar. This roar not only represented Naruto's anger, but also the resistance of the nine tails. Even if it doesn't volunteer to help Naruto Uzumaki, it's still helpless. Because if he didn't, he would fall into Izan's hands. This is something that Nine Tails doesn't want to see. The nine-tailed demon fox opened its bloody mouth, and the red chakra frantically condensed in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball. Tailed beast Jade. Roar. Another angry roar came out, and this figure represented a strong killing intent. When the tailed beast Jade was concentrated to the extreme, the nine-tailed demon fox spit it out and smashed it at Izan between the fire and light stones. An indescribable wave of terror emanated, as if destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The energy storm formed by the explosion is about to affect Izan. Izan remained calm, not even moving a single step. It's funny, an attack of this magnitude can be easily resisted by Reiatsu alone. He closed his eyes tightly, mobilizing the spiritual pressure in his body for the first time. In an instant, an earth-shattering spiritual pressure surged out of Izan's body. At the same time, Izan's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. The chanting of the ghost art came out of Izan's mouth again. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent. The tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, impeding the long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly self-mutilates, combines, bounces, and extends to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The 91 destruction, black coffin. In an instant, a huge black coffin appeared around the nine-tailed demon fox, completely covering its huge body. Card wipe. As the black coffin closed, countless shadow blades emerged from it and stabbed into the flesh and blood of the nine-tailed demon fox. No matter how hard the skin of the nine tails is, it cannot resist the power of the black coffin. Roar. The nine-tailed demon fox was powerless to resist except for a weak howl. When the black coffin completely disappeared, the nine-tailed demon fox's body that was full of scorpions also appeared. With a loud bang, the nine-tailed demon fox fell to the ground in despair. At this time, Izan came to the nine-tailed demon fox again, and easily slashed down with the Zanpakuto. The sword chi that was enough to easily split a mountain, actually split half of the body of the nine-tailed demon fox. The gigantic tailed beast chakra passed, and in a blink of an eye the nine-tailed demon fox returned to the appearance of Naruto. At this time, Naruto's breath had declined to the extreme, his consciousness was blurred, and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Izan came to Naruto's side, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Next, it's time to absorb the tailed beast chakra. I'm not feeling well today, it's only the third watch, I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 282 Fusion of Collapsing Jade, for subscription. Finally the moment has come. Izan approached Naruto Uzumaki and took out the Bennu from his arms. Bennu is already hungry and thirsty, and can't wait to devour the nine-tailed chakra. Izan smiled slightly, and cast Naruto into the air with a ghost technique. Slap. He slapped his palm suddenly, clinging to Naruto's abdomen. Just like in the Konoha ninja village, Izan infiltrated the spiritual power into the seal of the four elephants. This is easy. Due to the destruction of spiritual power, The black lines on the seal of the 4 elephants disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire seal disappeared. A large number of nine-tailed chakras poured out, scattered like a storm. However, in Izan's view, this was all the dying struggles of the nine tails. A completely singing black coffin has killed it instantly. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bengu's familiar heartbeat sounded again, like that wonderful melody, gripping the heart. Izan smiled with satisfaction, and took out the collapsed jade from her arms. As long as this step is completed, the awakening has already been settled. However, Izan had another plan in mind. He stuck Bennu on Naruto's 233 abdomen, and in an instant, Bennu burst into a dazzling light. The scattered nine-tailed demon fox chakra seemed to have been guided in some way, and all of them were absorbed by Bennu. Wow! Naruto Uzumaki, who was on the verge of death, let out a painful howl. For the first time he felt the coming of death. The feeling frightened him. Become Hokage, guard the village, guard the will of fire. This wish has not been fulfilled, just like this. Naruto was not reconciled, but was powerless. What's even more cruel is that because Izan's Reiatsu is too powerful, the ninjas around him can't get close to him at all, and they can only watch Naruto in pain. Just like the straw that broke the camel's back, Naruto's death caused the disintegration of the allied forces of the ninja world. In this war, they lost, and they were completely defeated. Every second that passed, the more vitality in Naruto's body passed away. In the blink of an eye, Naruto couldn't even hold enough breath. Is this the end? I'm really not reconciled. Naruto Vortex was confused. He forced his eyelids open to get the last glimpse of the world. However, the moment he opened his eyes were always fixed on that noble face. Izan's calm, disdainful eyes, like a blade of despair, completely cut off Naruto's hope. Huh. At the same time, the last nine-tailed chakra was pulled from Naruto. He eventually fell to the ground and died, a tragic death like Sasuke. After absorbing all the chakras of the tailed beast, Bennu burst into a dazzling light. The blue light rushed to the 4 directions like a tide, and suddenly illuminated the earth. Naruto. All ninjas are heartbroken. They rushed up like crazy, wanting to avenge Naruto. There is no idea of revenge, but there is no corresponding strength, and it is useless. They are like ants, they can't even get close to Izan. The strong Reiatsu formed an invisible wall, blocking these human figures. Izan ignored them. As a king who is about to ascend to the throne of the sky, how can he care about a few ants? Izan turned around, but Tsunade's voice came from behind. Izan. I'll bet my life, and I'll tear you to pieces. Izan stopped and said sarcastically, so far, he is still talking wildly. Don't you think this kind of behavior is ridiculous? The man's arm acts as a chariot, and the mayfly shakes the tree. The reason why the weak dare to challenge the strong is because the gap is too great to be accommodated by his vision. Izan looked at Tsunade indifferently, and then said, just like now, what can you do with the so-called will of fire? Ignoring the provocation of the ants, Izan stepped forward and disappeared instantly. In the center of the battlefield, where the 1st, 2nd, and 40th blades are located. This place is already covered with barren land, and the landscape has been completely changed. The battle here is over. Madara Uchiha eventually died in the face of Bailigang's full blow. The hero who once dominated the world of forbearance also died with regret. Brush. Suddenly, Izan's figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. Lord Izan. When the 3 of them saw Izan appear, they all responded respectfully. Especially when they saw Bennu in Izan's hands, there was a frenzy in their eyes. This feeling. Could it be that Izan-sama has absorbed the nine-tailed chakra? Ulquiorra asked. That's right, Bennu already has the chakra of the nine-tailed beast. We are only one step away from it. Izan turned her gaze to the sealed outsider golem. He already knew the secrets of the ninja world. The nine-tailed beasts are not the strongest, and on top of them, there are even stronger ten-tails. To summon the powerful ten-tails, two conditions must be met. The first is the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, and the second is the body of the outsider golem. Now Izan has two conditions. With Obito and Madara both dead, the outsider golem is already in his bag, and the Bennu also contains the chakra of the nine-tailed beast. Now what we need to find is to absorb the complete ten-tailed chakra. Izan came to the top of the outsider golem, and the Bennu in his hand seemed to be touched, and a strong light erupted on his own initiative. A strong blue light enveloped the body of the outsider golem. Unexpectedly, the outsider golem did not struggle, but was quietly absorbed by Izan. As the blue light shrouded, the body of the outsider golem gradually became weaker, and finally completely merged into the blue light. At this moment, Izan's mind moved, and all the blue light returned to collapsing jade. The chakra of the nine-tailed beast and the outsider golem are perfectly fused to form a new energy. Ten-tails chakra. Then, an accident happened. The energy of the ten-tailed chakra continued to rotate and mutate in the collapsing jade, and finally formed a divine tree. All sources of chakra in this world. The chakra tree. At the moment when the divine tree appeared, Bennu burst out with a powerful aura. Bennu, who had been silent for a long time, finally woke up completely. Bennu's will seems to have begun to understand my heart. As a god of death, I have reached my limit, and it's time to reorganize my soul. Izan held the collapsing jade in his hand, and actually integrated it into his body. Chapter 283 Six-Path Immortals, for subscription. I have finally reached my limit, as the god of death. It seems that Bennu's will has come to understand my heart. Izan embedded the collapsible jade under the chest cavity. After absorbing the ten-tailed chakra again, Bennu's self-consciousness finally awakened. Different from the time of the Battle of Kikutsacho, this Bennu is even stronger now, because it has the original power of this world, the chakra tree. At the moment when the collapsed jade was fused, Izan felt an unprecedented powerful force pouring into her body. Not only spiritual power, but more powerful chakra. The two forces combined into one, unprecedentedly powerful. As Izan said, after merging with Bennu, he finally had to reorganize his soul. This breath. The expressions of Ulquiorra, Bailey Gang, and Stark changed in shock. The spiritual pressure on Izan was so powerful that even the three of them were afraid. It was an instinctive fear. Originally, the 10 blades could still feel the spiritual pressure of Izan, but with the fusion of Bennu, Izan's power is growing rapidly, and is gradually advancing to another level. Not only has Reiatsu, but also has chakra, flawless power. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Bennu actually has self-awareness. In this matter, I didn't know that Bennu had self-awareness until I became the ruler of Bennu. Izan looked at the three of them indifferently, and said, "What do you think is the ability of Bennu? Is it the boundary between two things of opposite nature, the virtual and the god of death? No. Bennu's true ability is to read the hearts of those around him. Read their hearts and materialize them." Izan put her hands out and said loudly, "Of course, Bennu's ability is also limited. Bennu's ability is to materialize the inner thoughts of the surrounding things. But the object itself does not have the ability to match, and it still cannot be achieved. From this point of view, it is said to be the force leading in the desired direction. This kind of thing is really incredible. The little power contained in the small heart can be so powerful that it can be realized." Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Bennu, which turned into substance, thinking about Izan's body pouring in around him. Following this trend, These white energies will soon envelop his body. Soul reorganization. At this time, even Izan, who was in control of everything, could not avoid being ecstatic. Yes, just like in Kakusa Town, he has once again achieved evolution. Well, the name Banu is so appropriate. It really is the power that will never intersect between gods and non-gods. The power to destroy them all. Stark said lazily, Lord Izan, your appearance seems a bit indecent. Izan didn't mind, and chuckled, it's nothing, the evolution process is always ugly. I can feel that after Banu obeyed me, my body is far superior to when I was in the soul realm before. Now, in front of us, we are truly invincible. The fusion process was slow, and the white energy gradually wrapped Izan's body, and soon formed a white outer skin on his body. At the same time, Izan's power grew stronger. As long as he successfully completes the evolution, he will break into a chrysalis and turn into a butterfly and move to the next level. On the other side, a vague space. Naruto Uzumaki, who was already dead, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around at a loss and asked, where is this place? Am I dead? Suddenly, an old voice sounded in his ear. On what basis do you say that you are dead? Your view of death is different from that of my time. It is easy to call yourself the name of death, which shows that you are very courageous, newcomer. Naruto asked in surprise, who are you? The voice then responded, why are you here? This is indeed a question. Whether my name is consistent with what you have heard from the pioneers, I am not sure. I am the one who constitutes the peaceful order, my name is Dodongumu Uai. What appeared in Naruto's eyes was an old man sitting quietly. He was wearing a white coat with a fugu engraved on it. The old man was lurking in the air, and there were 9 Taoist jades underneath. Behind him is a black battle that symbolizes the moon and the sun. The 6th immortal, the big Paulonia feather robe. This is the Eye of Reincarnation? Naruto was shocked. He didn't expect this mysterious old man in front of him to have the Eye of Reincarnation. See if you still have the ability to observe. The rest is to allow you to understand your current situation. I have also understood the clues that you are in that situation. Immortal Ludao said earnestly, you are not dead, you are only in your spiritual world. I understand your mood, but it is useless to be anxious now. However, the ick of the mouth escape king is too low, he actually looks dazed, and he can't understand what the immortal 6 paths is saying. Please be more simple and easy to understand. Naruto couldn't help shouting because he was really confused. There is an era error between us. After a long period of time changes, there are huge differences in traditional culture. Every time I meet Tenseigan across eras like this, I can feel the gap between each other. Just when Immortal 6 Paths was talking patiently, Naruto couldn't bear it and roared, are you annoying? I don't have time to listen to you here, old man. You're going too far. Then I'll communicate with you in your own way. Listen carefully. The 6 Paths Immortal paused for a moment, and then said, my name is Uai. I am the founder of the ninja sect, also known as the 6 Paths Immortal. What, you're the 6 Path Immortal that the lecherous Immortal said? Naruto's expression was dull. Oh? I didn't expect you to know my name. So, do you know the purpose of my appearance? The Immortal Ludao was expressionless, and his words contained a kind of majesty. I don't know, I just want you to let me out of here quickly. King Zuiden didn't have the heart to play with the 6 Path Immortals. He just wanted to get out quickly. I'm here to bring you the right guidance. Chapter 284 Full Blood Resurrection, for subscription. Give me the right guidance? What does it mean? Naruto Uzumaki seems to feel that things are not so simple. Anyway, let me finish my sentence first. Maybe then you will understand the real meaning. The six-path immortal said unhurriedly, let's talk about my mother and sons first. My mother, Kaguya, came to you from a faraway place. She came to get the fruit of the divine tree. It's the 10 tails, and the 10 tails themselves are the chakra tree. Kaguya got it and gained powerful power, and finally settled the land. People both worshipped and feared her. After that, Kaguya gave birth to 2 sons, one of which was me. We wanted to make up for the sins of our mother. We fought the 10 tails who were the incarnation of the god tree, and sealed it in his body. After that, I also had 2 children. I named my elder brother Indra and my younger brother Ashura. After that, I dispersed the power of the 10 tails and gave them names respectively, which is what you call 9. Big-tailed beast. However, later, because the older brother did not agree with the younger brother's views. So, the battle is on. After a long time, even the body disappeared. The chakra created by the 2 will not disappear, and will turn around every once in a while, and pay it to others like a fool many times. Naruto asked with great interest, so this time, who is it possessed by? Immortal Six Paths raised his finger, pointed at Naruto, and said, it's you, Naruto, you are the reincarnation of Brother Ashura. My eyes can clearly see that Ashura's chakra is attached to your body. However, from the expression on your face that you are not surprised, you seem to have felt it long ago. The Six Paths Immortal asked back, as expected, then you should also know who the reincarnation of Brother Indra is. It's Sasuke. Naruto Whirlpool looked sad and murmured in a low voice. That's right. Apart from you, there are other reincarnators. The first reincarnators were Senju Hashima and Uchiha Madara, and you must be very clear about their results. The words of the Six Paths Immortal caused Naruto to ponder. The Battle of the Valley of the End is the best proof. Brothers cannibalize each other, and both sides suffer. It's just that things are different now. Izan's appearance caught me off guard. Maybe this is the time for your brothers to join forces. So, what do you want to do next, Naruto? Immortal Six Paths led the topic to Izan. Even Madara, who opened Samsara eyes, is not a 10-blade opponent. What's more, the Six Paths Immortal had a hunch that the chakra tree had been absorbed by Izan. Izan has unstoppable power. Naruto, what are your expectations for this battle? I want to know your true thoughts. The Six Path Immortals are giving Naruto a chance to choose. I know my companions, and I want to protect them, that's all. Naruto Uzumaki was firm in his will and gave the answer in his heart. Suddenly, the figure of Ritsuzi appeared beside him. With the guidance of the power of the Six Paths Immortals, Sasuke also appeared in Naruto's spiritual space. Is this your answer? Asked the Six Paths Immortal. Yes. Sasuke and Naruto said at the same time. Hearing their answers, the corners of the Six Paths Immortal's mouth curled up and smiled. Stretch out your hand, this time I will pass on the power to you who are reincarnated. From now on, what do you want Naruto and Sasuke to do? What to do, and what to expect in the future, is up to you. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and stretched out their palms. At this time, the Six Paths Immortal warfare floated in front of them. Sasuke and Naruto put their palms on the Six Paths Immortal staff, receiving the power guided by the Six Paths Immortals. Gradually, a mark of the sun and the moon appeared in their palms. Naruto gained the power of the Six Paths of Yang, and Sasuke gained the power of the Six Paths of Yin. In other words, both of them are hooked. After finishing the transmission of the power, the Six Path Immortal smiled gratified. His figure gradually became blurred, and then disappeared into the spiritual space. The task of stopping Izan is left to you, Naruto, Sasuke. The two kings of opening and hanging were silent, they felt the vast vitality and powerful power in their bodies. Stop Izan. The only thought they had was to stop Izan and save the ninja world. In the end, the figures of the two hanging kings also became blurred and completely dissipated in the spiritual space. In reality, Naruto, Uzumaki and Sasuke, who were supposed to die, opened their eyes at the same time, and an extremely powerful breath gushed out from their bodies. How is this going? The bottom 10 blades were frightened by these two auras. They turned their attention to the direction of the source of chakra, but were surprised to see Sasuke and Naruto resurrected with blood. In the center of the battlefield, Kaguya, Bailey Gang, and Stark also felt this aura, stronger than Madara Uchiha before. It's really interesting. It seems that they have many secrets hidden in their bodies. Kaguya was expressionless. No matter how strong Naruto and Sasuke became, it was impossible to stop them. Because Izan-sama is also evolving. With the passage of time, the white energy emitted by Bennu has wrapped Izan's body 4.0. He has turned into a masked man. Although Izan's face could not be seen, he could feel the extremely powerful power. After Naruto and Sasuke were resurrected with blood, Izan also seemed to feel their chakra. Is there a trick behind it? It's really interesting. Izan's unquestionably majestic voice gradually spread in midair. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Come up with your next strategy. I'll smash them one by one until you can't do anything. In the future, I will stabilize the third shift because I am writing a new book. No one in Fila has written Reaper. I want to write a cool article on Reaper, and I will continue the current style and improve it. In short, it will be cool. The new book will be released next week. I hope everyone can support it. Chapter 285 Izan vs Naruto, Sasuke, subscription. Naruto. Sasuke. When Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha suddenly came back to life with blood, the ninjas around them looked at them in surprise. Earlier, they clearly saw that the two had stopped beating. Naruto, it seems to be different before. Beside Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade asked eagerly, what's going on here? Naruto looked at Tsunade confidently, and said calmly, there's no time to explain, Granny Tsunade. Anyway, I can leave this war to Sasuke and me. Yes, even I find it incredible. Now, everything can be changed. It's time to act. Naruto Uzumaki no longer ignored Tsunade's doubts and disappeared in front of her eyes using the telekinesis technique. The same is true for Sasuke Uchiha. He ignored everyone's doubts and ran directly to the center of the battlefield. He wants to join forces with Naruto to stop Izan's conspiracy. The center of the battlefield. Izan has completed the initial evolution, and the whole person has become a masked man. Tukao, it's actually the same as wearing stockings. Due to the fusion of the chakra tree, his power is even stronger than when facing Kurosaki Isshin. Izan's power has completely entered another level. If Izan's previous wishes were followed, he is now fully qualified to ascend to the throne of heaven. Behind him, Kaguya, Bailey Gang, and Stark faced Izan, and they felt a sense of fear. Originally, they followed Izan from the heart. But after the evolution of Izan, it brought them a kind of spiritual suppression. They even subconsciously stay away from Izan, so as not to be crushed by this powerful Reiki. Yes, Izan's soul has been reorganized, breaking the original boundaries and entering a higher dimension. If combined with the power of nature, he is unstoppable. Suddenly, the faces of the three Starks changed slightly. They felt two powerful breaths approaching rapidly. Is there such a strong man in the Ninja World Alliance? Stark was surprised. Although he was not afraid, he was suspicious. When these two breaths approached, Stark finally sensed who it was. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. The three of them were about to make a move, but they were stopped by Izan. You don't have to take action, just wait and watch quietly is enough. Izan said indifferently, no matter how many tricks they have or what kind of power they have, I will smash them one by one until there is nothing I can do. The three of Kaguya retreated consciously, away from the battlefield. Izan was right, although the three of them were very strong, they no longer needed to take action. Because Izan is too strong, even the power of the six paths cannot defeat him. Brush. In the blink of an eye, those two figures had come to the front. You are finally here, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Izan's face was completely covered, but his voice was meaningful. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood side by side, with different marks on their palms. The sun and the moon each represent the power of the 2-6 realms. Long time no see. Izan. Sasuke Uchiha said coldly. At the beginning, he used to be Izan's younger brother, but now he is finally qualified to stand in front of Izan after obtaining the power of 6 yin. The humiliation at the beginning must now be repaid 100-fold. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes are different, turning into frog eyes in fairy state. And Uchiha Sasuke is even more peculiar, turning into a 6-goose jade reincarnation eye. It's really interesting, it has opened up the 6 paths of immortal art, and an eye of reincarnation. Izan's words were still so calm. Even the power of the 6 paths, which represents the strongest power in the ninja world, still cannot cause fluctuations in his heart. Because he not only has the chakra tree, but also has the peak power beyond the death period. This is the final battle, let's have a showdown. Look at my strength and yours. Who is the strongest? Izan pulled out a Zanpakuto and waved it gently, and a hill not far away collapsed instantly. This terrifying power immediately made Naruto and Sasuke's faces change slightly. Too strong. That's right, we will definitely hit you together, Izan. Uzumaki Naruto's blood boiled, and a strong fighting spirit erupted. He doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes, this time he must kill Izan. Zanfa, the wind escape spiral pill shuriken. Naruto waved his backhand, and a huge shuriken spiral pill appeared. Naruto threw it fiercely, and the entire spiral Maryu shuriken flew towards Izan. The wind escape spiral pill shuriken? Then, with this level of magic, how are you going to kill me? The corner of Izan's mouth showed a disdainful arc, and she didn't avoid it at all. Who said there is only this level? Sasuke Uchiha closed his left eye, and a powerful pupil power came out. The spiral Maryu shuriken that was still in the air disappeared out of thin air, and instantly bombarded Izan. Boom! A huge energy erupted around Izan's body, shaking the world. The two teenagers relied on the power of the 6 paths 547 immortal techniques, combined with the pupil power of the Samsara Eye, to strike first. HMPH, Izan. It seems that you have become careless because of the fusion of the power of Bennu. Uchiha sneered. In his opinion, if the front is hit by the power of the 6 paths, even Izan will be injured. The dense fog filled the air, and it was difficult to see the internal conditions. Naruto Uzumaki held his breath and stared at the thick fog with all his attention. He murmured in a low voice, did he just kill him like this? Suddenly, Izan's voice sounded again. You're right, Sasuke Uchiha. I was really careless. With this level of attack, I couldn't hit me at all. Izan's figure emerged from the fog, he was unscathed, and said indifferently, but let me be careless, anyway, there is no need for vigilance. The pupils of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha suddenly shrank. From Izan's eyes, they felt a strong killing intent. Fast back! Sasuke shouted loudly, but it was too late. Izan's figure instantly appeared in front of them. Too slow. Izan raised the Zanpakuto and slashed towards the two of them. Chapter 286 The Power to Hang Everything, for subscription. Izan's speed was so fast that even Sasuke, who possessed the 6-goose jade reincarnation eye, couldn't react in time. Brush. Jinyu Shuiyu magnified in the eyes of the two of them. The sharp blade slashed at the body, slicing through the skin of the two, causing a crack in the body. A column of blood spurted out. Naruto and Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the power of the six paths, they would not be able to withstand this slash at all. Even so, their original aura was shattered. Naruto and Sasuke supported each other and looked at Izan with a solemn expression. This battle is too difficult. Not only is it as simple as relying on will, but if there is no strong strength, it will also die. Can't even the power of the six paths deal with him? Naruto Uzumaki was panting, and his heart was shaken. What was even more desperate was that he actually felt that Izan's power was still getting stronger. We must go all out and fight quickly. Otherwise, when he emerges from the chrysalis, there is really no hope. Sasuke kept calm and analyzed the situation. After Banu obeyed me, my body has completely surpassed the previous one. Even if it is the six paths immortal art, there is no need to avoid it deliberately. Izan stood indifferently, like a king who dominated everything. His evolution process is perfect, and Benu's power is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he continues, he will soon be able to complete his transformation and enter the next level. Attack me with the wind escape spiral bill shuriken to attract my attention. Then take the opportunity to cooperate with the pupil power of Samsara Eye. Your combat strategy is indeed very successful. But in my eyes, it is full of flaws. Izan said coldly, because as long as I want, I can be by your side in an instant. Just like now. Before Izan's voice could fall, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked to find that Izan's figure had appeared among them. Damn. Naruto Uzumaki roared angrily, swung the six paths immortal staff and smashed it towards Izan's back. Sasuke also pulled out the grass pheasant sword and injected lead chakra to stab Izan. The two reacted quickly and pointed directly to Izan's key point. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Izan's strength. Bang, bang. Izan turned around abruptly, kicked out with both feet, and even kicked Naruto and Sasuke into the air. Wow. The two figures are flying in the air. There was a sullen breath in their chests, which was extremely uncomfortable. Whether it is strength or physical skills, the evolved Izan is so perfect that there is almost no flaw. Did you see it? This is the difference in power. And power, only those with a strong heart deserve to have it, and the weak can only submit to absolute power. Izan looked at the two of them indifferently, and said, the powerful will make people arrogant and delusional to decide the world alone. But the weak will recognize the power of their companions and cherish the power of their companions in order to survive. Just like you, Sasuke, Naruto. But it doesn't make any sense. People with power just use power as they please. Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand suddenly and retorted, that's not the case. It is because of your excessive use of power that the life of the ninja world is ruined. In the final analysis, you are the destroyer of this world. Destroyer? It's really interesting. What did you rely on to come to such a conclusion? Izan sneered, if it weren't for the appearance of me and 10 blades, would you really have the ability to defeat Madara Uchiha with your rabble? Maybe to some extent, you should thank me for clearing it up for you. Dust. Damn. Naruto clenched his fists angrily. Even if he was the king of the mouth escape, he was not as sharp as Izan. At this time, Naruto was speechless, unable to refute. Indeed, if it weren't for a 10-blade shot in the face of Madara Uchiha, who has reincarnation eyes, the ninja world also suffered disaster. The plan formulated to hit me is a testament to your hard work and strength. And it also represents your hope. What I want to do is to destroy everything. Izan raised the Zanpakuto and said coldly, come on, make your next strategy. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Facing Izan's provocation, Naruto and Sasuke did not dare to act rashly. Before there is no surefire way, if you approach Izan rashly, it will be self-inflicted. What's wrong? I seem to see hesitation in your eyes. Izan said calmly, why do you deliberately keep your distance from me and don't make a move? If you want to hit me, you should approach me and attack. Or are you afraid that the scene just now will happen again, and that my figure will suddenly disappear in your sight? If that's the case, it's just a superfluous worry. At this time, the power gap between us is not in the same pattern. No matter how careful you think, you can't escape the shackles of death. Seemingly feeling the anger in the eyes of the two young men, Izan smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's no big deal. No matter what power is special, it's meaningless. If one swipe and one disappears, just swipe two more knives. The power of the 6 paths in your body will completely disappear. Sasuke's heart trembled. He had a premonition that Izan was about to launch an attack again. Naruto, be careful, he's going to launch an attack. Hearing Sasuke's vigilance, Naruto Uzumaki caught his attention. He came to Sasuke's side, and the two rely on each other. Treat. Naruto, listen up. When Izan's figure appears beside us, you must flee the place immediately, because I will use that technique. Sasuke solemnly warned Naruto. It's just that his voice just fell, and Izan's figure has appeared beside them. Come on. The moment Izan swung the knife, Naruto Uzumaki immediately retreated. At the same time, Sasuke's left eye closed again, and a powerful pupil power radiated. Earth exploding stars. A powerful pupil force spread out, causing the ground to vibrate. The whole earth shook violently, and countless boulders rushed into the sky, trying to trap Izan. Earth exploding Tianxing? This kind of trick can be shot down with just Reiatsu. Iran sneered disdainfully. A powerful spiritual pressure poured out from his body, actually suppressing the huge boulders in the sky. Chapter 287, Breaking the Chrysalis into a Butterfly, for subscription. Izan actually used the powerful Reiatsu to suppress the power of the Earth Blast Star. After absorbing the chakra tree, relying on the power of the tree is enough to suppress the power of the 6 paths, not to mention that Izan itself has a spiritual pressure that surpasses that of the Age of Death. The earth seemed to be suppressed by an irreversible force, and it returned to calm. All the boulders were turned into powder, forming a sand river in midair, rolling towards Naruto and Sasuke like the shackles of desperation. Is this your carefully planned plan? It's too weak. Izan took a step, and every step made Sasuke and Naruto feel heavy. Now they are on the verge of despair, and if they can't think of a countermeasure, their lives are at stake. Suzu. Sasuke Uchiha gritted his teeth and used his whole body to use the strongest technique of the Uchiha clan. Purple chakra surrounded his body, and then condensed into a giant dozens of meters tall. It is the same as Susa that Uchiha Madara cast before. Complete body Suzu, Black Tengu. Izan, that's it from now. Sasuke Uchiha controlled Suzu, and the 2 giant swords that contained an aura of destruction slashed towards Izan. Not only that, Naruto Uzumaki, who was staring at him, also shot. A wind escape spiral bill shuriken that contained the power of the 6 paths of Yang immediately threw out. One after another, an indescribable burst of terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Compared with the energy storm, Izan's figure seemed so tiny. In almost less than a second, Izan was submerged in the energy storm again. Has this offensive worked? Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had such doubts in their minds at the same time. Since the fusion of Bennu, Izan has not chosen to avoid their offensive. How about it? Naruto Uzumaki questioned. I don't know. Ever since Izan turned into that look, even if I have the 6-hooked jade reincarnation eye, it's hard for me to capture his breath. Sasuke Uchiha looked solemn and sighed helplessly. It's really powerful and scary. No matter how we fight or how we make moves, he just doesn't exist and can't hurt him at all. Speaking of which, it's really disappointing. Even the confident king of mouth, he had to admit that Izan was strong. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, and his voice trembled slightly. Perhaps the only way to feel Izan's power now is to stand at the same height as him now. The atmosphere was calm and terrifying, and the hearts of the two were also beating. Facing the monster like Izan, even Naruto and Sasuke, who possess the power of the six paths, feel powerless. As time passed by, the fiery energy storm gradually subsided. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the silence. Slap. The moment they heard this voice, Naruto and Sasuke opened their eyes wide and their expressions were dull. They clearly saw that Izan's foot stepped out of the energy storm. Having the same ability as Madara Uchiha, it really deserves to be from the same bloodline. But what did you rely on to have the illusion that you can defeat me? Izan waved their Zanpakuto in his hand, took a calm step, and appeared in the sight of the two of them. Izan was still unscathed even after the full blow from the two of them. Izan said indifferently, "It's a great attack. What happened to his body?" Naruto Sasuke was speechless. Even if they used all their strength, they couldn't shatter Izan's coat, stockings. They couldn't imagine what happened to Izan's body to make it so unbreakable. Of course, the two ignorant people didn't know. Bennu not only has self-awareness, but can absorb and materialize the heart that exists around itself, and can protect the host's body from death. When the host's ability reaches its limit or its life is threatened, Bennu can make the host incapable the rest of the evolution to the next dimension. In other words, when this transformation is completely completed, Izan will have another ability, complete regeneration. It's time for you to understand my power. Izan appeared in front of Sasuke instantly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed lightly. Boom. In an instant, a beam of spiritual pressure that shot straight into the sky shrouded Suzu, the complete body. In less than a second, the seemingly unbreakable Uchiha actually fell apart and turned into countless pieces. Even the mighty 10th blade needs to be shattered with an infinitary load phantom. But when it was replaced by Izan, it was just an ordinary knife, and the power that the Uchiha clan was proud of vanished. This is the difference in power. It is also the height that another level can reach. Wow. Lost the protection of the complete body Suzu, plus the impact of Reiatsu. Uchiha Madara Sasuke's chi and blood rolled in his body, like a broken kite, unable to fall. Naruto Uzumaki was still in shock and quickly grabbed Sasuke's body. The sudden outburst of Reiatsu just now made him feel like it was hard to breathe. Damn. We can't just fall down like this. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth, desperately mobilizing the chakra in his body. With the palm of his hand, the strong chakra condensed into 6 huge shuriken spiral pills. 6 giant shuriken spiral pills flew towards Izan. However, something that stunned Naruto Uzumaki happened. Izan didn't look at all, just raised the chopper knife and then waved it, and a spiritual pressure sword chi slashed out, smashing the 6 shuriken spiral pills with ease. Boom. Even the power storm generated by the explosion couldn't get close to Izan's surroundings at all. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned, and there was only deep despair in his eyes. Even an attack of this level couldn't hurt Izan, there was really nothing that could be done. Izan took a step forward and was about to take the opportunity to kill Naruto. Suddenly, he paused. Because the long-awaited scene has finally arrived. With a cracking sound, the outer skin covering Izan's body shattered and detached. Izan's pupa-breaking period has finally arrived. It's finally here, I want to witness with my own eyes. The end of the ninja world. Chapter 288 The seal is loose, for subscription. Broken chrysalis into a butterfly. Izan's outer skin peeled off, finally revealing its true colors. The skin peels off and spreads to the chest. The long hair draped over the shoulders is elegant and moving. Those empty yellow eyes not only possess the domineering arrogance that used to control everything, but also contain a kind of coldness that annihilates humanity. Metamorphosis, evolution. Bennu completely obeyed, making Izan move to the next level. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were horrified to find that they couldn't detect Izan's breath at all. Even though Izan's figure was in front of him, there was no aura in the place where he was. Naruto, Sasuke, it must be difficult for you to let go. It doesn't matter, you can continue to persevere, save your life and die. For some reason, these ordinary words entered the ears of the two of them, causing their will to be shaken. If the immortals of the six paths exist like gods in the hearts of all ninjas, then Izan, who is above the immortals of the six paths, can already be called a god. Today's Izan not only possesses unfathomable power, but also has the ability to rapidly regenerate. In other words, unless you have a higher level of power than Izan, you can't kill him at all. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha both breathed heavily, and there was a hint of panic in their eyes. By now, they felt too tired. Just like a tiny mantis trying to push the wheels of a carriage, like a school of fish in the deep sea trying to turn the tide against the impact of a tsunami, this kind of contrarian behavior is hopeless at all. Perhaps, the ninja world has no hope, and only surrender is the only way to survive. Confidence is shaken, fear fills my heart. The expressions of the two were seen by Izan, but they were ridiculed. It seems that your will has collapsed. Is it because you know my power? A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Lan Ran's mouth, and she said, "It doesn't have to be so, what's there to fear about death? Before you gained the power of the six paths, you all died once, didn't you? Face the judgment of death." Izan came to Sasuke instantly, and the sharp blade pierced into his body. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth overflowed with blood, but he still did not give up. He closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. Amaterasu. The scorching Amaterasu Hokage was burning, quickly surrounding Izan. However, a desperate scene appeared again, and there seemed to be an invisible wall around Izan. This wall is formed by the condensed spiritual pressure, which blocks the burning of Amaterasu like a moat. Brush. Kyokusu Izuki pulled out, and Sasuke Uchiha's arm was immediately cut off. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki appeared behind Izan, and the black six-path fairy staff was about to stab into their bodies. Lan Ran sneered disdainfully, turned around, and grabbed the six paths immortal staff in vain. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed again, cutting off Naruto's arm. The blood stained the earth, and it also stained Naruto Sasuke's heart. Even with the powerful power of the six paths, they felt the pain for the first time. Boom. With two more kicks, Naruto and Sasuke's bodies flew upside down like cannonballs, hitting the ground heavily. They fell to the ground in pain, unable to groan. Even with the power of the six paths of sun, Naruto Uzumaki still couldn't restore his arm. Because Indigo died, Reiatsu remained in the broken part of the wound. These spiritual pressures are like the gangrene attached to the bones, which constantly suppress the power of the six yang, making the broken arm unable to regenerate. The situation is getting worse. Izan's strength became stronger, while Naruto Sasuke's breath declined. Damn. I can still hold on, I must. Naruto Uzumaki resisted the severe pain and got up. He was about to use the spiral Maryu Shuriken again, but found that Izan had come to him. What caught my eye was the sharp Zanpakuto. Clang. Another neat slash, this time Uzumaki Naruto's other arm was also cut off. Izan grabbed Naruto's neck and lifted him into the air. Know that you will anything fail, Naruto? Izan's indifferent voice came out, it's because what you hold fast to in your heart exists at all. The so-called peace, all your companions are just nonsense. It's pointless to believe in the so-called will of fire. If you want to believe it, wait until you become a god. Izan lifted the Zanpakuto and stabbed straight into Naruto Uzumaki's chest. Just like killing Naruto Uzumaki for the first time, this knife cut off the vitality in his body, which also heralded the end of Naruto Uzumaki's life. Naruto. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki fall, Sasuke roared. He barely supported his body, trying to make a last-ditch effort. But before he could take action, Izan's figure had already appeared in his field of vision. You too, Sasuke Uchiha, the shackles of fate are like a cycle of reincarnation. At first you were under my command, but now even if you have the power of the 6 paths, you are destined to be under my will. Brush. A merciless one pierced into Sasuke Uchiha's chest. The last boy with Uchiha's bloodline also fell. Like Naruto, he was at the end of his life. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha's vision is blurred, and the vitality in his body is rapidly passing. They were not reconciled, but they had no choice but to be killed by Izan. It has become a fact. No matter how strong the will is, it cannot match the true power of 2.2. In a certain corner of the battlefield, Heiju tried his best to hide his body. It looked at the sky and said to itself, "It should be coming soon, that time will come soon, mother." Shortly after Heiju's words fell, the earth suddenly shook violently. A large stream of chakra rushed from the ground frantically. They were not aimless, but rushed towards Madara Uchiha's dead body. Boom! The extremely huge chakras kept pouring into Madara Uchiha's body. Every blood vessel in his body absorbed these abilities. More importantly, Madara Uchiha's body size has gradually become larger, and even the appearance has changed. That's great. The seal is finally loosened. Now, Mother is finally going to be resurrected. Chapter 389, Big Tongma Kaguya, for subscription. Soon, Mother will appear. Everything will end, and this hell will become heaven. The corner of Heiju's mouth raised a cruel smile. The whole earth shook violently. Boom! The extremely huge chakras kept pouring into Madara Uchiha's body. Every blood vessel in his body absorbed these abilities. More importantly, Madara Uchiha's body size has gradually become larger, and even the appearance has changed. This sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. The eyes were filled with confusion, and the ninjas of the 5 countries panicked. Their hearts are full of weariness because of their torment. This wave of constant bullying has led them to give up their resistance. This chakra. What's going on? Not only did he kill the ninja, but even 10 Blades was puzzled. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had just fallen, and a larger chakra appeared. The faces of the 10 Blades were filled with disgust. For them, ninjas are like Zokyang who can beat 12 undead, constantly struggling, but constantly dying. Izan sensed all the chakras rushing towards Madara's body, and immediately showed a playful smile. Because this chakra can't revive Ban, but instead makes his body constantly remodel, thus turning into another person. Interesting. It seems Madara is just a pawn that goes astray. Izan smiled slightly. He had already guessed who the person who was about to appear was. The mother of the 6 paths immortal, who was once regarded as a goddess by the people of this land. Tongma Kaguya. In fact, Izan didn't think that it was because he used the Bennu to devour the chakra tree, so the seal was loosened. The chakra that exists in the depths of the earth will recover on its own, and then emerge into Madara Uchiha's body. Black Jew's figure flashed and appeared beside Madara Uchiha's body. He looked at Madara's corpse without pity, and spat, "Stupid Madara, you always thought that I was created according to your will. In fact, you were wrong." Heiju put his hands out and laughed loudly, "My will is Kaguya." When he said these words, the huge chakra completely poured into Uchiha Madara's body. Not only that, but even as Madara Uchiha's body swelled, white energy continued to emerge. Whenever these energy rolls are in the ninja's body, they will completely absorb the chakra in their body. Many weak ninjas were sucked to death in an instant. Don't struggle, don't worry, it won't kill you. Kaguya also used to inflict infinite reading on people, but didn't kill them. And let everyone live and save. This is all to produce Kaguya's soldiers' preparations. Heiju said ecstatically, they will eventually become Baiju. That's the attitude of the person who was once imposed unlimited monthly reading. After a long time, it has finally evolved into what it looks like. At this time, Madara Uchiha's transformation is coming to an end. After his body swelled to the extreme, it instantly became weak. The next moment, he completely changed into the appearance of Kaguya. Kaguya wore a robe engraved with Guu, with two tentacles growing on the top of her head. In both hands, the sharp nails captured the soul. In particular, the reincarnation eye of Jiguu on the forehead exudes a strong aura. Kaguya not only has the reincarnation eye of 9 hooks, but also has a powerful Tensigun. Tensigun, the evolutionary version of Baian, possesses infinite power. Kaguya was suspended in midair, and a powerful chakra storm poured out of his body with his hands out. This power is stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, who have obtained the power of the 6 paths. As soon as Kaguya appeared, her eyes were immediately drawn to Naruto and Sasuke, who fell to the ground and died. These 2 boys are from Ui and Hanmura. No, they are chakra from Asura and Indra. Kaguya used the white eye pupil technique to easily see the signs of chakra flowing in Naruto Sasuke's body. Their ninjutsu should have been taught by Ui. But they died. There was a hint of anger in Kaguya's words. She raised her head suddenly and fixed her eyes on Izan. Because Kaguya sensed Izan's breath from Naruto Sasuke's wound. It's really interesting. You're Kaguya, right? Izan stepped out 1 step and came to Kaguya in an instant. He put the Zanpakuto in the scabbard, and said with rare admiration, this chakra. Naruto Sasuke can't compete with you at all. I'm really surprised that there are still people of this level in ninjas. What is your purpose? Kaguya stared at Izan with cold eyes. Her expression was very unnatural. Because Kaguya felt the breath of the chakra tree on Izan. In other words, the chakra tree was actually absorbed by Izan. Wordless anger filled Kaguya's heart. In just one face-to-face, she was determined to kill Izan. The purpose of her coming to Ninja World 060 Lu was to snatch the fruit of the divine tree. Now that the divine tree has been absorbed by Izan, this is like a great shame to Kaguya. Here. This land is my most important nursery, and I will not allow it to be destroyed again. Kaguya's voice was like that icy cold wind. When it entered her ears, it was like being in a 10,000-year ice cave. Even in the face of me, who has been what would you choose to do, Kaguya? Izan ignored Kaguya's provocation. This level of provocation, in his eyes, is a trick that children have at home. HMPH, let's end this war. Kaguya was silent, but her breath gradually rose. When this aura reached its peak, Kaguya's killing intent was also extremely strong. Here, I will be here. Destroy you all. Kaguya put her hands out, and her angry roar formed an extremely powerful chakra sound wave, sweeping the entire battlefield at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the 10 blades at the bottom of the ranking felt fear in their hearts when they felt the energy of this sound wave. It turns out that my chapter numbers have been wrong all the time. I just found out that I was drunk. Chapter 390 Kaguya's Tears, subscribe. The goddess of eggs, the ancestor of chakra. Kaguya runs wild. The terrifying chakra formed an energy storm around her body. At this moment, Kaguya became the core of the entire battlefield and attracted much attention. However, no matter how huge this energy storm is, it is not as good as Izan's aura. Izan didn't show any killing intent, nor did she have any anger. He just stood there calmly, and there was an aura of control over everything. Even Kaguya felt the oppression of Izan's aura. Destroyers here? Funny. What on earth are you relying on to say this? Izan was indifferent, although he did not show any emotion. But Kaguya could clearly feel contempt from Izan's eyes. A contempt from the soul. With the will of the great Tongma family, or the chakra you are proud of? Izan's thoughts moved, and an even more turbulent spiritual pressure poured out. This spiritual pressure contains the power that Kaguya is familiar with. The power of the chakra tree. When Izan's Reiatsu appeared, the momentum instantly gained the upper hand. Kaguya Dodongu even retreated subconsciously to avoid the terrifying Reiatsu. You really took away the chakra tree. Dodongu Kaguya had sharp eyes. She stared at the Bennu located under Izan's chest, and a glint of greed filled her eyes. Although Kaguya didn't know the origin and function of Bennu, she could clearly feel the power contained in Bennu. In other words, Bennu is more valuable than the chakra tree, and it is more worth fighting for. Now, hatred has shifted. Even if Izan didn't snatch the chakra tree, Kaguya must have decided to kill him. There is no other reason, just because Kaguya, who is a strong man, also wants to move towards a wider sky. As Sasuke Uchiha once said, only when you stand at the same height as Izan can you appreciate the scenery he sees. Kaguya, who is in her prime, does have this qualification. Chakra is something I can have. Kaguya let out a roar again, and the strong sound wave caused the ground to shatter layer by layer. I will kill you all, and then reintegrate chakra into my body. Kaguya's arms trembled, and after a violent tremor, the ground below disappeared out of thin air, replaced by an endless sea of molten lava. Murmur murmur. The scorching lava kept rolling and steaming, accompanied by a terrifying high temperature. Countless ninjas looked sluggish, and they witnessed the center of the battlefield turned into a sea of lava. Most people can't to flee, he could only struggle and mourn and sink into the sea of lava. When their bodies came into contact with these melts, they turned into powder in less than a second and died tragically. The momentum of the molten lava spread gradually, spreading towards the edge of the battlefield like an outer circle. In those areas that have not yet been enveloped by the molten lava, the remaining ninjas have fled. In the area where the Konoha ninja was, the panicked Konoha ninja desperately fled. As the fifth generation Hokage Tsunade, he was stunned for a while, and he didn't have time to escape. Tsunade-sama. Hurry up and run. We have already lost this war. Konoha Zanbu ninja kept discouraging him. The lava gradually enlarged in their eyes, and there was only a thin line between life and death. But did it fail like this? Tsunade was stunned, his face full of unwillingness. In fact, after witnessing the power of Kaguya and Izan, Tsunade was completely desperate. It was only the first time she felt utter despair. Because in front of the two of them, Tsunade was like an insignificant ant. In the end, the weak Tsunade was dragged away by the Konoha ninja and fled to the edge of the battlefield. Except for the ninjas, all the Baiju and funeral troupe didn't have time to flee, and they all sank into the sea of lava. Other than that, 10 Blades didn't panic at all. They themselves have the ability to hang in the air, and even if the burial troops are lost, they can continue to regenerate. A sea of lava was summoned, and according to this momentum, it seems to be a real sea of lava. There was a rare glimmer of admiration in Lan Ran's eyes. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, if nothing else, this may be another space summoned by the use of psychic techniques. Kaguya didn't respond to Izan, but turned to look at Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Her arms stretched out of her sleeves and stroked their eyes. Then, something unexpected happened. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from Kaguya's eyes, and flowed down her finger-breakable face. It seems that Naruto and Sasuke feel the familiar power of the 6 paths. In Kaguya's mind, the figures of Datonkiba village in Datonkai appeared. Kaguya's flawless palms pressed against Naruto and Sasuke, constantly absorbing the chakra in their bodies through skin-to-skin contact. Soon, the power of the 6 realms in the two of them was absorbed by Kaguya. When Kaguya saw Naruto and Sasuke, she thought of her 2 children. She is very kind, isn't she? Seeing all this, Heiju said sadly, Kaguya, who was sealed by her own child, is really a poor mother. As Kaguya's child, I recorded everything during the time when my mother was away. And I created everything during this period. The story of the ninja was created for the resurrection of my mother. Heiju said with emotion, I didn't expect that Naruto and Sasuke are still not the opponents of Izan. It's a pity. Indra and Asura reincarnations who can coordinate and cooperate in this way are really rare. Everyone doesn't know, even Ui himself doesn't know. First of all, the 10 tails. Its true face is not only the divine tree, but also the mother herself. It is not the incarnation of the divine tree that wants to retrieve the chakra fruit, but it wants to take it. Return to the will of Chakra's mother who was scattered by her 2 children. The purpose of Mother's return is to end this history that does not belong to ninjas at all. Chapter 391 Control the Power of Reality and Illusion, for subscription. Submit, and witness your mother becoming the Almighty God together. Heiju laughed wildly. It tampered with the Uchiha stone tablet, rewritten the history of the ninja world, and disguised itself as the will of Uchiha Madara, in order to welcome the resurrection of Kaguya. The original process was not as smooth as it is now, but Izan helped Heiju. Due to Izan's absorption of the chakra tree, the seal was broken, and a large amount of chakra poured out, making Kaguya's successful resurrection. In the face of Izan's perfect fusion of Bennu, only Kaguya is qualified to fight him. With his last enthusiasm, Heiju leapt and merged into Kaguya's sleeves. At this moment, Kaguya's roar also stopped. Her eyes shot a little bit of cold star, staring at Izan indifferently. Under Kaguya's feet, the entire land turned into a sea of boiling lava. In terms of momentum alone, Kaguya is no less inferior to Izan. However, only this level. Still not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Ulquiorra and Stark, who were watching from a distance, murmured in a low voice, if you think that Izan-sama only has this level, then you are wrong. Even the god of the 153rd generation of the ninja world is still not enough in front of Izan-sama. Not to mention the power to retrieve the fruit of the god tree. In the end, he will definitely surrender to the power of Kyoka Suizuki. The first and the 20th blood looked on indifferently. They neither fear nor deny Kaguya's power. With their own strength, the two of them have the strength to fight, but if you want to defeat Kaguya, you have to say something else. Seemingly feeling Kaguya-ji's anger, Lan Ran's mouth raised an arc, and she smiled lightly. Then, do you have any other means? Don't bluff easily, that will only show your weakness. Izan pulled out the essence of Suizuki, and pointed her sharp blade at Kaguya. Before Kaguya could react, Izan's figure had disappeared from her sight. This kind of speed. Can it escape my induction? Even the mighty Kaguya's heart also turned up in an uproar. She had to admit that she underestimated Izan's strength. In just the second she was stunned, the sharp Zanpakuto was constantly magnifying in her eyes. Brush. Kaguya stretched out her arm instinctively, and an ice-like force poured out from her palm, causing the surrounding space to freeze into ice. The sharp blade was resisted, and it stopped in the air for a while. Is it frost? This kind of trick can be easily crushed by just relying on Reiatsu. Izan sneered, and the spiritual force rushed forward along the blade, breaking Kaguya's offensive in the fire and light stone. BFFT. The blade pierced Kaguya's shoulder, piercing a wound. What? She seemed to feel the blood left on her shoulders. Kaguya roared. The sound wave that condensed into substance had not yet rushed in front of Izan, but was blocked by an invisible wall. Just like the power of the Tomb of the Wheel possessed by the Eye of Reincarnation. Izan's charring press is so powerful that it can be controlled and transformed into various substances at will. Izan grabbed the hilt of Kyokushuayu and wanted to cut Kaguya-Jai's body off, but was accidentally broken. I saw a crack in the space around Kaguya, and then her body quickly melted into the space crack and completely disappeared in front of Izan's eyes. Disappeared. This power is spatial movement, right? Seeing Kaguya disappear, Izan was not too surprised. Because he had played against Uchiha Obito, and he had also witnessed the power of space ninjutsu. At that time, Izan still defeated Obito by relying on the forbidden technique of the Soul Society, the time-space ghost technique. However, this time he did not repeat the same trick. Because there is no need for that at all. Kaguya's purpose is to snatch the chakra tree, which has been absorbed by Bennu. If you want to take the Bennu, you have to fight Izan head-on. It's enough to just sit back and wait. Just as Kaguya disappeared, the entire space also changed. No longer a sea of hot lava, but a world of ice and snow. The snow was white and kept falling from the sky. The ground that had been scorched was also frozen for thousands of miles and completely condensed. The ninjas who were still running for their lives in a hurry saved their lives by luck. They fell to the ground, limp and feeble. This near-death experience left the ninjas with lingering fears. It seems that this time is the world of ice. It feels the same as the last time in the world of lava. Is this your ability, Kaguya Dodongamu? You can rewrite the whole world and materialize it in an instant, so you also control it. Illusion. A look of contempt appeared in Izan's eyes. Although this method of changing the space in an instant seems mysterious, in Izan's eyes, it's nothing more than that. Perhaps because Reiatsu was too powerful, everyone forgot another powerful power that Izan possessed. The absolute hypnosis of Kyokushuayu. As long as you are absolutely hypnotized, let alone the world of lava or the world of ice and snow. As long as Izan is willing, Kaguya can even feel the world collapse. Sure enough, not long after, Kaguya's figure reappeared. She repeated her old technique and pushed her hands forward, and the cold ice emerged, turning into two ice picks and stabbing Izan. Izan was calm and did not evade. He easily shattered the ice pick with just his strong Reiatsu. Immediately afterwards, Izan held the blade of Kyokushuayu with her backhand, pointed at Kaguya and said coldly, "Let you see my knife." Kyokushuayu. Maybe it's because you've been sealed for too long, and you can't see how vast the world is beyond. Izan stood in the air and gradually approached Kaguya. To change the space at will, this kind of power is not worth mentioning at all compared to Jingwashuayu's 5 senses of manipulation. Don't you want to see what a more powerful force looks like, then? I'll show you now what is the power that truly controls reality and illusion. Broken, Kyokushuayu. P.S. The Naruto arc is almost over. Next, I will go to One Piece to suck the devil fruit tree and give 10 blades new powers. After that, he went back to the god of death to kill the Gi Master. Or you can mention what the world you want to see. 390th chapters of the 99th, forbidden, for subscription. Broken, Kyokushuayu. As Zanpakuto's liberating words fell, Kaguya felt a trance. The surrounding space seemed to shatter like a mirror, and Izan became the center of the world. It's just that this feeling disappeared in an instant, and the surroundings returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. What exactly is going on? Kaguya's heart sank, and she was horrified to find that she couldn't see the clue with her pupil strength. Is this an illusion? It didn't look like an illusion, because Kaguya felt that the surroundings were real. Is this ninjutsu? But not like ninjutsu, because there are no signs of damage around. Even as the god of ninja world, Kaguya felt confused for the first time. See. This is the power to control the unreal and the real. Do you think your senses are wrong? No, it doesn't deceive you, but your eyes deceive yourself. Izan held Essence Shuayu's blade with her backhand and smiled lightly. As it is now, as long as I wave the blade, I can easily penetrate your body. When Izan's voice fell, his blade slowly fell, like sinking into the bottom of a lake. Then, something unexpected happened to Kaguya. I saw ripples on the hard ground, like a calm lake cracked a huge crack. Jingya Shuayu's blade sank into it, and finally disappeared. Just when Kaguya was puzzled, the Zanpakuto that disappeared suddenly appeared from behind her and stabbed into her body fiercely. BFFT. Kaguya's expression was sluggish, she lowered her head incredulously, but she really saw a smear of blood on her chest. Scarlet blood soaked her clothes like ink. Impossible. He obviously didn't do anything. Kaguya breathed heavily, she didn't believe all this. With Jigu's samsara eye, she had already stared at Izan's movements. Without any warning signs, he was seriously injured. This is the Arabian Nights at all. Izan's eyes were as cold as frost, he held it back, and the essence of Shuayu appeared in his hand again. However, the blood stains on Kaguya's chest still did not disappear. This shows that the wound is real. The power you can see isn't scary, the power you can't see is the most scary. Are you puzzled, Kaguya? Izan looked down at Kaguya with a sarcastic look, and said coldly, my Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suizuki, its ability is to dominate the opponent's 5 senses, allowing it to perceive the appearance, shape, quality, the touch, even the smell, is fully believed in what the owner wants. Don't be surprised. You guessed it right. The moment you saw the mirror image begin to resolve, you have fallen into the fantasy world under my control. This world is completely transformed by my will. Izan looked up at the sky and said calmly, just as you can channel out the lava space, so can I, even more perfect than you. In an instant, Kaguya was stunned. Just when Izan finished saying these words, the whole sky suddenly changed. The falling snowflakes disappeared, replaced by hot lava, and the ground condensed by ice and snow reappeared. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a fantasy world where lava and ice and snow coexist. The 9 heavens of ice and fire. This almost mythical scene was actually presented in front of Kaguya, making her stunned. She asked herself that with the power she could control, it was impossible to do so. Impossible. It must be an illusion. No one can do this. You can't, I can't, not even God. Kaguya seemed to be unable to keep her sanity because of the stimulation. She stood with her fingers on both sides of her forehead. 9 Gujade Samsara, open it. The powerful pupil power radiates and spreads around. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. The scene that should have appeared still appeared. This time, even Kaguya's heart was shaken. If even Jigu's samsara eye can't be broken, then the scene she saw is very likely to be true. Kaguya's eyes gradually became dim, and the momentum that was bound to kill Izan also faded. This real 5-sense manipulation makes her feel powerless. No matter how huge her chakra is and how powerful the space technique she possesses, she can't defeat Izan at all. The god of the ninja world. If he is suppressed under the ghosts of the ghost world, what kind of irony would it be? The corner of Izan's mouth raised a sinister arc. This smile contained a chilling coldness. For Kaguya, Izan showed no mercy. As long as Kaguya is killed, the ninja world will end. The 99 of the Tao, forbidden. Pimps and nails appeared beside Kaguya, binding her body tightly. Not only that, the power of Tao-bound art is far more than that. Bound Tao 99, forbidden. First song, Stop the Tension. A huge strip of cloth covered with reiatsu wrapped around Kaguya's body to stop her movement. No matter how hard Kaguya's arms were, they couldn't get rid of the shackles of the cloth. Second song, Balian Zoo. Dozens of iron sticks stabbed into Kaguya's body, completely immobilizing her. At this time, Kaguya was like a lamb to be slaughtered, losing the ability to resist. The finale, Diban is too sealed. When the last chant fell, suddenly, a huge steel with the word D fell from the sky. Smashed on Kaguya's body under the spotlight. Boom. A loud voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and Kaguya was suppressed in desperation. She felt that the power in her body was passing by rapidly, and even the vitality was absorbed by the stone tablet. Kaguya was desperate, unwilling, but helpless. She will eventually face death. No one has stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you or me, or even God. Losing in my hands also shows that from now on, this unbearable empty window will end. Izan came to Kaguya without mercy, and the sharp Zanpakuto pierced through her chest. From now on, I will stand at the top. Chapter 393 The People Who Know Everything, for subscription. When Kyokusu Izuki was pulled out of Kaguya's body, the chakra condensed in her body broke out along the blade. No. I haven't taken it back with my own hands. Kaguya roared with a ferocious face, and those angry words contained a lot of unwillingness. She never thought that she would be reduced to such a point that she would not even be able to fight back. Kaguya used all her strength and finally grabbed towards Izan's chest. Even if it is death, she will tell Izan to pull into the water. Seeing that her palm was about to pierce Izan's chest, the smile on Kaguya's face became more and more fierce. Approaching, gradually approaching, just one step away, she can take Izan's life. Go to hell, you sinner who stole everything from me. With an angry roar, Kaguya's palm finally pierced Izan's chest. She laughed wildly and cruelly. However, 12's smile didn't stay for a moment before it was sluggish in vain. Because Kaguya noticed that there was no blood gushing out of Izan's chest. This is just a phantom. Impossible. When did he disappear from my eyes? Kaguya turned around suddenly, but what caught her eye was the Zanpakuto that gradually enlarged. Clang. An understated slash cut Kaguya off lazily. Kaguya vomited blood, and Lanran's disdainful mockery came from her ears. What on earth did you use to create the illusion that I didn't use Jingwashuayu? These words were like a heavy hammer, instantly making Kaguya's heart fall into a 1,000-year ice cave. Yes, since the moment she saw Zanpakuto's first solution, she has been immersed in illusion. Unless Izan wants to, or touches Kyokusu Izuki's blade before liberation. Otherwise, Kaguya will only be immersed in absolute hypnosis forever. Blood eye. Just like when Halibel was slashed by Izan twice, Kaguya repeated the same mistakes. Even with the Samsara Shaker, the vitality in her body is fading fast. To be fair, ordinary magic can't kill Kaguya, and the only way to curb Kaguya's ambition is to seal it. But Izan is different. He not only has a majestic spiritual pressure himself, but also has the chakra tree, and has the power of collapsing jade. Under the fusion of the three powers, even the reincarnation writing will eyes cannot be compared. What? After the last roar, Kaguya's huge body was torn apart. As the chakra scattered, so did her appearance. It is no longer a hideous face, but restores the appearance of Uchiha Madara. Boom. Madara Uchiha's body fell powerless, and it was announced that Kaguya, the former god of the ninja world, also disappeared. Years of deliberate planning, even tampering with the history of the ninja world, are all in vain. The powerhouse who finally won in this sky is still Izan. After Kaguya died, the hot sea of lava disappeared, and the cold space of ice and snow also disappeared. The earth returned to its original state, and even the fleeing ninjas stopped. Perhaps, for them, the disaster is over. However, Izan didn't think so. He looked at the signs of chakra scattered, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As early as when Izan fought against Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he always felt that there was a hidden power peeping in the dark. The source of that power is the same as that possessed by Naruto and Sasuke. Come out, Datonki Hanamura. Even if Kaguya is dead, do you still choose to spy in the dark? Izan stood calmly in the air, but his voice shocked everyone. Even Ten Blades was surprised. Judging from Izan's tone, it seems that he has long known that there are still enemies. The audience was silent and silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Izan. They were not strong enough, so naturally they couldn't detect the aura of the six-path immortals. But since Izan said so, it was definitely not wrong. Ah! As expected, you still noticed it. An ancient voice of vicissitudes suddenly sounded, causing countless waves. Above Madara Uchiha's body, an old figure gradually solidified. What appeared in everyone's eyes was an old man sitting quietly. He was wearing a white coat with a fugu engraved on it. The old man was lurking in the air, and there were 9 Taoist jades underneath. Behind him is a black battle that symbolizes the moon and the sun. The six-path immortal, the big Paulonia feather robe. It turned out to be a six-path immortal? There was an uproar from the allied forces of the ninja world. They did not expect to witness the legendary character with their own eyes. Perhaps for them, the name Kaguya is unfamiliar. But the name Six Paths Immortal is like thunder. Looking at your calm expression, you seem to have anticipated my existence for a long time. I didn't expect that after you merged with Bennu, even the sense of 097 became so powerful. There is a kind of regret in the words of six-path immortals. In Naruto's spiritual space, he imparted power to Naruto and Sasuke, and wanted to use their hands to end Izan's ambition. It's just that immortal six paths also underestimated Izan's power. That is, with the scattered power of the six paths, Naruto and Sasuke were still beaten by Izan. Even if it is full of blood, it will die again. At the moment when the life and death of the ninja world was at stake, the six-path immortals finally had to take action in person. However, immortal six paths did not plan to fight Izan single-handedly. Because even the mother Kaguya is not low on Izan, with his power, the tragedy will only be repeated. The six-path immortal held the six-path immortal staff in both hands and closed his eyes tightly. The powerful six yin and yang forces poured out from his body, just like when Bennu woke up. These rays of light also descended in front of him, and finally slowly condensed and turned into 4 figures. Under the circumstance of all the attention, these 4 figures gradually solidified, and finally turned into substance, revealing their true faces. These 4 are all inheritors of the will of fire, and once each represented an era. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Saryutobi Izan, Namikaze Minato. People who know everything. Naruto of all ages. Chapter 394 The God of Ninja without majesty. People who know everything. Hokage of all ages. Thousands of hands, thousands of doors. Time, Saryutobi hidden, Namikaze Minato. These 4 men who symbolized the will of fire, under the power of the six-path immortals, came to the ninja continent again. You must know that each of them was a powerful existence in the ninja world. The first Hokage, one of the founders of Konoha village, the previous reincarnation of Ashura, the second son of Otsutsuki. Kainzi Hashirama has the limit of the wood done and blood, and also has the power to control the tailed beast. He calmed down the troubled world in his life, distributed tailed beasts to the 5 countries equally, and defeated Madara Uchiha in one fell swoop in the Battle of the Valley of the End. He is the only ninja that Madara Uchiha fears. Therefore, everyone who has seen its style calls it a myth like a six-path immortal, and is hailed as the God of Ninjas by the ninja world. The second Hokage, one of the founders of Konoha village, made outstanding contributions to the prosperity of the village. He is good at researching and developing ninjutsu, developed the technique of Flying Thunder God, the technique of Shadow Clone, and the forbidden technique of Reincarnation, and has a prominent reputation. It's just that in the first ninja war, he and the second generation Raikage were plotted against by the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and they died heroically. But this does not affect the strength of Senju Tobirama, because the technique of reincarnation of the Dirty Earth, which has a profound impact on this war, is the masterpiece of the second Hokage. To a certain extent, if the second generation of Hokage hadn't invented so many forbidden techniques, the ninja world might have reduced a lot of tragedies. The third Hokage, he is not only the direct disciple of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, but also cultivated the three ninjas of the Megatron ninja world. Saryutobi Izan is proficient in 5 types of chakra-type ninjutsu, and he enjoys the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. At the same time, it is also the Hokage that Konoha has been in office for the longest time, during which he created the heyday of Konoha Hidden Village. Unfortunately, in the plan to destroy Konoha, his Saryutobi was killed by Izan wielding his sword and died with regret under the circumstance of using the Ghoul Seal. His death also symbolized Konoha's descent from the altar. The fourth Hokage is a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin. At the same time, Minato Namikaze is also the father of Naruto Uzumaki. He not only has a cool and wise mind, but also is good at developing and improving ninjutsu, with superb strength. Namikaze Minato's speed is unparalleled in the ninja world, and is known as Yellow Flash. Regrettably, during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, he was willing to use the ghoul sealing technique in order to protect the village, and finally sealed the Nine Tails and died. Now, because of the power of the 6 Paths Immortals, the 4 Hokage who were once famous have gathered together again. This is Grandpa? The moment he saw the figure of the first Hokage, the 5th Hokage Tsunade had a dull expression. Unconsciously, a teardrop streamed down the corner of her eye. Just like a lost lamb, finally finding a way to return. Tsunade's seemingly strong heart finally found a support at this moment. She seems to have returned to the innocent time when she was a child. At that time, because of the power of Grandpa Senjut's humor, Tsunade is a cute little princess who is far away from pain and war, just because there is a strong back of Kainzushima. Grandpa, you finally appeared. She said these words with exhaustion. Tsunade seemed to see a ray of light. With the 6 Path Immortals and the most powerful Hokage of all dynasties, this lineup may have the power to fight. Is this the first Hokage who was praised as the god of ninjas? Many ninjas focused their attention on the 4 Naruto. For them, the 6 Path Immortals and the 4 Hokage were the last straw. What exactly is going on? Senju Hashima regained consciousness and said blankly. HMPH, is that the ghost of that guy named Orochimaru again? The second Hokage hummed with ease. His first instinct was that Orochimaru used the technique of reincarnation to channel them. Because in the war to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru did this once. At that time, the cruel Orochimaru wanted to let the 3 generations of Hokage experience the taste of cannibalism, so he specially channeled 2 Hokage. In the end, Orochimaru set fire to self-immolation, and the 3 generations of Hokage were desperate, and had to use the corpse-killing technique to summon the god of death, and Orochimaru's hands were also swallowed by the god of death, and eventually became a waste that could not be sealed. Died humiliation. No, the ghoul sealing technique that sealed us may have been unlocked. 3 generations of Hokage felt the power in the body and said hesitantly. That's right, he clearly felt the signs of chakra and the flow of life, which showed that they were not reborn in the way of reincarnation, but a real resurrection. I didn't expect us to be resurrected. The first generation, it seems that we were resurrected together in this era. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with deep respect, looking at the first and second Hokage on the side. However, an embarrassing scene appeared. The first Hokage stared blankly at Minato Namikaze and asked, "Who is this guy?" Namikaze Minato pointed to the words, "Fourth Hokage," inscribed on his back, and said embarrassedly, "I am Konoha's fourth Hokage." Wow, it turns out to be the fourth generation. Senju Hasuma was excited like a baboon that had just finished mating, and shouted, "MMMM." It seems that the village has also settled down for a long time. It's great. I don't know if the village is stable or not. Because I died because of the seal 3 generations ago. Namikaze Minato said embarrassedly. Oh? Is that the case? Wasn't it sealed because of the same thing? So who is the fifth Hokage? Senju Hashirama asked thoughtfully. Sarutobi Izan responded, "The first generation of adults, the fifth generation of Hokage is you. Granddaughter, Tsunade Haim." What? It turned out to be Zagang. I really didn't expect it. Because she is the eldest granddaughter, I loved her very much since I was a child, and as a result, she also got the same bad habit of gambling as me. The original Naruto laughed heartily, without the majesty that a ninja god should have. No, the first generation, now is not the time to be happy. 3 generations of Hokage pointed in the other direction and said solemnly. The reason why Sarutobi knew that Tsunade was the fifth Hokage was because at the end of his vision he found Tsunade who was surrounded by Konoha and was still crying. 390th Chapter 6 Red Sun Array, for subscription. 3 generations of Hokage observed carefully, and soon found Tsunade crying. Not only that, but his eyes also saw an unforgettable figure. The man who once made him die with regret and unwillingness. Izan plus medical star he turned out to be Izan. Has he grown to this point? There was a hint of shock in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. As early as the moment when he saw Izan for the first time, Izan Sarutobi felt that Izan would be a scourge. Sure enough, he guessed right. Izan revealed his true power at the later Chunin conference and deceived everyone. And Sarutobi Izan himself died regretfully after receiving 2 slashes from Izan. Izan? Who is he? The first Hokage and the second Hokage also saw Tsunade. But before they could rejoice, they were attracted by Izan's figure. The oppression this figure brought to them was so strong that the 2 powerful Hokage of the past also felt heavy faces. This is Naruto? Minato Namikaze's eyes were fixed on Naruto Uzumaki's corpse. Although he has long since died, some chakra remains in the seal of the 9 tails, so he also knows everything about Naruto. Just like 440 thunderbolts from the blue, Naruto actually died. Squeak. Shidai Hokage clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Izan. Everyone. It's also because of me that you are able to come to the ninja world again. But you have also seen that even Naruto and Sasuke, who have the power of yin and yang respectively, are not opponents of Izan. My mother Kaguya was also beheaded by Izan. So I need the strength of the 4 of you. The 6-path immortal suspended in midair finally spoke. Even if he is powerful, he has to admit that he is no match for Izan at all. The 6 paths immortal's palms turned upwards, and the moon and the sun in the palms simultaneously burst out with a powerful force. The 2 powers merged into one in the air, and then turned into 4 powers of the 6 paths and poured into the minds of Hokage. This time, Hokage, who was confused about this world, understood everything. Although the initiators of this battlefield were the 5 major countries, they had a common purpose, which was to defeat Izan and the 10 Blades Legion. But it seems to have failed. The Hokage of all dynasties has obtained an important piece of information, Bennu. Today's Izan not only possesses his own power, but also has Bennu. In other words, apart from sealing Izan's spiritual pressure like Urara Kisuk did, Izan couldn't be killed at all. Because Izan, who owns Bennu, is immortal. Only those who stand at the same height as Izan have the power to defeat him. Brush. Before Hokage of all dynasties could make a move, Izan had already appeared in front of them. Izan. Saryutobi Izan roared in anger. To this day, Saryutobi Izan still remembers what he said before his death. It's a pity that I can't die with you. Izan and Yumiko will meet again one day. Now, it's time to fulfill the promise. Saryutobi Izan. Long time no see, has your mood changed? In the face of the powerful Six Paths Immortals and Hokage of all dynasties, Izan still looks elegant and indifferent. There was an imperceptibly disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. The reason why the ninja world has become what it is now. The old man has to bear a great responsibility. There was a trace of remorse in the eyes of the third generation. I still regret it even now? Izan Saryutobi, no matter how careful you were back then, or whether you restricted my actions, the outcome is the same. Too much regret is just an excuse for the weak to survive, and it cannot change the essence after all. Izan pulled out the Zanpei Kuto, and a powerful Reiatsu erupted, bringing great oppression to the Hokage of all dynasties. You shouldn't be from the village, right? Then why destroy Konoha and Ninja World? Kanzujin asked in a deep voice. I think you misunderstand the meaning of power. It's not destruction, but surrender. Izan said coldly, with the power of Bennu, I also have the power to offend the realm of God. All creatures will believe in a being superior to themselves. In this way, the trusted person avoids this heavy pressure, will pursue the higher existence, and the higher existence will yearn for the higher level and trustworthy strong. In this way, all kings were born. In this way, all gods were born. Hearing Izan's words, the past Hokage was speechless. In fact, Izan was right. He really doesn't need to follow the rules of this world anymore. The so-called laws exist for those who cannot live without following the laws. Izan's power is enough to become a new rule. Everyone, don't argue with Izan. His sharp tongue is his usual characteristic. The Six-Path Immortal said cautiously, the most urgent task at the moment, I need your strength to build the 6 Red Sun formation together to isolate Izan from 10 blades. In this way, we will have an advantage in numbers. Clear. Under the sign of the Six-Path Immortals, the 4 Hokage instantly came to Izan's surroundings. Together with the Immortals of the 6 Paths, they shot and performed ninjutsu at the same time. 6 Scarlet Sun formation. In an instant, a red barrier appeared in the center of the battlefield, sealing Izan inside. This time, we have an absolute advantage. The 6th generation immortal pondered in a low voice. However, this advantage was only established for a second before being defeated. I saw Lan Ran take a step forward with an expressionless face, and the terrifying spiritual pressure that was enough to crush the sky erupted, and it even defeated the solid 6 Red Sun formation in an instant. For the Hokage of all generations, the nightmare is not only that. Just when they wanted to fight back, 4 figures appeared beside them. Stark, Balegan, Halibel, Ulquiorra. 4 powerful 10 blades appeared at the same time, restricting the actions of Hokage of all generations. Datong Mu'ai, your so-called numerical advantage has disappeared. Then, what tricks do you have? Izan pulled out the Zanpei Kuto, killing intent was decided. Chapter 396 Immortal Magic would escape, thousands of hands, for subscription. The past Hokage was intercepted by the 4 10 blades. The original plan was broken. Not only could they not besiege Izan, but they had to face the powerful front 40 blades alone. Appearing in front of Senju Hakama is the top 10 blade, Stark. Stark did not release the return to the blade state, and still held to guns. As the person who previously defeated Madara Uchiha with a single reincarnation eye, perhaps because of the bondage, Stark once again faced a formidable opponent. Oh, I thought I could end this war without taking action. Sigh. Stark sighed lazily, seeming a little reluctant. Indeed, with his character, being able to take the initiative to defeat Madara Uchiha is already a rare thing. The emergence of another first-generation Hokage will make Stark very embarrassed. However, such a reluctant look disappeared. Because Stark felt the power of the original Hokage, this made him lift a little bit of energy. Who are you? Senju Hasuma looked at Stark solemnly. He could feel the Reiatsu within Stark's body being extremely powerful. Above all, Stark gave him a sense of danger. The 10th blade, stuck. Stark stared at the first Hokage and asked, then, I just want to ask you a question. Which one is stronger between you and Madara Uchiha? The first Hokage frowned slightly and asked, what do you mean by that? Oh, even if I have trouble returning to the edge, I still can't witness the full power of the Eye of Samsara, that's all. It turns out that it was you who defeated Madara. Senju Hasuma was unexpectedly calm, but his appearance brought another kind of information to Stark. So, you are better than him? The corner of Stark's mouth raised a satisfied smile. He raised his pistols and suddenly shot at Senju. Boom. The blue light shot out and shot uncontrollably on the shoulders of Senju Hasuma, piercing a blood hole. The response is too slow. As soon as Stark's words fell, he saw a scene of interest. I saw the blood hole on the shoulder of Senju Hasuma quickly healed. Done. The technique of Wood Dragon. Senju Hasuma overlapped his hands and held it towards Madara Uchiha. Countless huge twigs emerged from the ground, forming a wooden dragon, which rolled towards Stark aggressively, trying to strangle him. But Stark was not flustered. Just when the wooden dragon was about to pounce on him, the beak ringing easily avoided. Virtual flash. Stark's figure appeared silently behind Senju Hasuma, and once again blasted a phantom flash. Done. The technique of the wooden man. A huge wooden man rose from the ground. Whether it is form or strength, it can be compared with the complete body Suzu. Roar. The huge wooden man resisted behind Kane's Uzujin, blocking the phantom flash. But it also paid a price. The wooden man's arm was pierced by the virtual flash. Is it the same trick as Suzu's? Stark murmured softly. Perhaps in the eyes of other ninjas, whether it is the technique of the wooden man or the wooden dragon, they all feel terrified. But for Stark, there is no threat. Because he used to blow up Suzu with his infinite reload virtual flash. It's not enough to rely on this. Since you are unwilling to show your full strength, then I will force it out. Stark's lazy gaze sharpened, and he raised his pistols at the huge wooden man. Unlimited reload and virtual flash. From Stark's muzzle, a terrifying Reiatsu that turned Madara's color changed in vain. The indescribable Reiatsu was condensed at the muzzle, and then suddenly blasted out. Tens of thousands of virtual flashes blasted out, covering the entire sky in an instant. Infinitely loaded bombs dashed out and slammed towards the huge wooden figurine. Like the previous battle with Madara Uchiha, this time Stark deliberately controlled and blasted all the virtual flashes towards the same place on the wooden man. Wipe the card. Just like the previous scene, the wooden figurine had no resistance in the face of the infinite void flash and was easily shattered. It's so strong? Kane's humor was stunned. Even during the Battle of End Valley, his wooden figurine the technique is also enough to suppress the Nine Tails and Madara to join forces. But in front of the infinite virtual flash, it is as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. Senju Hasuma wanted to understand why Madara was defeated, because the power of the enemy had already surpassed them. Oh, there's no way. Kane's humor sighed, then closed his eyes tightly. The natural energy floating in the air frantically gathered towards his body. On the face of Kane's Tsujin, The unique pattern of the immortal mode appeared. Kane's Tsujin folded his hands together, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Zanfamudan, really thousands of hands. With a powerful chakra bursting out, the black hair of Kane's Tsu fluttered. The huge immortal chakra gathered frantically behind him, condensing into a behemoth. Thousands of hands. Hashirama actually made a huge Buddha statue with countless huge arms by himself. Because the Buddha statue is so huge, even Stark was deeply shocked. Even the wooden figure technique, which is comparable in size to the full-body Sisu, is not as big as the head of a golem. This is the power you should have at the pinnacle of the ninja world. There was a hint of admiration in Stark's eyes. He finally saw the power that could make him serious. To deal with this level of tricks, infinite phantom flash may not be enough. Stark raised his pistols, but did not use infinite void again. Contrary to the expectations of the original Hokage, the two pistols turned into a blue fluorescent light, surrounding Stark. For a time, his aura climbed to the top. It seems that Stark is finally serious. Haribel, who was fighting against Saryutobi hidden, was also attracted by this powerful Reiatsu. When she looked over, she saw that Stark's body was surrounded by many wolves. Although the size of each wolf is not large, it contains a terrifying energy that makes people unable to look directly. Another ability of Stark, Soul Splitting. Chapter 397, Thousands of Hands Are Defeated. Subscribe. Soul Split. There are many wolves standing beside Stark. These wolves have vivid expressions and lifelike expressions, as if they were real wolves of beasts. However, they are all fake. These wolves are the products of Stark's real soul split, and their essential power is the power accumulated in Stark's body. At the time of the battle in Kakusacho, in addition to infinite void dodge, Stark relied on these wolves with split souls to forcefully suppress the enemy. Even the 200-year-old masked captains were powerless to resist under the bombardment of the wolves. This shows how powerful this move is. What's more, this is the ninja world, and it is even more impossible to stop the attack of the wolves by the means of ninjas alone. Oh! There was a wolf howling from the wolf pack, which was sharp and piercing, like a sad song at death. The wolf howl spread to every corner of the scene and gradually entered the ears of the ninjas. No matter who it is, as long as he hears the howl of the wolves, his body trembles involuntarily. The sound was so terrifying, it made them feel the despair of death. It was like being in another dimension, surrounded by ferocious wolves. In addition to being hunted by wolves, there is no resistance. It's too strong. I didn't expect 10 blades to have such a means. There was another wave in the corner of the ninja world. Especially the expressions on the faces of the ninja world can no longer be described as shock. Because they have witnessed too many shocks and too many accidents in this war. The legendary six-path immortal, the creator god Kaguya of the shinobi world, etc. After witnessing the power of Izan after the fusion of Bennu, the ninjas were able to accept it calmly, no matter how unexpected the ability was. Is this your true strength, 10 blades? The 1,000-handed billows jumped in the air, standing on the top of the head of the Buddha. Standing here, he has been able to witness the entire battlefield, even one step away from the sky. With all the momentum, it looks unmatched. It's rare for me to be serious once, so let me show you the power of my seriousness. Stark raised his arm, pointed at Kane's Tsujin, and said indifferently, "Chase him, wolves." Ouch! All the wolf spirits raised their heads and wailed in the sky. Immediately afterwards, just like the galloping horses, the wolves left Stark's side, ran in the air, and attacked the Kane's Tsujin. It's finally here. Thousands of hand pillars are waiting. Although the number of wolves was not large, it brought him a kind of deadly oppression, as if as long as one of the wolf spirits approached his body, everything would be over. In fact, Senju Hakama's intuition didn't exist. At the beginning, the captain of the century could not withstand the bombardment of two wolf spirits, and he became dying. In exchange, Yuma, whose strength level is weaker, only needs a wolf spirit to be able to achieve a fatal blow. The wolves ran fast in the air, and they actually set off a whole sky of dust in the air. What made Tsujian even more unexpected was that the wolf spirit's running speed was too fast. It only took a moment for these wolf spirits to appear by his side unexpectedly. Make a break, 10 blades. Thousands of hands clasped his palms together and shouted with all his strength, "Turn into a Buddha on the top." The countless arms moved forward in unison and patted the rushing wolves. This spectacular scene shocked the audience. Because the Buddha on the top was too huge, the countless arms slammed down together, enough to cover this area of the battlefield. Boom! When the countless palms slacked on the ground at the same time, the dust that was flying all over the sky suddenly shook. That strong ruptured the sound roared like an explosion. Even the ninja coalition forces that had fled from the center of the battlefield were implicated, and the blast formed a wave that sent them flying. Wow! The wailing sounded one after another. Countless ninja worlds have fallen heavily on the ground, and the battlefield that was full of people has become a mess. After witnessing the power of turning into a Buddha on the top, except for the first 44 parents, others felt a shock in their hearts. If it were them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to take this blow head-on. However, the wolf soul split by Stark is also not vegetarian. Although the countless palms are overwhelming, each wave spirit seems to have intelligence, and it can avoid the bombardment of the palm like a needle through a seam. What made Tsujian even more unexpected was that even if those wolf spirits were hit by the Buddha statue, they would instantly release the spiritual pressure accumulated in their bodies, forming a giant beam of light. The power generated by this explosion was enough to crush a large number of arms on the Buddha statue. Hunt him, wolves. Even if the wolf spirit disappeared, Stark was not worried. Because where he looked, several wolf spirits had already appeared behind Tsujian. Ouch! After another wolf howl, the wolf spirit that bore the brunt suddenly exploded. Seeing that the energy of the self-explosion was about to spread to him, in desperation, Kanzahashima formed a seal with his hands and performed ninjutsu. Zanfa, the 5-layered Rashomon. 5 giant gates inscribed with the statue of Yama stood up, trying to block the explosion produced by the wolf spirit. However, it was of no use. At the beginning, when the 9-tailed demon fox condensed the tailed beast Jade, it was enough to penetrate the 5-layered Rashomon, and how could it stop the self-destruction of the wolf spirit? There was no imaginary pause, only the unstoppable energy shock. Although Yuma carefully avoided the impact of the first wave spirit, he couldn't prevent the wolf spirits that rushed up one after another. Even on the front, the rest of the wolf spirits broke through the attack of the Buddha on the top. Boom! All the wolf spirits slammed into the Buddha statue together, and the resulting explosion instantly blew up the huge Buddha statue several hundred meters high. As the Buddha statue was blown up, Senjushima lost its footing and fell from the sky. The breaking wind generated by the altitude of several hundred meters made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Just when Tsujian struggled to open his eyes, he saw a wolf spirit coming towards him in despair. Stark aimed at all of this, and said in a low voice, "Everything is over." Boom! The moment the wolf spirit slammed into Senju's body, it burst with a bang, and the strong energy engulfed Senju's entire body. The occurrence of this scene also means that the battle between the 10th blade and the first Hokage is over. Ladies and gentlemen, the new book will be released tomorrow. The God of Death controls the 6 paths. I beg everyone to collect it. Collections are important for a new book, so grateful. Chapter 398 Defeat the Hokage of all dynasties, for subscription. It seems that Yoko no and ninja belief in the first Hokage has failed. Wearing a crown, Beilegan stared coldly at Senju Tobirama. Its eyes are empty and silent, and anyone who sees it will have a shuddering feeling. The axe of world destruction in his hand was raised high, and Beilegan was as imposing as a rainbow. Brother, you have done your best. Kane Zutabori's eyes dimmed. He witnessed the whole scene of the first Hokage and Stark fighting. As he said, Senju Hakama tried his best. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that Stark's ability is too strong. Split the wolf soul and disappear. Even if you turn into a Buddha at the top, you can't guard against wolf spirits. Better take care of yourself first, humble human being. Beilegan was dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama's attitude. As the Skeleton Emperor, how could he allow others to be distracted when fighting him? The breath of death. A black energy with a breath of silence came out of Beilegan's mouth. Senju Tobirama's thoughts finally recovered, and the death-like feeling made him have to take it seriously. Water escape, water formation wall. The second Hokage made a seal with both hands, and violently spewed a wall of water like waves from his mouth, trying to resist the attack of the breath of death. But he underestimated Beilegan's ability. Just like penetrating a piece of paper, the seemingly unbreakable wall of the water formation was corroded by the breath of death in an instant. Even Caesar couldn't resist the attack of the breath of death, let alone ordinary water. This is. The pupils of the second Hokage shrank suddenly, and the speed of the breath of death was too fast. The art of flying thunder god. The second Hokage threw a kunai to the rear. Immediately after that, when the breath of death touched his body, he disappeared instantly by means of kunai's instant body. Just not long after the second Hokage disappeared, the breath of death spread to where he used to be. It's too dangerous. What kind of ability is this? The second Hokage has a feeling of escaping death. Even though he has invented many forbidden techniques, he has never seen such a peculiar trick. The dark energy contained an aura of despair. The second Hokage even had an intuition that if he got a little bit of it, he would instantly turn into bones. We must find a way to defeat him. The second Hokage had seals on both hands, and was about to use ninjutsu to counterattack, but his face suddenly turned gloomy. Suddenly there was a creepy feeling behind him, and Beilegan appeared. The second Hokage's face changed in shock, and he was about to use the technique of Flying Thunder God to escape again. But he felt another strange sensation in his limbs. As if the bodily functions are aging, sluggish, pale, powerless. Flying Thunder. Before the second Hokage could finish speaking, the sharp axe of the world was cut down. One of his arms was not cut off. Wow! Enduring the severe pain, the second Hokage cast a spell and escaped smoothly. It's just that when his figure just appeared in another place, Beilegan was like a difficult ghost, and he appeared right after him. On the one hand, due to the injury of the second Hokage, on the other hand, due to the influence of the aging force, the figure of the second Hokage became slow. If you only have this means, it's far worse than Madara Uchiha. Beilegan picked up the giant axe and swung it out again, accompanied by an inexplicable breath of death, and even got on the clothes of Senju Tobirama. This. Damn it. For the first time, Senju Tobirama, who had always been confident in her own strength, felt powerless because the wind cannon behind her disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the breath of death will corrode his body. The second Hokage made a decisive decision, got rid of the shackles of the windbreaker, and used the kunai thrown out to escape again. Who? The second Hokage fled to a place not far away. He looked at the condescending Beilegan, and his heart was full of despair. Whether it is close-up or ninjutsu, there is no solution. With his strength and means, it is only a fantasy to defeat Beilegan. Is 10 blades really that strong? Perhaps it was because the second Hokage had just been reborn. He didn't know that even Madara Uchiha, who had a single reincarnation eye, couldn't decipher the power of aging, and could only rely on the complete body scissor to struggle. Although Senju Tobirama's strength is strong, he is still one level worse than Uchiha Madara. This boring game should be over. It is your honor to die under the axe of the Emperor, human. Bailey Gang was finally angry, and almost instantly, his figure appeared in front of Senju Tobirama. The axe that was stained with the breath of death continued to enlarge in Senju Tobirama's eyes, and finally slashed on his body. The dead breath of death began to spread from the wound, and gradually spread to Senju Tobirama's body. In the painful struggle, Senju Tobirama's whole body was corroded, and finally turned into a pile of bones in despair. Due to the huge disparity in strength, Senju Tobirama died heroically in battle. Boom. Bailey Gang looked at the white bones of the thousand hands Tobirama with disdain. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and the powerful Reiatsu crushed it. The bones fall, and the hero comes to an end. Another battlefield. The third Hokage lay dying on the ground. His back was stained red with blood, and Haribel's giant broadsword pierced through his body. Due to his aging and debilitating strength, the 3 generations of Hokage are no match for Haribel at all. From the moment they fought, they were at a disadvantage. This is the end of it. Those who have died should not think about making waves again. Haribel swung the blade and ended the life of the third Hokage. With the death of the first, second, and third Hokage, the will of fire was extinguished one after another. Only the last inheritor is left, Namikaze Minato. At this time, in the battle between Ulquiorra and Minato Namikaze, there was no violent energy, no ninjutsu blossoming, only a competition of speed. My new book, The 6 Paths of Death's Control, has been published. Dear book friends, I hope that I can waste a little of your precious time and help me click on the collection. Your small actions can bring me a lot of help, thank you all. For a new book, the collection is really important, and it is related to the future results. I beg you all, I hope you can help me. Chapter 399, The End of the War, for subscription. Competition in speed. Compared with the other 3 battlefields, there is an overwhelming gap. Maybe Ulquiorra and Minato Namikaze still have a gap in strength, but Minato Namikaze is absolutely confident in speed. He is a man with the title of Yellow Flash. Human, until now, do you still want to resist? Ulquiorra drew out his Zanpakuto and stared coldly at Namikaze Minato. A murderous aura was blatantly pouring out of him. In this war, Ulquiorra rarely shot. Even formidable enemies like Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama are dealt with by Stark, Bailigan and others. As a result, everyone ignored Ulquiorra's strength. He is the only 10-blade with a second-stage return blade. The moment he saw Minato Namikaze, Ulquiorra's seemingly emotionless eyes finally wavered. He could feel that in addition to his own strength, Minato Namikaze seemed to contain another power within his body. That is the other half of the 9-tailed demon fox, which is sealed in the body of Minato Namikaze. I see. It seems that you still have the other half of the 9-tailed power in your body. Ulquiorra said indifferently. Faced with this paralyzed face with no emotional fluctuations, Minato Namikaze didn't dare to neglect at all. His eyes were fixed on Ulquiorra. The ruthless man in front of him brought him too much pressure. If he was a little careless, his head might be taken off. Don't let your guard down, be prepared. Because the next second, I'll take your head off. Before Ulquiorra's words were finished, he had already appeared beside Minato Namikaze. Spiral bills. Minato Namikaze threw a kunai with his left hand, and used chakra to create a spiral bill with his right hand. Humph. Ulquiorra snorted coldly, he raised his finger, The emerald green flashlight exits. Flicker. When the green flash came into contact with the spiral pill burst without any suspense. The Reiatsu hits like a normal tide, wave after wave. The fourth Hokage was the first to bear the brunt. He groaned, and his body flew out. Ring it. While Minato Namikaze flew out, Ulquiorra appeared beside him again, flipped his backhand, and a bone spear appeared. Brush. Along with the sound of the breaking wind, the spiritual bone spear pierced Minato Namikaze's back. The sharp bone spear slashed Minato's robe, and the words representing the will of fire were also damaged, and Minato's back was also pierced. But at the last moment, Minato Namikaze disappeared instantly, far away from Ulquiorra's attack range. But before disappearing, Ulquiorra threw a kunai backhand and stabbed Ulquiorra. Such a little trick. Ulquiorra didn't care about this humble kunai and let it pass by. However, the moment kunai touched Ulquiorra's shoulder, Minato Namikaze appeared again. Just like that night 12 years ago, when Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito fought against each other, he appeared silently using the technique marked by the Flying Thunder God. I succeeded this time. Minato Namikaze was excited because he felt Ulquiorra didn't react. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God escaped Ulquiorra's probing nerves. But he remained expressionless, ignoring the power of Spiral Pill. Ulquiorra was calm, and the pair of black wings that covered the sky behind him threw out. In this way, the Spiral Pill bombarded the black wing. Boom. The frenzied chakra spreads everywhere, and it looks aggressive, but in fact it has little effect. With the steel skin of the 10 blades, coupled with the particularity of the black wings themselves, Ulquiorra easily blocked the Spiral Pill. Even if it escapes my probing nerves, is it only to this extent? Then everything ends here. Ulquiorra reappeared behind Minato Namikaze, waved his spear lightly, and cut off his arm under Minato Namikaze's shocked gaze. In this competition in terms of speed, Ulquiorra was better in the end. Although Felician is a space transfer technique in the ninja world, Ringing Yuan is also a space transfer technique, and it is more convenient and fast, and there is no flaw. Nine-tailed chakra mode. Namikaze Minato did not despair, but fought hard. He had to be covered with a layer of nine-tailed chakra on the surface of his body. His whole body was rosy, and even his breath became extremely powerful. Flying Thunder instantly slashes. With the previous mark, Namikaze Minato created a spiral pill containing nine-tailed chakra with his backhand. Red and blue, fighting to the death. It's precisely because you haven't seen the power of despair that you try to resist. Ulquiorra raised his 2 fingers, and a black phantom flashed out. The 2 energies collided, ending the battle without any suspense. The fourth Hokage is like a floating feather, slowly falling from the sky. Although he was at the peak of his speed, he was too far behind in strength to compete with Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra did not kill Minato Namikaze, but cut off his arms and used Reiatsu to imprison him, all because of the 9-tailed demon fox in the body of the fourth Hokage. The end of these 4 battles declared the last help of the ninja coalition to be dashed. The will of fire is no longer endless, but completely withered. Konoha and Ninja World, just like the rolling wheels, will eventually come to an end. The center of the battlefield has attracted much attention, but the situation is not optimistic. Although Dodongo Uai is the god of the ninja world, he is still not a match for Izan. Having fought Naruto and Sasuke once, Izan also has a certain understanding of the power of the 6 paths, plus the power given by Bennu. Izan suppressed the 6-path immortals without any suspense. Big Tonga Uai, the era has come to an end. The ninja world is destined to have no hope. Useless struggle will only bring more disputes. The weak surrender to the strong, which in itself is natural selection. It is not us who make rules to win people. Self, but strength. Power tells the rules, power makes rules, and power maintains rules. From the very beginning, this war has no hope of winning. It's just because of the power between you and me, it's not in the same pattern. When these words were spoken, Izan quietly appeared in front of the six-path immortals and waved their Zanpakuto. Chapter 400 A New Journey. Please subscribe. Izan's blade is fast and deadly. Immortal Lu Dao's face was solemn, and he held the immortal scepter of Lu Dao in both hands and resisted it with all his might. Clang! The blade and the immortal pole collided, and a fiery spark bloomed. However, this time, the gap between the two was clearly visible. Izan was as stable as Mount I, and a huge Reiatsu shrouded him in an orderly manner. But the figure of the six-path immortal was knocked into the air. 9 Taoist jades surround the six-path immortals, making them levitate in the air. Although Izan was knocked into the air, he was not seriously injured. But six-path immortal's confidence was shaken. Even though he was the founder of ninja, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. It's not that the road of ninja is unworkable, it's that ninjas can't resist the power of death. In the final analysis, the strength of the ninja is too weak to compete with the 10 blades. In just a few decades, 4 wars broke out in the ninja world. Numerous bloodsheds occurred and civilians were displaced. But this looks like a tragic scene, but it's nothing more than that. Compared with the cruelty of the virtual circle, the ninja world's war is not worth mentioning. The reason why the 10 blades are so powerful is because they have been swallowed up for hundreds of years before they have the power they have now. Therefore, the mere ninja cannot be compared with the 10 blades at all. It's over, immortal six paths. The demise of the ninja world is already a general trend, and there is no need to resist. Izan didn't intend to give the six-path immortals a chance to breathe. Relying on his unparalleled Reiatsu, he launched a series of slashes. You don't need to cast ghost magic, and you don't need to cast a mirror. Just relying on ordinary slashing, Izan can easily defeat the six-path immortals. With the passage of time, the fusion of Bennu gradually tends to be perfect. In other words, Izan's control of his own power is more consummate. Brush. Izan swung the blade with all her strength once again. The powerful force and the speed that she couldn't see made the six paths immortal feel unable to start. It doesn't work at all. In the face of Izan's serious shot, the six-path immortals were powerless to resist except for passive defense. The momentum was suppressed, accompanied by the despair of belief. Six-path immortal's confidence began to shake. He did not regret being defeated by Izan, but bonded the past and future of the ninja world. Created the ninja sect, trying to make ninjas live in peace in the way of love. Is this way right or wrong? Brush. Perhaps out of self-blame, this time the six paths immortal did not resist Izan's blade. The sharp Zanpakuto penetrated the body of the six paths immortal, and cut off the vitality in his body. This knife not only represents the fall of the six-path immortals, but also the end of the ninja world. Relying on the way of the ninja sect, this road still failed in the end. Looking at this world with nostalgia, the six-path immortal closed his eyes in relief. Although his way is wrong. But at least I have worked hard and retained it, and this is enough. Perhaps, as Izan said, only by facing a destruction will the ninja world usher in a new future. Boom. Like the nourishment that nourishes the earth, the immortals of the six paths are finally unable to fall to the ground and die peacefully. The moment he closed his eyes, the power of the six paths within his body broke out and floated in all directions. To the blue sky, to the vast land, and to the hometown of the ninjas. This is the last effort of the six-path immortal, and he hopes to use his own power. Moisturize this land and save a little hope for the ninja world. It is finally over. Izan stood calmly in the air, and put the Zanpakuto into the scabbard. He looked down at the entire battlefield, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Perhaps for the ninjas, Izan has already stood at the pinnacle of the entire ninja world, possessing a strength that cannot be looked up to. However, only Izan knew that the road ahead was still far away. Compared with the small ninja world, he yearns for the world that advocates power and preys on the weak. The Void Circle, Soul Realm, Spirit King Palace. Everything in the past, Izan will recapture. The unbearable empty window period of the Heavenly Throne is not in the ninja world, but in the Spirit King Palace. Team Zero, Quincy, Yuhabarch, and the Spirit King are Izan's ultimate goal. Brush. The 10 blades gathered around Izan, and among them, Ulquiorra handed over the figure of Minato. Feeling the power of the 9-tailed yin within Namikaze Minato, Izan's mouth curled with satisfaction. After absorbing it, the chakra tree is considered a great consummation. Izan pressed the palm of his hand against Minato Namikaze's abdomen, absorbing all the power of the 9 tails and blending it into the collapsing jade. At this moment, Bennu is more perfect and has the ability to give chakra to others. Under Izan's will, each of the 10 blades gained strength. From now on, the barrier between them and the natural energy disappears, and their strength is further improved. Let's go, there's no longer any value in staying here. Izan stared coldly at the allied forces of the ninja world, and did not intend to make a move. Because ninjas are already a group of ants in his eyes, there is nothing to worry about. Brush. The figures of Izan and Tabana disappeared and returned to the palace of Chienno country. Everything had been prepared, and now it was finally time to leave. A day later, a burst of intense light erupted from that hidden palace, as if it were like the unique recurve membrane of Duxu. Through this beam of light, Izan and the 10 blades embark on a new journey. Not only that, Enu Orihime and Kurama Yakumo also left together. Inside the beam of light, Izan and the others slowly rose into the sky. Witnessing the ground below, Izan was still indifferent and did not feel much emotion. Suddenly, Izan heard a playful voice behind her. "Captain Izan, you just left like this, don't you feel nostalgic at all?" Hearing this voice, the corners of Izan's mouth twitched. "Silver, compared to the vast sky, are you willing to be the one who binds the rules, or the one who sets the rules? Let's go, our goal is not here. As long as you follow in my footsteps, we will be invincible ahead." Just 400 chapters, the Hokage chapter officially ended. Thank you for your support along the way. It will be more exciting later.